Chapter 198. After smoothly helping Long Yuan form his gold core and avoiding the Thunder Tribulation, which was a deadly tribulation for all Longbow people, Wuxia had not only become a master who controlled the life and death of their fleshly bodies, he had also become an existence like the great divine magus who dominated their faith. After making up a story and sending away the guards of Zhonglu Garden, forbidding them from approaching the cave again, Wuxia looked up at the cave wall above him, which was split open by the Jin Dan Thunder Tribulation. He sighed with mixed emotions once again. How angry did the ancestors of Longbow people have to be that they would send such a tribulation to their descendants? The rock layer, which was over 100 feet thick, was forcefully blasted apart by the airwaves brought up by the Thunder Tribulation. The power of this heavenly tribulation was simply too frightening. This cave was the place where the alchemists in the Imperial Palace had concocted all sorts of medicinal pills for Yin Dan when he was cultivating in seclusion in Zhonglu Garden. Many defensive formations have been deployed in this cave, but none of them could withstand the sudden Jin Dan Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation of Longbow people truly deserved its reputation. Wuxia had finally witnessed it today. In the following 7 days, Wuxia had spent a great deal of effort to concoct a cauldron full of ancestral awakening and body-tempering soup with 100 times the amount of raw materials and fed it to all the giants of Longbow Kingdom. 99 Thunder Tribulations kept falling, and Wuxia guided them into his body with a thunder-stealing spell of 5 elements, helping him to temper his fleshly body and evolve his soul. The Thunder Tribulation attracted by 100 Longbow people was almost as powerful as the Jin Dan Thunder Tribulation of 10,000 ordinary human cultivators. Wuxia's fleshly body was getting stronger and stronger, and after absorbing over 10,000 bolts of Jin Dan Thunder Tribulation, his soul had formed an insignificant nascent divinity. It was a nascent divinity that could only be formed after the soul had evolved and evolved, a nascent divinity that only formidable cultivators of nascent soul and divinity transformation could possess. A few months ago, when Wuxia witnessed Princess Zhang Lu going through the Jin Dan Thunder Tribulation, he wanted to use the thunder-stealing spell of 5 elements to absorb the heavenly thunder essence Qi and use it to condense his vital spirit. Today, he finally succeeded. Just like a piece of pure gold in the desert, the quantitative change led to the qualitative change. As soon as this wisp of primordial spirit was condensed, Wuxia's nearly substantial soul sense quickly underwent a qualitative change. His soul sense became more and more condensed, more and more sensitive, and more elusive. His divine sense quickly evolved into the divine sense that only cultivators of nascent divinity realm could have, and even Wuxia's soul began to experience a chain reaction. Wuxia released his soul sense. Within the range it covered, he could only find the general direction of the flow of spiritual qi and the movements of people. Now that a wisp of his essence soul had been formed, Wuxia's divine sense was like water ripples that could cover the surroundings. He could clearly feel the changes in every grain of sand on the ground. No matter it was the clarity or sensitivity, it was at least 1,000 times better than his previous sensing ability. Without going through the process of breaking his gold core and forming his nascent soul, he could directly use the power of heavenly thunder to temper his soul and condense a wisp of nascent divinity. Only a heaven-defying technique like the Scroll of Stealing could create such a miracle. Wuxia's admiration and gratitude towards that shadowy figure grew stronger. He really had no idea how that shadowy figure actually came up with the cultivation technique found in the Scroll of Stealing, as it had completely overturned the common sense of the world of cultivators. After putting all 100 Longbow men who had formed the Jin Dan back into the spirit breeding ring, and letting them slowly study and practice the heavenly 100-spirit warring formation, Wuxia tidied up the messy cave abode. After that, he obediently sat down in the cave abode and consumed some pills, recuperating his body and spirit, preparing to form the Jin Dan with the mystic technique. A few days later, Princess Zhonglu, Nief Baihong, Jing Ku, and Gao Jinli arrived at Zhonglu Park almost at the same time. Upon seeing them, Princess Zhang Lu waved her sleeve complacently, throwing out several dozens of jade bottles that shone brightly. She had brought a great amount of spirit pills and medicines from the imperial treasury, which could protect and nourish the corporeal body and restrain the soul. All these could greatly increase the probability of Wuxia forming the Jin Dan with the help of external force, lessen the pain he had to suffer, and greatly reduce the risk of his corporeal body being crushed by the impact of external force. Even in Great Yin Dynasty, these spirit pills and medicines were extremely precious. It was unknown how Princess Zhang Lu had tortured Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan for more than half a month, but only then was she able to obtain these spirit pills and medicines from the core of the imperial treasury. Tilting her chin up proudly, Princess Zhang Lu smiled and said, "Grandpa is a generous man, but why is father getting more and more stingy as he gets older?" Xianxia had to pester him for such a long time before he could produce these spirit pills. If not because father is the only one who has the key to the secret chamber, Xianxia, would have long brought back these spirit pills. Jingko brought a set of armor of mid-grade magical treasure level, a dozen powerful mechanical concealed weapons produced by Mo sect, 30 Jin Dan, which was dug out from the body of a human mortal of Jin Dan, and a great amount of powerful spirit pills that could strengthen one's cultivation and shrink and compress one's energy. The armor was entirely green in color, and on its chest was a huge, three-dimensional sculpture of a dragon head. The eyes of the dragon were actually two 10,000 years old water essence pearls, while the shoulders, dantian, arms, back, and knees were all inlaid with the same water essence pearls. The armor was constantly emanating a dense water vapor and cold air. Yusu was one of the few members of Yu clan who did not possess the gold element spirit root, and he was cultivating with a 9-killing technique of Flaming Tiger, which was a fire element spell. The armor contained an immeasurable amount of water element energy, which could perfectly restrain the lethality of water element cultivation technique and reduce the power of Yusu's cultivation technique to the minimum. As for the other dozens of mechanical concealed weapons, which were smaller in size but possessed tremendous lethality, they were all powerful weapons created by combining Mo sect's art of mechanism and defensive formation, which possessed the power to severely wound a human immortal of Jin Dan. If Wuxia used them properly, the explosive power he unleashed could be comparable to the full force strike of a peak stage Jin Dan cultivator. As for the water element, water dragon armor, MOD had given it to Jingku in a friendly manner. As for these mechanical concealed weapons with tremendous lethality, Jingku had spent a great deal of effort to convince MOD and asked him to personally craft them within half a month. Nie Baihong brought the dustless lamp. It was the dustless lamp that he and Nyanu took out from the Immortal's cave of sword stems from the mind, after they had solemnly taken a bath and changed their clothes and reported to their ancestral master. Forming the Jin Dan with the help of external forces was a truly evil technique that defied the heaven and changed one's destiny. Once the Jin Dan was formed, there would be countless external devils and inner devils attacking from both inside and outside. As long as he was protected by the dustless lamp, no matter it was the inner devils or the external heavenly devils, none of them would be able to hurt Wuxia. However, as the essence of the dustless lamp had been stolen by Wuxia, the only reason why Nie Baihong brought it here was to let Wuxia feel grateful for his good intention. As for Gao Jianli, with both hands clasped behind his back, Gao Jianli was pacing back and forth in the cave. He claimed that he was here to protect Wuxia, helping him form the Jin Dan smoothly. But, judging from his expression and demeanor, he was just here to watch the fun. Or perhaps, he was just here to show his solidarity with Jingku. As for whether Wuxia could form the Jin Dan smoothly, he did not really care about that. Furthermore, Wuxia could even tell from something that flashed briefly in the depth of Gao Jinli's eyes that he did not take the duel between him and Yusu to heart. In the eyes of these people, be it Yusu or Wuxia, they were just chess pieces placed on the chessboard by someone, bathing in blood and killing each other. No matter how intense the battle was, a chess piece was just a chess piece. Apart from letting them see the situation on the chessboard clearly, they had no other purpose. Gao Jinli's indifferent attitude made Wuxia very uncomfortable. Because of this uncomfortable feeling, Wuxia did not answer the questions from the crowd about why the cave was cracked open by the thunderbolts. Instead, he sat straight down in the cave and began exercising the qi circulating technique of 5 elements. The crowd thought he was thinking about the duel of life and death with Yusu, and thought he was very nervous. Therefore, they did not take Wuxia's rudeness seriously. Following the steps they had discussed beforehand, they began to act. Nie Baihong hung the dustless lamp above the cave, unleashing a large sheet of green light that enveloped Wuxia's body. Princess Zhang Lu then activated the energy-gathering formation underneath the cave, attracting a huge amount of natural energies and shrouding Wuxia's body, improving the success rate of him forming his gold core. Gao Jinli placed both palms on the ground and stood guard at the entrance of the cave, preventing any outsiders from entering and threatening Wuxia. Meanwhile, Jing Ke was holding a huge amount of spirit herbs and Jin Dan that he plundered, sitting right opposite to Wuxia. He was the one who truly helped Wuxia form his gold core with a mystic technique. Not only did he have to restrain the rampaging medicinal strength and Jin Dan energies in Wuxia's body, he also had to help Wuxia resist the thunder tribulation of Jin Dan. By forcibly devouring the Jin Dan and all kinds of spirit herbs that could increase one's cultivation base, one could forcefully form the Jin Dan. Every single Taoist sect had a similar mystic technique. Putting aside the fact that the death rate of using this mystic technique was very high, even if one succeeded in forming the Jin Dan, as the Jin Dan was a sudden increase in strength and not the energy cultivated by oneself. Once the thunder tribulation of Jin Dan struck down, those who formed their gold core with a mystic technique would not be able to resist it. Even if 10,000 people formed their gold core with a mystic technique, 10,000 of them would still be struck to death by the thunder tribulation. No one will be spared. At this point of time, Jing Ke was needed to stop the thunder tribulation, fighting for a slim chance of survival for Wuxia. Wuxia himself did not take the mystic technique of forming his gold core seriously, as it was just a pretense. However, Princess Zhang Lu and the others treated it very seriously, especially Princess Zhang Lu. While controlling the operation of the energy-gathering formation, she was so nervous that she nearly fainted. He gave Princess Zhang Lu a look, who was busy performing an incantation gesture and reciting a spell. Wuxia smiled, then grabbed 3 Jin Dan, which were emanating an enormous ripple of energy, and swallowed them into his stomach. Wuxia's action scared Jing Ke so much that the muscles on his face were twitching, fearing that Wuxia would explode in the next moment. However, Wuxia's performance had taken everyone by surprise. He did not suffer too much pain or struggle, and did not experience any complicated transformation. After he finished all 30 Jin Dan and all the spirit herbs that could increase one's cultivation base brought by Jing Ke, he circulated his energy 36 times according to the qi circulating technique of 5 elements. And finally, Jin Dan was formed in his dantian. All this was even easier than forming the Jin Dan for the people of Longbow Kingdom. Everything happened so naturally, without any obstacles. Right after the Jin Dan was formed, a faint 5-colored mist suddenly emerged from behind Wuxia's back, then gradually merged into a hazy and faint dark mist. Amidst the dark mist, a tiny and hazy sort of greedy wolf could be vaguely seen. It was moving back and forth soundlessly in the mist, and did not produce any reflection or air-piercing sound. This was a strange sign that occurred after Wuxia formed the Jin Dan using the qi cultivation technique of heaven-breaking sword sect. Although he had long formed the Jin Dan in his 7 stealing heaven meridians, there was a mystic technique in scroll of stealing that could conceal his aura. Thus, no strange sign could be detected. Now, when the strange sign of Wuxia's Jin Dan appeared, Princess Zhang Lu was screaming excitedly. Gao, Jinli, and Jing Ke had a very strange expression on their faces, and Nie Baihong nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The sword technique of heaven-breaking sword sect was ferocious and unparalleled, and the sword force was extremely overbearing. That was why it was called Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. However, no matter how one looked at the strange sign of Wuqi's Jindan, it looked like a sneaky thief carrying a dagger and was about to slice someone's neck from behind. Why did it look so strange? The natural energies from the surrounding kept rushing into Wuqi's Dantian, as the foundation he had laid down was too solid. When his Jindan was formed, its quality was already comparable to the Jindan of an ordinary middle-stage Jindan cultivator. A huge amount of natural energies kept rushing into his Dantian, and the rapid influx of natural energies had even created a small storm around him. A thin dark cloud came rushing over weakly from outside the cave, sprinkling down 3 thin and malnourished electric arcs like a chicken peeing. Just like that, Wuqi's Jindan Thunder Tribulation had gone through easily. Jing did not even need to strike, as the restrictive spell of the cave had already blocked the electric arcs. Gao Jinli was struck dumb. This is defying the heaven, changing one's destiny, forming the Jindan using an evil technique by devouring a cultivator's Jindan. Such a heaven-defying act will be taboo by the heaven, and he will be struck by 100 thunderbolts. So, this is the Thunder Tribulation of Wuqi? Isn't his life a little too good? Wuqi smiled shyly and nodded his head at Gao Jinli. After that, the overly excited Princess Zhang Lu had leaped onto his body. Chapter 199. Today was the day of a duel between Wuqi and Yusu. Early in the morning, a thick, leaden cloud had already blanketed G-City. Snowflakes the size of a child's palm kept falling from the sky, giving the city an air of desolation. In such a harsh weather, apart from those who had to go out, the rest of the people would rather stay at home with their wives and children, who want to go out and suffer the cold. On the drill ground of the imperial palace of Great Yin, banners were fluttering in the wind, and battle cries were rumbling like thunder. An imperial army consisting of 10,000 imperial eunuchs, clad in heavy armors and holding heavy sabers that measured 15 feet long, was practicing a battle formation in the drill ground. Drums were beating like thunder, bugles shaking the sky. 10,000 imperial army soldiers were running back and forth on the drill ground, measuring a few miles in both width and length. Their murderous aura shattered the snowflakes falling from the sky, and the accumulated snow on the ground had been melted into water by the heat emitted from their bodies. On the observation stand surrounding the drill ground, several thousand of the most influential members of Great Yin Dynasty, including Yin Dan, were sitting on the throne, quietly watching the drill of the Imperial Army. After a full 2 hours of drill, when those Imperial Army soldiers were soaked in sweat and kept dripping down through the gaps of their armors, Yin Dan, who was sitting on the throne, slowly raised his right hand. Standing next to Yin Dan, he cried out sternly, "His Majesty has decreed, stop the drill." Ma Yi's loud cry made 10,000 Imperial Army soldiers halt immediately. They lined up into a phalanx formation in the drill ground of Chi-Chi, then knelt down on one knee toward Yin Dan. When the knees of these heavily armored Imperial Army soldiers touched the ground, a thunderous sound rang out, shaking the surrounding palaces and pavilions, and causing the accumulated snow on the roof tiles to slide down from the tiles. Yin Dan nodded his head satisfyingly, then said coolly, "Not bad. I can tell that all of you have put in a lot of effort in your daily training. Each of you will be rewarded with 20 gold coins. You are dismissed." He stuck out his chest and cried out sternly, "His Majesty has decreed that every Imperial Army soldier will be rewarded with 10 gold coins." "Thank you." One after another, all the Imperial Army soldiers bowed their heads and shouted, "Long live the Emperor." After that, they rose to their feet in unison and strode out of the drill ground. A sonorous beast cry rang out. Yu Su, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, carried his golden spear and rode into the drill ground on his golden-eyed Qilin horse. He swaggered back and forth on the drill ground for 3 rounds before finally sitting on the back of his horse and cupping his fists toward Yin Dan. "Your Majesty, Duke of Tianyun, please come out." Yin Dan coughed softly and turned his head to look at a curtain wrapped in purple brocade, under a reading platform on the west side. Looking down from above, he could clearly see every single movement behind the curtain. With the help of Meng Xiaobai and a few other men, Wuxia, who was clad in a pale green undershirt, was slowly putting on an inner layer of golden silk soft armor, then a chain mail armor in the middle. Finally, he put on a layer of Great Yan's standard green steel armor. This set of triple armor weighed more than 380 kilograms, and the process of wearing it was extremely complicated. On top of that, Meng Xiaobai and the others did not have the experience of helping someone put on armor. As a result, even after a full 15 minutes, Wu Qi still had not finished putting on the armor. Princess Zhang Lu was standing on the reading platform right next to the curtain. She poked half of her body out from the railing, waving her hands and scolding Meng Xiaobai. "Idiot Xiaobai, you've buckled the hook in the wrong place." That is the crotch guard. Why are you putting it on your chest?" Don't buckle the heart guard mirror on your buttocks." "Do you guys know how to wear heavy armor? Do you even know how to wear heavy armor?" Yandan narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. Shaking his head, he turned to Yusu and said, "Yusu, Duke of Tianyun is still putting on the armor. Just wait for a moment." Yusu's face turned blue with anger. He turned his mount around and glared at the direction of the curtain. Suddenly, he roared at the top of his voice, "Wu Qi, how dare you hurt my son for no reason? Today I, Yusu, will make you pay with your blood." Right on the reading platform, where Princess Zhang Lu was standing, Lu Qingfeng had his hands clasped behind his back, staring straight at Yusu with a gloomy face. After staring fixedly at Yusu for a long while, Lu Qingfeng snorted and said word by word in a low voice, "If even a single hair of Wu Qi's is harmed today, I swear that sooner or later I'll use the heaven and earth overturning 3 lives tribulations formation and slaughter every single member of your clan." Lu Qingfeng had kept his voice extremely low, but the group of over 20 young men who were dressed like scholars could hear him loud and clear. They exchanged a glance, then nodded their heads at the same time. These young men were the sons of concubines from the influential clans of Lu Kingdom, who had received a letter from Lu Chengfeng and came to Ji City from the Lu Kingdom. At this point in time, they had already taken up various positions under Lu Chengfeng's tutelage, which had greatly alleviated the shortage of talents in Lu Qingfeng's Duke Yanli's mansion. Now, Lu Qingfeng was their master. As the saying goes, when a master is humiliated, the ministers must die. Their life and death, honor and disgrace had become one with Lu Qingfeng, so naturally, they had to advance and retreat together. Lu Qian, who had lost an arm, stood gingerly next to Lu Qingfeng. He too was staring at Yusu with his teeth clenched tightly. He murmured under his breath, "Elder brother, why don't we hire an assassin with a large sum of money and kill this Yusu today?" Back in Little Mang City, Wu Qi had forced Lu Ziyuan to swear allegiance to Lu Chengfeng, and Lu Chengfeng had accepted Lu Ziyuan's surrender. Now Lu Ziyuan had come to Ji City together with these sons of concubines and the army of 15,000 soldiers. Lu Qingfeng had arranged Lu Ziyuan to be his personal advisor, helping him deal with all sorts of trivial matters. During the 1 month when Wu Qi was in secluded cultivation, Lu Ziyuan had performed quite well. It was also because of Lu Ziyuan's excellent performance by Lu Qingfeng's side that Lu Ziyuan's father, who was also Lu Qingfeng's second uncle, was the only person from the Liang Lu clan who was able to keep his life, title, and official position. Lu Chengfeng gave Lu Ziyuan a look, snorted coldly, and said, "Write this down. If anything happens to Wu Qi today, even if I have to exhaust all the financial resources in my mansion, I will hire an expert to kill Yusu." He paused for a brief moment, then frowned and said, "Keep the goodies within the family." "Master, please do it." Lu Qian answered and glared at Yusu with a pair of bloodshot eyes, sharing the same hatred. Yusu, who was roaring and cursing wantonly in the drill ground, could no longer control the anxiety in his heart. Once again, he rode on his mount and galloped away. He had been suppressing his anger for 1 month, and he could no longer hold it in any longer. Not only did Wu Qi injure his son, but the acquired spirit gold pearls in his mansion were also stolen by someone, and that was the real problem. For the past 1 month, Yusu had lost his appetite and could not sleep well. His mental state was on the verge of collapsing. He dared not imagine what Yi's reaction would be if he knew that the acquired spirit gold pearl he had spent 30 cities to purchase was stolen. He only knew that he needed to vent his anger, and he had to vent it on Wuxia. Only by killing Wuxia in the cruelest way could he redeem everything. Prince of Run, Xianxia, had promised Yusu that if he could kill Wuxia in public in the drill ground, he would give Yusu an acquired spirit gold pearl he had collected 300 years ago. No matter it was for the personal grudge between him and Wuxia, or for the sake of this acquired spirit gold pearl, Yusu had to kill Wuxia. After galloping for a few rounds, Yusu threw his head back and roared into the sky. Wuxia, you punk. Come out and fight me. What are you doing? Are you a coward? Sitting on the throne, Yin-Dan frowned, shook his head, sighed, and said, Yusu is not worthy of being put in an important position. If the Qin army attacks us, let him be the vanguard. Ma-Yi gave Yin-Dan a look, bowed slightly, and agreed to the task. After a brief hesitation, Ma-Yi said in a low voice, Your Majesty, are you not going to stop this duel? This is not a personal grudge between Yusu and Wuxia, but between two chief generals. Yin-Dan gave Ma-Yi a sidelong glance, sneered and said, Stop it? Why should I stop it? Abruptly, Yin-Dan rose to his feet, let out a long laugh, and said, Dear ministers and ministers, today, the Vanguard General Yusu is going to have a life-and-death duel with Duke of Tianyun, Wuxia. The men of Great Yin are the most courageous and fond of martial arts. When a man has a grudge, he should settle it with a blade and a sword. He is not allowed to play tricks in the dark. For such a grand event, I will be the banker. If anyone is interested, please place your bet. After a few loud laughs, Yin-Dan narrowed his eyes and said, Both sides will bet on each other. No matter how much both sides place their bets, I will be responsible for collecting the bets. Ha ha, since everyone is looking for some fun, I will not take any commission from it. Let's bet on each other with a clear price. Who is interested in placing a bet? Ma-Yi waved his hand, and a few young eunuchs quickly brought out a small table, along with some writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Ma-Yi sat on his knees behind the table, getting ready to register the bets. Almost immediately after Yin-Dan finished his words, Jing-Ku's voice rang out. I, Jing-Ku, bet on Duke of Tianyun, Wuxia. I bet 100 sealed cities, 10 energy stone veins, 50 rare and precious metal veins, 10 gold mountains, 10 silver mountains, 10 bronze mountains, 10 iron mountains, 10 fish farms, salt farms, pearl farms, wood farms, sandalwood forests, Nama forests, golden threaded cypresses forests, and 10 10,000-year-old Bodhi trees. He cleared his throat, smiled faintly, and said, My wife is very strict with me, and I only have these private stashes to pay for the wine. Who is interested in making a bet with me? Right after Jing-Ku finished his words, Gout Jinli's voice rang out again. I, Gout Jinli, also bet on Duke of Tianyun, Wuxia. My bet is the same as Jing-Ku's. Let me add something more. I have 3 wine cellars at least 1,000 years old in a manor outside the city. I'll bet all of them. Suddenly, Jing-Ku roared furiously. Gao Jinli, you rascal. How could you bet all these wine cellars? Gao Jinli snorted coldly, but did not answer Jing-Ku's words. Yin-Dan clapped his hands and laughed out loud. All right, both Jing-Ku and Gao Jinli have placed their bets. Is there anyone who dares to accept? A deep and powerful voice rang out. I'd like to make a bet with Chief General and Lieutenant Prime Minister. I'll accept all the bets from both of you. Yin-Dan narrowed his eyes and smiled, nodding his head and saying, Xianxia has accepted the bets from both of you. Is there anyone else who wants to join in? Suddenly, Qin Wuyong cried out, Elder brother Jing-Ku, Wuyong will bet with you today. I bet that Yusu will defeat Wuxia. Wuyong doesn't have a lot of money, so I'll bet 30 sealed cities, 7 spirit stone veins, and 30 rare metal veins for a game. The rest of the bets will be 60% of yours. Are you willing to bet more? An old and deep voice rang out. Little Wuyong, since you've said so, I'll bet with you. Tianguang, I still have some private money that I can afford to keep some concubines. I'll bet with Qin Wuyang as well. This old man will also bet 20 cities, 10 different mineral veins, and 30 different gold mines. The sudden participation of Qin Wuyang and Tian Guang had turned the atmosphere in the drill ground into a very strange state. Not long after that, a voice rang out. Haoying Zhengfeng, I'll accept old Mister's bet. I'll increase the bet by 30%. Is there anyone who wants to accept it? Very soon, several hundred influential members of Great Yin Dynasty had joined this grand gamble. Among them, 70% bet that Yusu would win, while 30% agreed with Jing Ku and Gao Jianli, betting that Wuxia would win. As for the remaining several thousand influential members, they did not have the status, wealth, or courage. They just stood there and watched both sides place their bets, and none of them dared to say anything. However, when it came to the bets, the people represented by Jing Ku and Gao Jianli were at an absolute disadvantage. As the number of people on the opposite side was greater than theirs, the huge amount of bets they put together was at least 2 times more than theirs. If Jing Ku and Gao Jianli insisted on taking out the corresponding amount of bets, it would most likely hurt the fundamental interests of their clans. Jing Ku clenched his teeth, and as he was about to take out a sufficient amount of bets to fight against the opposite side, Mod and Su Qin suddenly appeared on the platform behind Yin Dan. Mod said softly, Mo sect will bear all the bets that Jing Ku and Gao Jianli lack. Su Qin even chuckled and said, besides that, Su Qin will bet 30% of the total amount of bets that Wuxia will win this round. Who wants to accept it? Chapter 200. Indifferently, Yin Dan said, fine. Yin Dan swears with my prime divine soul that if Yusu defeats Wuxia, when we join hands to deal with Daqin Dynasty, Yin Dan will obey all reasonable orders given by Lao AI. Raising his right hand up high, Yin Dan's wrist suddenly split open and sprayed out a stream of blood, which then condensed into a blood bead glinting with runes and exploded. Yusu let out a wild cry in anger. While coughing out the blood, he rose to his feet and charged towards Wu Qi with the spear in his hand. The cultivation base of Jin Dan. Lao AI and Yin Xianxia roared together as if they had just seen a ghost. Then, Yin Dan giggled like a hen who had just eaten some millet. Lao AI, Wu Qi has taken a risk by using a mystic technique to seize the energy and condense the pill. Within 1 month, he has formed the Jin Dan and is now able to control the acquired spirit pearl to hurt someone. Do you think a Dan is so easily tricked? Yu Su sneered, raised the golden spear high up into the sky, and gave a long and mighty cry. Wu Qi, the enmity between you and me will be settled today. Everyone on the drill ground had their expressions changed, turning to look at Lao AI with a strange look. The great sun magic could regrow a broken limb? Frowning and pondering for a while, Yin Dan sneered and said, Lao AI, what makes you think you can bet with me? Wu Qi gave the bull-headed beast's head a fierce slap with the spear, then gave a loud roar and interrupted Yusu's words. Cut the crap. You want to kill me? Isn't it because Yin Xianxia has promised your son to marry Princess Zhangla? You want to kill me? Isn't it because Yin Xianxia has promised you that he can regrow that broken limb of yours? Lao AI, Yin Xianxia, what enmity do I have with you? Why are you targeting Wu Qi like this? A loud boom rang out as the 2 spirit pearls smashed viciously onto Yu Su's chest, shattering his heavy armor into pieces. Blood burst out from his 7 apertures, and he howled miserably as he was knocked flying a mile away. The Qilin horse he was riding on was even blown away by the strong wind brought about by the 2 spirit pearls, and its huge body exploded into pieces. Lao AI looked at Yin Dan in surprise, shook his head, and said with a sigh, So your highness already knows? I thought you didn't know. However, this kind of trifling matter didn't matter. Does your highness have the guts to accept the wager? Yu Su was struck dumb, Yin Xianxia was struck dumb, and Lao AI was struck dumb. On the platform, Yin Dan's expression did not change at all. He shouted, Mr. Su Qin, take out 30% of the total bet and bet on Marquis Tian Yun Wuqi's victory. Does anyone dare to accept Mr. Su Qin's bet? Yin Dan nodded his head slowly, then said with a deep voice, "The commandment of Great Yin Imperial Clan has only one purpose. Only the true elites are allowed to stay in Great Yan's Imperial Court. Those who are eliminated must go into secluded cultivation. If they want to survive in this world, if they don't do this, Great Yin would have been wiped out by the barbarians more than 10 times. Xianxia, you've done well. You've taken Lao AI as your master, colluding with Wei Clan for many years, haven't you?" Wuqi turned his head and looked at Yin Dan. Lao AI gave a creepy smile. He gave Wuqi a look, who had retracted all his aura, and said complacently, "If Lao AI still loses like this, he will really enter the palace and become a eunuch. As long as you, Yin Dan, have the guts to accept it, Lao AI will really enter the palace and become a eunuch." Ha ha ha! He cannot say something like executing his entire clan. No matter what, Yu was the meritorious minister who had followed Yin Dan and established Great Yin Dynasty. He could not execute his entire clan. Yin Dan pondered for a brief moment. He gave Yin Xianxia a look, who stood respectfully next to Lao AI, then suddenly burst into a loud laughter and said, "Xianxia, what do you want to say?" Yin Dan gave Jing Ku a look. He paused for a brief moment, then added, "Of course, once we've killed Ying Zheng, all his women and daughters will belong to me. I fucked his birth mother, and now I'm going to fuck all his women and daughters." Lao AI gave a strange smile, then stuck out his lower body complacently, pointing his erect lower body at Yin Dan. All of a sudden, his handsome and evil face was filled with madness, evil, and insanity. His wrist was cut open, and a stream of blood shot out from it. Lao AI repeated the oath Yin Dan made with a loud voice. If Wuqi defeated Yusu, once Daqin's army attacked Great Yin, Lao AI and Yin Dan would join hands to fight against Daqin. As long as Yin Dan did not give any random order that would send Lao AI to his death or suicide, Lao AI would definitely obey the military order. The blood condensed into a blood pearl of oath, then gradually disintegrated amidst the blinking runes. All of a sudden, from the viewing platform where Yin Xianxia, the Prince of Run, was heard a voice that was slightly hoarse, yet powerful, filled with charm and an indescribable sense of evil. "In that case, Lao AI will accept the 30% stake. Crown Prince, Your Highness Dan, it has been many years since we last met. It looks like everything is well." Lao AI was so angry that his limbs were trembling. Disregarding everything, he screamed, "Yusu, stand up, kill this guy for me. Or else, don't ever think about inheriting the Great Sun magic, and don't ever think about repairing that precious arm of yours that was chopped off by someone." Muffled footsteps rang out as Fan Yuqi, a tall and burly man who looked like a muscular brick, clad in a heavy armor, came standing behind Yin Dan. Narrowing his eyes, Fan Yuqi gave the crowd of Great Yan's influential officials a glance. A murderous aura emanated from him, and many ministers bowed their heads instinctively. After a long silence, Yin Dan laughed, shook his head, sighed, and said, "Could it be that none of you can win Mr. Su Qin's private money? Yusu has the cultivation base of Jin Dan's peak, while Wuqi is just a Xiantian Daoist. In this duel, Wuqi will definitely die. If I were not the banker, I would have to make a move and earn a fortune." What shocked Wuqi was that, although Jing Ku, Gao Jinli, and Tian Guang were close friends, why was Qin Weiyang standing on the opposite side of Jing Ku and the others? Obviously, Qin Weiyang was in cahoots with the power represented by Yusu. On the other hand, those who supported Yusu included the young clans such as Haoying Clan and the members of Great Yin Imperial Clan, such as Prince of Run, Yin Xianxia. When he was about 1,000 feet away from Wuqi, a sheet of flame burst out from Yusu's back, amidst which a fierce red tiger slowly emerged. The scorching temperature had turned the snowflakes that kept falling from the drill ground into water vapor and drifted away in the air. Wuqi patted on the armor forcefully. He had put on the heavy armor, and mounted on a three-headed bull-headed beast with green scales and flaming hooves, which was given by Jingku. It was a demon beast with 3 heads, and its body was covered in green scales. It had a very strong defensive strength and could travel several tens of thousands of miles in a day by breathing fire from its feet. With 3 heads, this 3-headed bull-headed beast had a combat strength comparable to a demon immortal who had formed his demon core. It was one of the top magical beasts used as a mount in Great Yin Dynasty. Wuxia answered weakly, then controlled the bull-headed beast and walked slowly out from the curtain. He was clad in a heavy armor, holding an iron-tipped spear with a pewter stick in his hand as he walked slowly towards Yisu. Xianxia's body trembled once again. Lao Ai breathed out a deep sigh, shook his head, and said, Lao Ai's godson is a vicious and merciless man. He even killed Lao Ai, his fake father, without any hesitation. He is not someone we can provoke. If we don't join hands, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle him. When Princess Zhang Lu heard Wu Qi's roar, she was so angry that her brows shot up. She leaped up, pointed her finger at Yisu, and snapped, Yisu, don't ever let me see your son again, or I'll kill him myself. Who do you think you are? How dare you use me as a bargaining chip? Bastard, do you still have a responsibility of being a minister? I'll definitely kill your entire clan. Standing next to Princess Zhang Lu, Bai Zuer, and a few ghost immortals leaped forward and covered Princess Zhang Li's little mouth with their hands. How could Wu Qi know about these things? How could he know? How could he possibly know? Narrowing his eyes, Yin Dan laughed and said, Lao Ai, I can't believe you've been hiding in Great Yin. I never expected this. You couldn't hold it in any longer, so you came out? Standing behind the curtain and having Meng Xiaobai and the others help him put on the heavy armor, Wu Qi looked coldly at the storm that was taking place on the drill ground, his heart twisting into a tight knot. It might seem absurd for Yin Dan to use the duel between his ministers to start a bet, but what was even more absurd was that all the ministers of Great Yin Dynasty had really bet an astronomical figure on the duel. Looking at Yisu, who was stunned and unable to speak, Wu Qi did not have the thought of having a fair duel. His gold core stirred in his dantian, and a huge stream of energy burst out. The acquired pearls of Earth Spirit and Wood Spirit, which were wheeling restlessly around the gold core, transformed into 2 bright beams and shot out from his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Yin Dan cried out, Wu Qi, if you can win today, I'll promote you to the title of Duke with gold seal and purple ribbon. A strange smile appeared on Yin Dan's face. He nodded his head slowly and said, Very good. I never expected to get such a great reward. Lao Ai, before I could figure out how to deal with you, you actually jumped out yourself. Lao Ai narrowed his eyes and laughed. I can't hold it in any longer, I really can't. Initially, I was thinking of controlling the Great Yin Dynasty from the dark and reap more benefits. But when that Zhang Yi came, I couldn't hold it in any longer. How about this? I'll accept the 30% bet from old Mr. Su Qin. Not only that, I'll also bet that if Wu Qi wins the duel, Lao Ai will obey His Highness orders when he is fighting against Ding Zhang. What do you think? A short eunuch walked out from behind Yin Xianxia. With every step he took, his body would grow taller, and the inner eunuch robe he wore was ripped to shreds. In the end, the tall and burly Lao Ai appeared in front of the crowd. With both hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Yin Dan from afar, smiled, and said, Your Highness, Daqin has arrived at the doorstep of Great Yin Dynasty. His Highness can no longer hold it in any longer, and is about to clean up the imperial court. Lao Ai can no longer hold it in any longer, and has to think of a way to deal with that godson of mine. Jing nodded his head, clenched his right fist, and swung it forcefully. Yin Dan gave Lao Ai a deep look, then said in a low voice, I believe we all know the difference between the overall strength of Wu Qi and Yisu. Patting the bull-headed beast, whose eyes were gleaming with a fierce gleam, Wu Qi turned to look at Lao Ai, who was standing on the platform. The words spoken by Lao Ai were as vulgar as those hooligans on the street. It was not hard to imagine the character of this man. Nevertheless, his latent power was indeed tremendous. After operating in Great Yin Dynasty for over 2,000 years, Lao AI actually had enough confidence to stand before Yin Dan. Yin Dan's voice echoed across the drill ground. The cold wind blew the snowflakes into all directions, spreading Yin Dan's voice to all directions. Lao AI raised a finger, smiled, and said, "Based on the fact that 30% of the captains in your Great Yin army are the disciples of Great Sun Sect, based on the overall strength of 30% of Great Yan's elite soldiers, I don't think it's too much for Lao AI to ask for a title of king, right? Well, there's no need for me to think of another title. Let's just call it Prince of Chongqing. I like this title. It reminds me of Ying Zheng's birth mother. After all, she had given birth to 2 sons for me. If not for Mod and Su Qin, the power formed by Jing Ku, Gao Jinli, and Tian Guang, who served Yin Dan for many years, would have been suppressed by the power behind Yusu. Although it was just a bet that looked like a joke, it had actually represented the strength of Great Yin Imperial Court. Lao AI said impatiently. If Wuxia had also formed the Jin Dan, Lao AI would never stand out and bet with you today. You know my temper. I won't do anything that I don't have full confidence in. I won't do anything that I can't take advantage of. If Wuxia can defeat Yusu today, Lao AI will swear that when dealing with Ying Zheng, he will obey your orders wholeheartedly." He raised his head abruptly, bowed deeply to Yin Dan, and said, "Xianxia is unfilial. But I don't want to be stripped of my title of king and all my power just because I made a mistake. Therefore, I can only cultivate in Cloud Swallow Pavilion. Power and wealth, I can't bear to part with it. The commandment of Great Yin Imperial Clan is too harsh for us, the kings of Imperial Clan. I'm just trying my best to struggle." Chapter 201. Being treated as a chess piece is a sad thing. Looking at Yusu, who was charging crazily at him, Wuxia said coldly, "In the future, I will not be a chess piece. Instead, I will devour those who play chess pieces one by one. But a trash like you, I must be blind to choose you as my chess piece." Patting on the ox-headed beast, Wuxia stretched out his left hand. Clang! A crisp ringing echoed out as a black, flat metal box, 1 foot and 3 inches long, emerged from the back of his hand, hovering about 3 inches above his arm. He sent his divine will into the box, and immediately 2 thin crossbow arms popped out from both sides of the box, looking like the wings of a bird. As he injected his energy into the box, the crossbow arms automatically bent and knocked. After that, 3 crisp, ringing noises rang out, as 3 inches long, thin bolts shot out from the box. The bolts had no feathers, and their arrowheads were shaped like wolf fangs, with blood grooves on them. 36 layers of armor-piercing runes were engraved on the inside of the arrowheads, while the same 36 layers of Gale runes were engraved on the tail. The bolts pierced through the air, leaving a several hundred feet long green beam in the air. Accompanied by ear-splitting whistling noises, they pierced through the distance of 1,000 feet and came right before Yusu's face. Yusu cried out in shock as he thrust his spear forward. His body stopped abruptly, and he swept the golden spear horizontally, hitting accurately onto the 3 bolts. Dang, dang, dang! 3 loud clangs rang out, as Yusu's huge body was knocked back by the tremendous force attached to the tiny bolts. He took a dozen steps back in a row. Raging flames burst out from under his feet, and with every step he took, it was as if a small bomb was exploding under his feet, opening up several tens of feet wide holes on the sturdy ground of the drill ground. Shockingly, 3 holes the size of corn grains were left on his golden spear, and the numerous runes engraved on the body of the flood dragon coiled around the spear's shaft were disrupted. The once glinting golden spear became much dimmer. Immortal striking crossbow from Mo sect. With both hands trembling, Yusu glared furiously at Wuxia, who was standing over 1,000 feet away. Looking at the flat metal box hovering above his arm, Wuxia shook his head and said, "I have no idea what this thing is called. Chief General Jing Ke gave it to me. If you want to blame someone, blame Jing Ke." By the way, this immortal killing crossbow was personally refined by old Mr. MOD. If you're killed by it, your Look clan can seek revenge on old Mr. MOD, but don't look for me. On the reviewing platform, Jing was gulping down mouthfuls of wine, laughing in a low voice. Standing next to Yin Dan, MOD shook his head and said, "This kid is so cunning." Although this immortal killing crossbow was personally refined by MOD, he was the one who used it to kill people. If it weren't for Jing Ku, MOD wouldn't have refined such a lethal weapon. 3 tiny bolts were bounced off by Yu Su's golden spear and flew several hundred feet away, clanking noisily as they landed on the ground. MOD narrowed his eyes and glanced at the bolts on the ground. Suddenly, he sighed and said, "The arrowheads have turned blue. They must have been poisoned." The blue light condensed and did not disperse. It contained a watery glow, which should be the venomous saliva of the viper. The heavens bear witness that none of the weapons forged by MOD have been coated with poison. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Qin smiled and said, "To coat the bolts personally forged by old Mr. MO with poison, I like this kid." MOD twitched his mouth, shook his head, and said with a smile, "This kid is not bad. It's just that he is a little bit vicious. But in this world, if one is not vicious, one will not be able to survive." While the few of them were chatting and laughing, Yusu had already let out a furious roar. A flaming cloud rushed out from under his feet as he stepped on it and flew up into the sky. With a wave of his hand, several dozens of blood-red fireballs, the size of water tanks, shot whistling down from all directions towards Wuxia. All kinds of cultivation techniques, cultivated by Yu Clan, were more suitable for close combat with enemies on the battlefield. They focused on tempering their corporeal bodies and strengthening their energies, but they did not have much understanding in spells and Taoist techniques. Therefore, flying on clouds and attacking with high-temperature fireballs were the only 2 divine abilities that Yusu knew. Looking at the high-temperature fireballs falling down from above, Wuxia scanned through them with his divine will. The temperature in the core of these fireballs was about 3,000 degrees Celsius, which was strong enough to melt gold and iron, and even ordinary rocks would be melted into lava. Any Taoist or warrior below the realm of Jindan would definitely have their body turn into ashes when struck by these fireballs, and even their souls would be destroyed. Wuxia laughed mockingly, casually raising his right hand and throwing out several dozens of punches with ease. The punches shattered the air, bringing up circles of tiny air blasts and ripples. The dozens of fireballs were shattered by Wuxia's punches. Large sheets of blood-red flame poured down from the sky, sticking to the ground around Wuxia, burning the ground and causing it to sink. A shallow layer of lava rose and formed tiny bubbles on the ground. Raising his head and looking at Yusu, who was standing on the cloud with his eyes wide open and mouth agape, Wuxia stepped on the cloud and flew up into the sky. The acquired pearls of earth and wood element wheeled slowly around him for a while. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed them into his stomach. Holding the long spear made of white wax in his hand, Wuxia sneered at Yusu and said, "What other tricks do you have? Let's see if you're going to avenge your bastard son, or if I'm going to crush your head today." Glancing at Lao AI, Xianxia, and the others, Wuxia sighed lightly and said, "Don't always find trouble with me in the future, or you will get yourself killed." Lao AI and Xianxia's faces fell instantly. They recalled what Wuxia had just said. How could Wuxia know about the secret meeting between Xianxia and Yu Su in the backyard mansion? If Wuxia did not expose the secret agreement between them, Wuxia's threat would just be a joke. But when Wuxia exposed the 2 conditions of cooperation between Yu Su and Xianxia in front of so many people, his threat had become a great deterrent. Sitting on the reviewing platform, Yin Dan suddenly laughed and said, "This little fellow has made a fast progress. It looks like we have to treat him seriously as the Duke of Tianyun of Great Yin Dynasty, and not treat him as a little rascal from the countryside, fooling around with him." Sighing lightly, Yin Dan murmured to himself, "I wonder if he knows that Yin Dan is using him as a distraction, which has brought him so many troubles. If he knows that, and Yin Dan wants to subdue him, making him a loyal minister of Great Yin Dynasty, what should he do? MOD and Su Qin turned to look at Yin Dan at the same time, and both of them teased at the same time, "Easy, just marry Zhang Li to him." Suddenly, Yin Dan's expression turned strange. He gave MOD and Su Qin a helpless look, smiled bitterly, and said, "As for this, Yin Dan can't say for sure, and I can't do it. Firstly, it depends on Zhang Li's own opinion, and secondly, it depends on Prince Qi's opinion." Shaking his head, Yin Dan murmured under his breath, "I've chopped off the heads of 7 clan leaders, and all 8 princes have their own thoughts. I can't force the crown prince to go against me, or else this great Yin dynasty will really fall apart." The 3 of them turned to look at Wuxia and Yu Su, who were hovering above the drill ground, and sighed lightly at the same time. After a while, Su Qin sighed and said, "Since the ancient times, there has never been an immortal king. When the king of a dynasty can truly live forever, no matter how filial his descendants are, they will be forced to have other thoughts. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Even we can't come up with any good ideas. We have never encountered such a thing. What should we do? What should we do? We can't just kill all the members of Great Yin Imperial Clan, can we?" Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Yin Dan couldn't care less about his and Su Qin's identity, and spat at Su Qin's face. "Bah!" MOD laughed, shook his head, sighed, and said, "Fortunately, Ing Zheng is here. Da Qin is here." With such a formidable enemy eyeing covetously from the side, the restless people in Great Yin Dynasty should be able to calm down now, right? Wuxia will no longer be the unlucky guy who has to take the blame. Speaking of which, as the king of a dynasty, Yin Dan has to borrow the name of Wuxia to do something when he wants to clean up the imperial court. That is indeed a depressing thing. Yin Dan had a tangled expression on his face, as if there were 700 to 800 hammers hammering on the vital parts of his lower body at the same time. At last, Yin Dan breathed out a long sigh and said, "I used to think that only by having more descendants can I have a foothold in this damned place. But little did I know that when I have too many descendants, the affairs of the family, the state, and the world, everything makes me sad." Sigh. Fortunately, Ing Zheng is here. I can't wait to thank him. When I kill Ing Zheng in the future, I'll definitely give him a proper burial. Clanking noises kept coming from the sky. Holding the soft and light white wax spear in his hand, Wuxia was engaged in a fierce fight with Yu Su, who had his armor broken and body stained with blood. The golden spear and the wooden spear kept clashing, but the result was that the golden spear was bounced back by the wooden spear over and over again. Wuxia injected an enormous amount of energy into the spear, bringing up gusts of strong winds as he thrust it toward Yu Su's face. His strength was stronger than Yu Su, and his reflexes were faster than him. In the time it took Yu Su to thrust out his spear once, Wuxia had already thrust out 18 times, and every single one of them was aimed at Yu Su's vital parts. Yu Su, who was dizzy from all the attacks, had long lost his composure. He could only passively swing his golden spear around, trying to ward off Wuxia's attacks. 2 loud clangs rang out, as the golden spear was once again swept away by Wuxia, and the tip of the spear pierced into Yu Su's lower abdomen, leaving 2 tiny bloody holes. On the drill ground, Jing Ku, Gao, Jinli, and a few others had already risen to their feet, looking excitedly at Wuxia, who now had the upper hand in all aspects. On the other hand, those nobles and ministers who were betting with them were sitting on their seats, unable to move, as if their parents had just passed away. Qin Weiyang, who was betting with Jing Ku, had his fists clenched so tightly that it seemed as if fire could burst out from the gaps between his fingers. He glared at Yu Su, who had fallen into a passive position, and scolded under his breath, "Trash!" All of a sudden, a large black iron wheel flew out from behind Wuqi's back. Clang! A loud clanging noise rang out, as the 8 feet and 1 inch wide iron wheel disintegrated into several thousand extremely thin, palm-sized iron wheels that shot whistling out. Sharp teeth were attached to these iron wheels, and amidst the whistling noises of wind tearing, The thousands of iron wheels enveloped Yu Su's body in just a blink of an eye. Blood and flesh splashed in all directions, while Yu Su flew out from within the countless iron wheels while howling miserably. At least 20 to 30 kilograms of muscles on his body were crushed by the iron wheels, exposing his pale white bones in many parts of his body. If not for the 6-palm-sized, round golden shields shooting out from his body, spreading out into a layer of golden light and protecting him, Yu Su would have long been ripped to shreds by these countless iron wheels. Thousand blades wheel from Mo sect. Yu Su roared wildly, furiously turning his head to look at Mod, who stood beside Yin Dan. Mod's eyelids drooped as he took a deep breath. He murmured under his breath, "Jing Ku is Mod's in-name disciple. He is not him." Severely wounded, Yu Su roared out in a nearly insane manner, "Wuxia, how dare you hurt me? Now die!" With a flip of his right hand, Yu Su pulled out a seal made of platinum, carved into a vivid image of a white tiger and enshrouded in a dense gold element energy. He coughed a mouthful of blood onto the seal and was about to activate the restrictive spell on it. But suddenly, 2 pearls shot out from Wuxia's mouth. The full-force attack from the pearls of earth and wood element shattered all 6 golden shields on Yu Su's body, turning him into nothingness. Grabbing the white tiger seal in his hand, Wuxia shook his head inwardly. It was already so difficult to kill Yu Su, let alone putting on a show, as there were too many experts around the drill ground. If not for the fear of being discovered, Wuxia would have long killed Yu Su with a casual strike. Slowly descending the cloud, Wuxia turned his head and looked at Jing Ku, who was standing on the east platform. "Chief General, since you've won so much, is Wuxia going to get a share?" Jing Ku suddenly burst into a loud laughter. Chapter 202. The scene of Wuxia killing Yu Su, the son of Yue, filled the drill ground with a dead silence. The mighty overall strength he had shown had even raised the eyebrows of everyone. Apart from Yin Dan and a few others who knew the origin of his Jin Dan realm cultivation base, the rest of the nobles were whispering to each other, discussing how Wuxia, a mere Xianxia Taoist, could suddenly possess the overall strength of Jin Dan realm. Some well-informed people even linked the overall strength of Wuxia's Jin Dan realm cultivation base with the thunderbolts that suddenly struck Zhongli Park. They believed that Wuxia had transcended the thunder tribulation in Zhongli Park and formed the Jin Dan realm. While all the nobles and ministers of Great Yin Dynasty were busy exchanging all kinds of information, Yin Dan's voice echoed through the drill ground. "Lao AI, I can confer you the title of king. If you have guts, why don't you follow Yin Dan to the inner palace and have a detailed discussion? Since Wuxia has won, not only have you lost a huge bet before Ying Zheng is killed, you, Lao AI, will also be Jin Dan's man." Lao AI, whose face was unsightly because of Wuxia's victory, suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. "Don't have the guts to go? Lao AI, are you really that timid? Fine. So what if Lao AI is your man before Ying Zheng is killed?" He. After laughing evilly in a strange tone for a while, Lao AI pointed his finger at Wuxia and said coldly, "Kid, you are not bad. I just can't see through you in the imperial court of Great Yin Dynasty." Interesting. Holding the spear with both hands, Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed to Lao AI. "You flatter me, Prince of Chongqing. In the future, I'll be your minister, and I hope Prince of Chongqing can take good care of me." He paused for a brief moment, then grinned coldly and said, "Wuxia's body is weak, and I can't withstand the torrential storm. If Prince of Chongqing wants to deal with someone in the future, please don't find trouble with Wuxia, or it will not be good for Wuxia, and it will not be good for you either." Lao AI narrowed his eyes, his face darkening as he cried out furiously, "Are you threatening me?" Wuxia sneered and said, "Yes, I'm threatening you." Lao AI turned to look at Yin Dan and grinned. "Look, Yin Dan, is this kid threatening me?" Yin Dan glanced coldly at Lao AI and said in a low voice, "Tonight is a grand banquet in the Imperial Palace. All the civil and military officials of the imperial court and all the ministers of the imperial clan must attend it, except for the generals who are leading the army. Those who are absent will be punished with the crime of great disrespect. According to the decree of alchemy, Yusu's remains were to be collected and buried with the honors of a marquis. While you're at it, confer Lao Ai the title of Prince of Chongqing of Great Yin Dynasty, ranking above all the other kings. Although he has the title of nobility, he won't have any land. After letting out 3 loud laughs, Yin Dan extended his hand toward the palace and gestured, "Prince of Chongqing, please, please." Lao Ai was indeed a peerless evil man. He did not take the conflict between him and Wuxia to heart, but just threw his head back and laughed wildly into the sky. His long hair fluttered rapidly in the cold wind, and his eyes shone with an evil gleam. Abruptly, he transformed into a wild gust of wind and sped towards Yandan. While he was still in midair, Lao Ai had already thrust his fist forcefully towards Yandan. Yandan let out a wild laugh as well. All of a sudden, a grayish-white airflow rose from his back, as he too raised his right fist and thrust it towards Lao Ai. Both fists collided soundlessly. Yandan and Chi-Chi were knocked flying back while coughing blood. Their clothes were ripped apart at the same time, and the skin on their right fist was ripped to shreds. Both fists were dripping with blood, looking like 2 bloody gourds. Both men exchanged a glance, laughed wildly once again, then flew back into the imperial palace hand in hand. Wu Qi crossed his arms before his chest, tilted his head, and looked at Yin Dan and Lao Ai, who were flying far away. He murmured under his breath, "What an ambiguous behavior these 2 men have. TSK, could it be that they have the hobbies of men?" Suddenly, a gentle and elegant voice with a tinge of mystery was heard. "His Majesty does not have those hobbies. Duke of Tianyin, Wu Qi, congratulations on getting such a great reward for you. In a short period of time, no one in the imperial court will dare to offend you. Su Qin has prepared some fine wine and some appetizers for you today. I wonder if I can have the honor?" Wu Qi was taken aback. He quickly turned his head, and sure enough, it was Su Qin and MOD who were standing behind him. Laughing dryly, Wu Qi quickly cupped his fist and said, "Since Senior has invited me, Wu Qi dares not to decline. Please wait for a moment." Turning, Wu Qi turned to Jing Ku, who had transformed into a white beam and was flying over his head, heading towards the inner palace. "Chief General, since you've won so many things today, you have to share them with me. Or else, I'll tell all the civil and military officials in Great Yin Dynasty that it was you who helped me cheat, allowing me to forcefully form Jin Dan, which gave me the overall strength to control the acquired spirit pearls and kill Yusu. It was you who ordered me to kill Yusu." Wu Qi's voice was loud and clear, and everyone in the drill ground could hear it loud and clear. Many influential members of the nobility trembled, nodding their heads thoughtfully and exchanging glances with each other, just as they had expected. If not for the support from Chief General Jing Ku, how could Wu Qi, a young lad who had just sneaked in a Great Yin Dynasty, have the courage to compete with the people from Yu Clan? TSK, Chief General Jing Ku had ordered the murderer to kill the youngest son of General Yu Yi. Even those influential members of the nobility who had just lost all their belongings were excited. This news was too sensational. The white beam of light transformed from Jing Ku nearly fell down from the sky. A gloomy curse was heard coming down from the sky. Along the way, Jing Ku kept murmuring something and flew straight into the inner palace. Su Qin and MOD stared at Wu Qi, unable to say a word for a long while. When Wu Qi turned his head back excitedly, MOD shook his head and said, "You little rascal! It was supposed to be a peaceful affair, but you just had to mess it up. After being yelled at by you, it is impossible for you not to fight with Jing Ku. Don't look for me for these troublesome matters. Don't look for me." With a wave of his sleeve, MOD disappeared soundlessly from where he stood, not emitting even the slightest ripple of energy. Wu Qi's heart skipped a beat. MOD's cultivation base had actually reached such a level. It was not something that could be seen during normal times. At this moment, Princess Zhang Lu had brought a large group of guards and rushed over excitedly. From a distance, she sprung into the air and hugged Wuqi's arm. Meanwhile, Su Qin smiled at Princess Zhang Lu, shook his head, and said, "Princess, I've decided on Duke of Tianyan. He wants to accompany me to my mansion for a talk. I'm sorry, Duke of Tianyan can't accompany Princess today. There will be a palace banquet in the evening, and Princess can still meet Duke of Tianyan at that time." Su Qin let out a loud laugh, grabbed Wu Qi's shoulder, and with a blink of his body, he brought Wu Qi to the palace gate. Wu Qi had no idea how Su Qin brought him away, while Princess Zhang Lu was staring blankly at Wu Qi, who had suddenly disappeared from her arms. Suddenly, she stamped her feet and murmured, Old Man Su, next time I'll burn down your cottage. You old fool. You only know how to bully the younger generation. Humph. Next time I'll bring Su Xiaosu to a brothel and ask her to sing a little song. Let's see if your heart aches for your little granddaughter. Outside the palace gate, Wu Qi took over a black cloak handed to him by Su Qin. With a pat from Su Qin, the armor on his body fell gently to the ground. Both of them put on the black cloak, treading on the thick snow and walking along the street, looking like two commoners at the lowest level of Great Yin Dynasty. Both of them walked at an incredible speed, and in just a short while they had left G City and arrived at the outskirts of the city. The outskirts of G City was a boundless snowfield that stretched as far as the eyes could see. Both of them walked along the path that was trodden by pedestrians, carriages, and horses. After walking for 15 minutes, they finally came to a small village. A few stray dogs were running back and forth at the entrance of the village, as if they wanted to enter the village to look for food, but dared not to do so. Su Qin grinned, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a bowl-thick broken twig from the ground, and tiptoed behind the few stray dogs. Abruptly, he wielded the twig and smashed a black stray dog with a heavy blow. The dog let out a loud howl, then fell to the ground with white foam coming out from its mouth. Su Qin tossed the branch away and grabbed the skin of the stray dog. He let out a long laugh and said, "A delicacy for a guest. What a great favor." The corner of Wu Qi's mouth twitched when he saw that. Subconsciously, he shook his head. He walked forward, took over the stray dog from Su Qin's hand, smiled, and asked, "Old mister, do you like this kind of food?" Su Qin turned his head and gave Wu Qi a look, then said, "Don't tell me. What kind of food do you think Su Qin likes? Do I need a few hundred servants to serve me for every meal and a couple dozens of serving maids to serve me fine wine and delicacies?" Shaking his head, Su Qin smiled and said, "I used to be like that. But now, after living for so many years, I'm getting tired of living. Instead, I've recalled this hobby of mine when I was a teenager." Patting on the black dog in Wu Qi's arms, Su Qin breathed out a long sigh and said, "Over 2,000 years old. Damn it, I'm really old." Su Qin chuckled, shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked into the village. This was an ordinary little village. There were about 500 to 600 households in the village, and all of them were ordinary farmers. Wu Qi's divine sense swept across the people he met on the road. They were all ordinary people. These people seemed to be very familiar with Su Qin. When they saw him, they all smiled and bowed to Su Qin. "Greetings, old master. Have you eaten?" It could be seen that Su Qin was very popular in the village, and no one seemed to know what role he played in the imperial court of the Daqin dynasty. As Su Qin walked, he greeted the villagers and said to Wu Qi with a smile, "I'm not used to living in a luxurious mansion. In the last 300 years, I like to live in the village outside the city. On weekdays, I grow my own vegetables, raise pigs, and when I have nothing to do, I catch a few stray dogs and stew them. I also teach my youngest son and granddaughter. It's a happy life." With a smile, Su Qin said mischievously, "I'm really poor and bored. There are 2 widows in the village. They are born with tender skin, and I peep at them bathing in the middle of the night. It's really beautiful." Wu Qi felt his hands tremble. He really couldn't describe Su Qin's behavior. He laughed dryly for a while, then murmured in a low voice, "Old Mister has the heart of a child, and this, naive and unaffected. It's really unique taste." Su Qin laughed proudly and led Wuxia to a yard at the end of the only dirt road in the village. The yard covered an area of about 7 or 8 acres. In front of the house was a flower garden. At the moment, the branches were withered and there were no flowers at all. Behind the house were a few acres of vegetable fields. There were still some green vegetables that hadn't been harvested yet. They were lying in a mess on the vegetable fields, smashed by the heavy snow. On the left side of the house was a pigsty. A few pigs that were as skinny as monkeys were weakly snorting on the ground. One of the pigs was so hungry that it was gnawing on the wooden fence of the pigsty, letting out a creaking noise. On the right side of the house was a barn. 3 horses, which should be used as mounts, were lying on the ground with their eyes wide open, waiting for death. Judging from the looks of these 3 horses, they hadn't eaten anything for about half a month. They were so hungry that even their skins were drooping. When they saw Su Qin walk into the yard, the 3 horses and the few pigs struggled hard at the same time, then weakly howled a few times at Su Qin. Su Qin stared at these livestock in astonishment. He sighed and said, "I've only been away for a little over a month. How did all of you end up like this? Zhang, you bastard. I asked you to help me feed the livestock. Why are there 3 less pigs and 2 less horses?" A large piece of pig shoulder blade was thrown out from the house. Zhang, he narrowed his eyes and walked out from the house listlessly. "What are they called? 3 pigs and 2 horses. They've all been eaten within this 1 month. Aye, there's a black dog? Xianxia, come out and wash them. Hurry up and stew them. It's not easy for us to come to Great Yin Dynasty. Let's eat a few more livestock. We can consider it as serving Daqin and severely weakening the national strength of Great Yin Dynasty." Zhang Yi smiled and narrowed his eyes into 2 fine lines. "If we eat 1 more livestock when the war breaks out in the future, the soldiers of Great Yin Dynasty will have 1 less meal to eat." Xianxia answered and walked out from the house. While walking, he was picking his teeth with a dagger. Wuxia loosened his grip, and the fainted wild dog fell heavily to the ground. So this was Su Qin's mansion. Chapter 203. When he saw Zhang Yi and Xianxia, Wuxia instinctively touched the spirit breeding ring on his finger. All his magical treasures and flying swords, including the various talismans in the ring, were ready to be unleashed. Fortunately, he had fed 100 longbow men the ancestral awakening and body-tempering soup, allowing them to form the Jindan. Even if Zhang Yi and Xianxia were here, Wuxia had the confidence to trap them with a formation formed by 100 longbow men. Together with the acquired spirit pearls of 5 elements and all other magical treasures, Wuxia had the confidence to kill any one of them with a surprise attack. With the confidence in his heart, Wuxia didn't do anything out of line. He just watched as Xianxia strode towards him, picked up the black dog, and strode to the back of the house. Very soon, the miserable howl of the black dog before its death was heard coming from the back of the house. When Xianxia was doing all this, he didn't even look at Wuxia. Wuxia, on the other hand, was staring at Zhang Yi with a straight face. He didn't give Xianxia a second glance either. Instead, he cupped his fist and bowed to Zhang Yi, Jr., Duke of Tianyin of Great Yin Dynasty. Zhang Yi offers greetings to old Mr. Zhang Yi. I wonder if old Mr. is here to rob something, or to kidnap Princess Zhang Lu and offer her to Yingzheng. Let old Mr. know that this is G City, and old Mr. is getting on in years. If you're not careful, you might lose an arm or a leg. Zhang Yi could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, Su Qin gave Wuxia a slap and said with a smile, "All right, come in. They're not here to cause any trouble." Taking off the cloak, Su Qin brought Wuxia and walked into the house. Su Qin's house looked like an ordinary house in the countryside. It was spacious and empty, without any furnishings. A fire pit was dug right in the middle of the house, and a good charcoal fire was lit in it. A few pieces of animal skins were spread on the ground, and 2 long narrow tables were placed on top of them. The paint on the tables was almost gone. On the back of the house, a few ancestral tablets were placed. But Su Qin's ancestors must have been starving, just like the pigs in his pigsty and the horses in the stable. In the porcelain plate in front of the ancestral tablets, there were only a few moldy and hairy fruit cores. There were a few teeth marks on them. It was obvious that the flesh had been bitten off by mice. The small bronze incense burner next to the porcelain plate was empty, without the slightest bit of incense ash. Presumably, Su Qin had not offered incense to his ancestors for 70 or 80 years. In the corner of the house, there was a messy pile of farm tools. Looking at the rusty appearance of the farm tools, they had not been used for at least 30 to 50 years. Next to the farming tools were several large wicker baskets filled with grains. Wuxi's eyes were sharp. He saw that the grains were also covered with mouse droppings. Presumably, when the mice were eating in the basket, Su Qin was too lazy to get up and drive them away. The three of them knelt next to the fire pit. Su Qin flipped his hand and took out a set of azure, colored fine porcelain tea set from his sleeve. It was speckled with sea blue rain marks. He slowly started to boil water and make tea with the charcoal fire in the fire pit. The water was the supreme-grade spring water from a fine porcelain water jar from under Su Qin's sleeve, and the tea was the supreme-grade tribute tea from a crystal tea jar from under his sleeve. Together with Su Qin's over 2,000 years of tea-making skills, it did not take long for a refreshing aroma of tea to envelop the entire courtyard. Su Qin smiled complacently, then said, "This is the supreme-grade tribute tea. Years ago, for the sake of this tribute tea, I mobilized 3 million Great Yan Navy soldiers and sailed 20,000 miles across the Great Eastern Ocean to attack the kingdom of Feathermen. It took me 3 years to conquer their 738 cities and force them to offer me 50 kilograms of this supreme-grade spirit tea every 10 years. Su Qin breathed out a long sigh, then continued proudly, "This tea only grows in the third heaven abyss of the kingdom of Feathermen, on the cliffs 80 miles above the ground. It is soaked by the strong wind and rain at high altitudes, and that's how this excellent tea is produced. Only the buds taken from the tongue of virgins under the age of 14 in the kingdom of Feathermen, who have spirit roots, can be made into this wonderful tea. Come, give it a try." Wuxia took over the teacup handed over by Su Qin and placed it on the table in front of him. He looked at Su Qin, smiled, and said, "Kid, you don't like to drink other people's saliva." Su Qin, who was pouring the tea into his mouth, was taken aback, then choked on the tea. After a violent cough, Su Qin threw the tea set out of the door. He stared at Wuxia and said angrily, "You bastard, what you said has completely ruined this tea." Xianxia smiled and also took out a tea set from his sleeve. What he took out was a fine blue porcelain tea set made from sky after rain. It was also a water jar filled with top-grade mountain spring water. He slowly made tea. As he worked, he smiled and said, "This tea is also the tribute tea of the Daqin. The tea is fragrant and can greatly replenish vitality. Only on the battlefield where millions of people have been killed and the blood-fiendish battle energy gathered can such good tea be nourished. The people who pick the tea are not those delicate little women. They must be elite warriors with strong vitality. Only the tea picked can strengthen vitality, nourish vitality, strengthen muscles and bones, and replenish bone marrow." Su Qin turned his head to look at Wuxia and said coldly, "This imperial preceptor of the Daqin dynasty is showing off in front of us. What do you have to say about this tea?" After a moment of silence, Wuxia said with drooping eyelids, "Burning the zither and boiling the crane, it really spoils the mood. This kid doesn't have the heart to say it." Su Qin angrily smashed the table next to him. He said angrily, "You've already burned my crane, so you have to stew Xiangyi's crane for me." Xiangyi looked up at the sky and laughed. "But my crane is not afraid of you stew it. How are you going to stew this kind of ling tea nourished by the blood energy of the battlefield?" Looking at the proud Xiangyi, Wuxia said lightly, "Only on the battlefield where millions are killed can this ling tea take root and grow. But after killing millions, before people die, their feces and urine will flow, and the ground will be covered in feces and urine. Is it the blood energy of the people that nourishes this Ling tea, or is it the Ling tea that absorbs the smell of feces and urine to form this Ling tea? No one knows. Wuxia is not willing to drink urine. Silence. Su Qin put his hands under his sleeves, raised his head, and looked at the ceiling, falling into a gloomy silence. Zhang Yi's face twisted, his mouth twitching as he stared at Wuxia. After a full quarter of an hour, he slowly picked up all the tea sets and threw them out of the room. Trembling, he looked at Wuxia, snorted coldly, and said, "Burning the zither and boiling the crane, there is no one better than you who spoils the mood under the heaven. You little brat, with just a few words, you have destroyed 2 magical items in the world." You. Wuxia sighed lightly. From the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, he fished out 3 wine jars made of black clay and handed one to each of the 2 old men. Opening the jar and taking 2 mouthfuls of the wine, Wuxia shook his head and said, "I destroyed these 2 magical items? You've been drinking them for over 1,000 years, 2,000 years. So what if you keep drinking them? It's just that you can't stand the devil in your heart." After taking a few mouthfuls of wine, Wuxia stared at Zhang Yi, sneered, and said, "All right, old Mr. Zhang Yi, what are you doing here? That day, I saw you and old Mr. Su Qin fighting so fiercely. How can you sit here and laugh with each other?" Su Qin and Zhang Yi are talking and laughing with each other. That is because we are from the same sect. That day, we schemed against each other and wounded each other. That is because we're serving different masters. Personal friendship is personal friendship, and official business is official business. You can't mix them together. After that day, Zhang Yi came to me and asked me to bring you here to discuss something with you. That's why I found the opportunity to bring you here today. Clapping his hands, Su Qin clarified his relationship with Zhang Yi with a few words. "I'm just a pimp. If you have any deal, just tell me." The sound of footsteps was heard as Li Xian walked into the room, carrying a large clay pot. Inside the pot was Chi-Chi's black dog meat. He placed the pot on top of a charcoal fire. The fire was strong, and soon the cold water in the pot was steaming. Li Xian gave Wuxia a look, stretched out his hand, and said, "Young lad, I remember you. I didn't kill you with 3 arrows, but you're really shameless. How could you use the man you saved as a shield? If you were a soldier of Daqin, you would have been punished by military law." He snorted coldly, then shouted, "I have wine, bring it to me." From his storage ring, Wuxia pulled out a few urns of wine and placed them next to the fireplace, letting the charcoal fire slowly heat up the wine. Li Xian had already picked up an urn of wine and started gulping it down, not giving Wuxia another look. Zhang Yi coughed lightly and said slowly, "Wuxia, the purpose of sneaking into Ji City this time is to find out the general strength of Great Yan Dynasty. This is just a mission that is convenient for us. Our other important task is to..." Zhang Yi threw a glance at the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, one of the 2 rings on Wuqi's finger. Currently, Wuxia was only wearing the Black Dragon Spirit Ring and the Spirit Breeding Ring. All the miscellaneous treasures he had were kept in the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, which contained all his wealth. Upon seeing the strange look in Zhang Yi's eyes, Wuxia quickly covered the ring with his hand and said with a sneer, "What I have now is mine. Even if Ying Zheng wants to take it back, it is impossible. If he wants the ring back, he will have to come and get it himself." Zhang Yi kept shaking his head and said, You can't. His Majesty is severely wounded and is now recuperating in the palace. In the future, he will bring an army to Ji City, and at that time, he will settle the score with you. The reason why I'm here today is to take back a lacquer box inlaid with gold from the ring." Wuxia quickly scanned the Black Dragon Spirit Ring with his divine will. Without needing Wuxia to search for the item spirit, the Black Dragon item spirit had spat out the small lacquer box, measuring about 2 feet in length and width and 1 foot in height. It was an exquisite and luxurious lacquer box inlaid with gold. Wuxia placed the box on the ground before him, pressed one of his hands on its surface, looked at Zhang Yi, smiled, and said, "This is the box, right?" Tell me, what is inside? Xianxia gave the box a deep look, then said in an indifferent tone, "It is the belongings left behind by His Majesty and the Empress. Some jewelry, a few pieces of clothing, and a personal letter left behind by the Empress to His Majesty many years ago. He sent His divine will into the box, and sure enough, they were all ordinary items that did not possess any natural energy. No wonder Wuxia didn't notice this box when he was sorting through the Black Dragon Spirit Ring. After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia said in an indifferent tone, "For this box, Yingzheng has sent Imperial Advisor Daqin to Ji City to take the risk." Xianxia laughed dryly, nodded his head, and said, "This box is more important than my head. Of course, with Senior Marshal Brother Su Qin here, although this trip is a little dangerous, I will only suffer some serious injuries at most, and will not be killed." Once again, Su Qin tried to distance himself from Xianxia and said, "It's not that I don't want to kill you. Even if the current emperor of Great Yin Dynasty sees you, he will only capture you alive and won't kill you. Public affairs are public affairs, and private affairs are private affairs. I, Su Qin, have never mixed public affairs and private affairs together." Lightly patting on the box, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I don't care about your private relations. If you want this box, you'll have to pay me back with benefits." After a brief pause, Wuxia looked at Xianxia with surprise and asked, "Speaking of which, as the Emperor of Daqin, his territory is no smaller than Great Yin Dynasty, and he can have as many women as he wants. So, why is the belongings left behind by the Empress so precious?" Su Qin remained silent, and he too looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia pondered for a brief moment, then slowly began to speak. Chapter 204. The fire was burning vigorously, and the soup in the pot was boiling, causing the meat of the black dog to roll and writhe in the boiling water. A strong aroma was emanating from the pot. Li Xian licked his lips and carefully tended to the fire. Every now and then, he would take a deep breath and look like he was drooling. The sound of boiling water kept coming from the pot, while large sheets of snowflakes were falling from the outside of the house, landing on the ground and the roof, producing rustling noises. The crowing of cocks and barking of dogs could be heard coming from afar, as well as the greetings of the villagers. It made the house even quieter, and made Xiangyi's voice sound even more ancient, as if an old ghost who had been dead for several thousand years was talking nonsense. Wuxia knew the background of Yin Dan, Yingzheng, and the others. But both Su Qin and Xianxia thought that Wuxia did not know the background of Yin Dan, Yingzheng, and themselves. Therefore, they omitted many key points in their narration. However, according to the information he knew, Wuxia had filled in some key details and had roughly restored the original appearance of the incident. According to Xianxia, Yingzheng had a beloved empress, who was the only woman he loved deeply in his life. This woman held a very important place in his heart. Therefore, after the death of the empress, or rather, after her disappearance, Yingzheng missed her deeply and brought her belongings with him. He often took them out to reminisce about her. The belongings in this chest had become a kind of spiritual sustenance for Yingzheng. Yingzheng always wore 2 rings on his finger. One was the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, which stored some of his personal belongings. The other was the White Dragon Spirit Ring, a very powerful spirit item, possessing the power to fight against nascent soul and deity transformation experts. During the battle in Meng Mountains, Wuxia casually took a ring from Yingzheng, and it happened to be the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, which stored all of Yingzheng's personal belongings. Yingzheng owned the entire Daqin dynasty, and although those treasures in the Black Dragon Spirit Ring were precious, he did not care about them. However, the belongings of Yingzheng's empress were very important to him, and he was willing to pay a high price to retrieve them. On the other hand, Wuxia's version was much more detailed. As Xianxia did not know Wuxia's background, he had no idea that Wuxia came from the same place as them. Therefore, although his words were cautious, he was very cautious. However, with Su Qin sighing and sighing with him, there were some flaws in his words, and some inconspicuous information was leaked. This was enough for Wuxia to restore the original appearance of the matter. It was the time when Zheng was a hostage in his youth. At that time, Zheng was in dire straits and was constantly bullied and humiliated. That was when he met his future empress. At that time, Zheng was just an ordinary teenager, and the feelings of a teenager were the most sincere. When he was in dire straits, the care and concern of a young girl was enough to make Zheng remember it for the rest of his life. On top of that, Zheng would become an emperor with great talent and bold vision in the future. Not many people could leave a mark on a peerless emperor like him, but once they did, it would be an unforgettable memory. If not for Su Qin sighing with emotion at the hardship of Zheng's youth, Wuxia would not know that the empress mentioned by Zhang Yi was someone Zheng knew since he was a child. According to the historical records that Wuxia knew, Zheng was a hostage at that time, and it was a very difficult period. Later on, the girl had been accompanying Zheng, accompanying him back to Qin state, inheriting the throne and seizing the power of Qin state. Initially, Zhang Yi wanted to skip this period of history with just one sentence, but Su Qin was too talkative and began to discuss with Zhang Yi about Zheng's gains and losses during this period. Both of them talked in a very vague way, and if they were people born and raised in this world, they would be fooled by them. But who was Wuxia? He came from Earth, and Lu Xiaobai knew about this period of history very well. Therefore, the conversation between the two was clearly heard by him. In the process of Zheng taking over the state and seizing the power, Zheng's empress played a very important role. It was she who persuaded all the important ministers of Qin state to support Zheng, and it was she who personally got rid of those who plotted against Zheng. She even helped Zheng survive a few assassination attempts. Without her, Zheng would have long become a pile of meat paste, and he would not be the future emperor of Qin dynasty. For Zheng, this girl was not only his first love when he was young, but also his nanny, bodyguard, advisor, and almost an all-round talent. It was exactly because of her protection and help that Zheng managed to sit on the throne of Qin state with much difficulty. After that, it was also this girl who came up with a plan to lure and kill the rebellious Lao AI, and forced Lu Buwei, who held the sole power in Qin state, to commit suicide. Because even Su Qin did not know about this period of history, Su Qin interjected very enthusiastically on the side, almost trying to get to the bottom of it in detail. Zhang Yi had no choice but to point out the key points in a very vague way. Therefore, when Su Qin knew the true face of this period of history, so did Wuxia. In fact, Wuxia knew more than Su Qin, because Su Qin lived in an era earlier than Zheng, and the historical materials he knew were not as good as Wuxia. With the help of the empress, Zheng smoothly took control of the Qin dynasty, and with the help of the empress, he successfully unified the world and accomplished his great cause. After his success, Zheng conferred this girl the title of Empress of Daqin, and gave her the same power and status as Zheng. However, this girl was so mysterious, and her ambition was not to be a heavenly god. After assisting Zheng to unify the world, this girl wholeheartedly lived in seclusion, practicing the Tao of immortality. Finally, one night, during a thunderstorm, the woman left behind a handwritten letter and disappeared. Since then, Zheng's temperament had changed greatly. He began to get close to alchemists, practitioners, and wholeheartedly seek the Tao of immortality. He even sent Su Fu out to sea to search for the elixir of immortality, not for his own immortality, but to find his empress. Even when he traveled around the world, searching for immortals, conferring titles of dragon kings and immortal spirits, it was all for the sake of finding his empress. Because of the hopelessness of immortality and the excessive longing in his heart, Zheng became more and more brutal in his later years. In just a short period of time, he completely wiped out the foundation of the Daqin dynasty. Su Qin looked up and sighed, sighing for Zheng. Wuxia was also staring at Zhang Yi, dumbfounded. It turned out that Zheng, the mighty ruler of a dynasty, was actually a man of love. But what kind of girl could make Zheng so infatuated, so unforgettable, even after 1,000 years? 2,000 years had passed, and Yingzheng still carried her relic with him, playing with it day and night. Because Wuxia had stolen the relic, Yingzheng had even sent out his generals and the imperial advisor of Daqin from far away, just to get the chest back. 10 years of life and death, never thinking, never forgetting, 1,000 miles of lonely grave, no place to talk about desolation. Even if we meet, we should not know each other, a face covered with dust, hair like frost. Last night, a dream suddenly returned home, dressing up by the window, looking at each other without a word, only 1,000 lines of tears. Every year, at the place of heartbreak, on a bright moonlit night, on a short pine hill, casually plagiarizing a poem of mourning for his dead wife, Wuqi looked at the falling snow outside the window with a melancholy expression. On the other hand, Su Qin and Zhang Yi were struck dumb by Wuqi's excellent poem. Both of them kept repeating this plagiarized poem over and over again, their eyes shining brightly. Even Li Xian was staring blankly at Wuqi with a wine jar in his hand, completely forgetting about the fine wine in the jar. I never thought that His Majesty Yingzheng, a peerless heaven-chosen one I met in Meng Mountains, is actually such a man of love. Wuqi admires you, said Wuqi, raising up the wine jar and gulping down 2 mouthfuls of wine. Looking at Zhang Yi, who was still immersed in the poem, Wuqi said seriously, I really admire the deep friendship between His Majesty Yingzheng and the Queen of Daqin. But, as the saying goes, friendship is friendship and business is business. Although Wuqi admires the deep friendship between His Majesty Yingzheng and the Queen of Daqin, it was not easy for me to steal this ring when I was surrounded and intercepted by Daqin's generals. Clearing his throat, Wuqi shoved the box back into the black dragon spirit ring, then said in an unusually serious tone, without any benefits, even if old Mr. Su Qin can help me, it is impossible for me to hand over this box. Frankly speaking, since this is the relic of His Majesty Yingzheng and the Queen, I think Wuqi can give it to Princess Zhang Lu as a precious gift. If His Majesty knows that Wuqi has given the relic of His Majesty Yingzheng and the Queen to his granddaughter, I believe he will be very happy. Perhaps he will even give Wuqi another promotion. Just a moment ago, Zhang Yi was still immersed in the melancholy poem, and when he heard Wuqi's shameless words, he could not help but shiver. Aren't you afraid of Great Qin's revenge? He cried out furiously. Wuqi rose to his feet, laughed out loud, and said, I am, but this is the capital of Great Yin Dynasty. Even if that old fool Yingzheng is here, I'll still say the same thing. I can take back the relic of his wife, and I won't take advantage of a dead man. But what about the benefits? Give me the benefits. Without any benefits, don't even think about taking away a single hair from me. Do you believe that if I give a loud shout, several hundred Earth Immortals in G City will rush out and chop you into meat paste? Li Xian had just risen to his feet with a ferocious gleam in his eyes, but when he heard Wuqi's threat, he sat back down again. Su Qin laughed dryly and said, calm down, don't get angry. Junior brother, if you could take back the relic of Yingzheng's wife. No, Empress Daqin, it will be a great achievement. Don't be too stingy. I can only keep you here for a few days, and that won't be a problem. If this little fellow really give a loud shout and provokes those people in G City, I'll leave right away. Don't think that I'll be your scapegoat. Zhang Yi flew into a rage. He glared at Su Qin and said, what a disloyal man. We are still fellow disciples of the same sect. Su Qin was furious. He glared at Zhang Yi and snorted. How much is loyalty worth? If you're loyal enough, you shouldn't have eaten half a dog leg more than me in the back mountain when you were learning in the Ghost Valley. I'm the one who hunted that dog, so that half dog leg should belong to me. Zhang Yi said angrily, you still remember such a trivial matter? Do you remember that you still owe me 3 large sums of money? Su Qin answered without hesitation, I've forgotten. I only remember that you still owe me a pair of boots. Both men glared at each other, then cursed at the same time. What a shameless scum. Hastily, Wuqi cried out, Hey, Two old masters. Slow down your petty business that has been going on for thousands of years. Tell me my condition first. If you don't give me enough benefits, I'll take this relic of Empress Daqin and give it away to someone else. It's fine if you don't want to give it to Princess Zhonglu. I'll give it to some girls in a brothel. Su Qin laughed wildly, while Zhang Yi roared furiously. How dare you? Little fellow, just you wait. Daqin will never let you go. I'm so mad at you. Well, here's the good thing. It's up to you. With a flip of his hand, a flying sword enshrouded in an immense cold air shot out from Zhang Yi's palm. 130 years ago, His Majesty led us to the great central ridge in the depths of Meng Mountains and discovered an immortal cave left behind by an immortal. From there, we found this lower-grade spirit item, the Snow Dragon Sword. Zhang Yi sneered and said, "A lower-grade spirit item? Have you ever heard of such a treasure? A lower-grade spirit item?" Wuxia burst into a loud laughter. "Damn it, do you really think I'm an idiot?" During the Rare Treasures Conference, that treasure was the innate Earth element energy essence, and I was planning to use it to craft a magical treasure. Do you really think I took it as the acquired Earth element energy essence? Pooh! A lower-grade spirit item. Master Wuxia even has an innate treasure, and you want to use a lower-grade spirit item to exchange for the relic of Ing Zheng's wife? Dream on. Turning around, Wuxia kicked the door open and strode out. Zhang Yi was startled. Then he shouted hastily. Chapter 205. Hold on, lad. You do know how to recognize treasures. No wonder you swallowed the innate Earth element energy essence, leaving no chance for anyone else. Zhang Yi stared at Wuxia with a little anger. Grinning coldly, he said, Good. Fortunately, His Majesty has prepared for this. Before leaving, His Majesty told me to kill you if I can, and it will be best if I can snatch back the Black Dragon Spirit Ring. If I can't kill you, I'll use this precious treasure to exchange for the Empress legacy. While grinning coldly, Zhang Yi flipped his hand, and an 8-colored beam shot out from his palm, falling abruptly into the middle of the room. A hazy and auspicious light enveloped the entire room, as a chariot pulled by 8 horses slowly emerged amidst the auspicious light. The chariot had a simple and elegant design, and its body was made of some unknown material that was neither gold, jade, iron, nor stone. However, it had a glossy appearance, and was faintly shining with all sorts of glows from the sun, the moon, and the stars. The 8 horses were only about 3 feet tall, and they looked like living creatures. They were galloping at top speed, looking extraordinary. The body of the chariot was simple and elegant, measuring about 6 feet in both width and length. A large canopy was placed on top of the chariot, with jade necklaces dangling down from it. Countless layers of auspicious lights were intertwined on the surface of the chariot, which contained countless restrictive spells. Looking at the chariot with naked eyes, one could see countless restrictive spells flashing and vanishing like a meteor shower. It made Wuxia feel a sharp pain in his eyes, as he could not see how many restrictive spells there were in the chariot. A vast, ancient, and dignified aura came rushing at his face, as if there was a mighty god standing before everyone, waiting for their worship. Vaguely, loud cheers could be heard coming from the chariot, as if millions of people were worshiping and cheering for the chariot. An enormous power of faith was coiling around the chariot. It was shockingly strong, and when Wuqi's divine will touched it, he immediately had a terrible feeling that his soul was about to be crushed. Zhang, what the hell are you doing? What is this thing? He was taken aback and nearly cried out. This chariot was too shocking. Judging from its ancient appearance, its majestic aura, the auspicious light from the restrictions, the enormous willpower, and the indistinct cheers of the people, this should be an emperor's artifact of virtue. It was definitely an emperor's artifact of virtue, and it was definitely an ancient emperor who had incredible strength and had achieved immeasurable results of virtue. Zhang Yi sneered. He looked at Wuxia and said, "This is the Mu King's chariot of 8 horses." Of course, You have no idea who Son of Heaven Mu is, and you have no idea what kind of extraordinary treasure the chariot of 8 horses is. In short, this was His Majesty's treasure of virtue. It possessed boundless might, and its speed was incomparably fast. There were very few people and things in this world that could catch up to this carriage. Are you going to exchange this treasure for the Empress relic? Staring coldly at Wuxia, Zhang Yi said coldly, Xuan Mang Jian, frankly speaking, if I want to deceive you, I will. If I can't, I will use this chariot of 8 horses to exchange for it. Since you are a knowledgeable man, you should know that this is an ancient emperor's item of virtue. Ha ha, compared to it, this lower-grade spirit item is nothing. Ha ha ha. Wuxia looked greedily at the chariot of 8 horses. How could he not know about King Mu of Zhou, son of Heaven Mu? How could he not know about his 8 horses? He was the son of Heaven Mu, who once patrolled the lands to the west and met with the Queen Mother of the West, an ancient god. His chariot was pulled by 8 heavenly horses. The 8 horses were divided into 4 categories. 1 was a treacherous ground, never treading on the ground. 2 were flying feather, surpassing birds. 3 were running night, traveling tens of thousands of miles in the night. 4 were surpassing shadow, traveling under the sun. 5 were surpassing radiance, having a shiny coat. 6 were surpassing light, having 1 form and 10 forms. 7 were soaring mist, riding on clouds. And 8 were supporting wings, having a pair of fleshy wings. They were the famous divine mounts in history, and their names have been completely turned into myths and legends. The son of Heaven Mu, King Mu of Zhou, was also the emperor with the strongest and most mysterious divinity in history. The records and legends about him were just a myth and not a historical biography. If this chariot of 8 horses was truly created by the son of Heaven Mu, then his myths and legends should be 99% true. Only an idiot would not trade for it. Look at its size, look at its shape, look at its luster. TSK, TSK. Only an idiot would not trade for such a great treasure. Wuxia laughed wildly, casually pulling out the box made of lacquer and throwing it over to him. After that, he impatiently kept the chariot into the black dragon spirit ring. Needless to say, an item of virtue belonging to an ancient emperor would either possess the aura of a human emperor or possess an unparalleled overall strength. Otherwise, no one would be able to control it. Wuxia was just a commoner. He did possess the aura of a rascal, a thief, or a fugitive. However, as for the aura of the human emperor, it might not match with him even after 100 lifetimes. With his current cultivation base, he was not even a heaven immortal, let alone controlling an extraordinary treasure like this. Nevertheless, Wuxia was not worried at all. If he could not even control an item of virtue, the scroll of stealing would not be the scroll of stealing. If it were some other powerful, innate magical treasures or various immortal items, which could only be controlled by someone with a formidable overall strength, Wuxia would not be able to do anything about it. However, although it looked like an item of virtue was the most difficult to control, it was actually the easiest to master. After keeping the chariot of 8 horses into the black dragon spirit ring, Wuxia was so happy that his eyes narrowed into 2 lines. Zhang Yi took over the box, gave Wuxia a deep look, nodded his head, and said, "All right, I'll leave the chariot of 8 horses to you. Take good care of it, along with the black dragon spirit ring. When the mighty army of Daqin crushes Ji City, you'll have to hand them over to me. His Majesty has said that these treasures will only be temporarily kept in your hands. You're on your own now." Su Qin sneered and said, "Junior brother, you're looking down on your senior brother by saying that. Why don't you say that the mighty army of Great Yin crushes Xianxia City?" Zhang Yi smiled, then turned to Su Qin and said, "Senior brother, why don't we make a bet?" Su Qin's interest was aroused. As he rubbed his palms together and was about to make a bet with Zhang, Wuxia suddenly said coldly, "When a mighty army of Daqin crushes Ji City, I'll definitely find a most remote and desolate place, deep in the mountains, and throw this black dragon spirit ring into it, making it stay in the world forever. After that, I'll immediately slit my own throat and reincarnate. Let's see if you can find the chariot of 8 horses or not. Xianxia was stunned, and so was Li Xian. Su Qin was struck dumb for a brief moment. Suddenly, he held his stomach and burst out into a wild laughter. Junior brother, Xianxia, how could you forget that the most difficult people to deal with under the heaven are not the emperor, not the ministers, not the heroes, but the most difficult people to deal with are these little rascals. Ha ha ha. I suddenly have a premonition that Ing Zheng will suffer a great loss in the hands of this little rascal. Do you believe me? Xianxia twitched his lips and stormed out of the room while cursing, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. Li Xian was struck dumb for a moment. Then he shook his head and gave the dog meat in the big clay pot a look with reluctance. After that, he hastily chased after Xianxia, transforming into a sword beam and flying away. Wuxia and Su Qin looked at each other and smiled. Putting aside what happened just now, both of them squatted next to the fire pit, scooped up a piece of dog meat that was almost cooked, and began gnawing on it happily. The cold wind was whistling outside the room, but inside the room, it was steaming hot, and the aroma of meat was filling the air. There was also a delicious wine to accompany the meal. This was the joy of life. Neither of them cared about their seniority, and acted like a pair of scoundrel friends who had been together for many years. They drank and played with each other, and eventually finished the whole black dog meat to their heart's content. Su Qin's table manners were extremely unsightly. He even drank up all the soup in the pot, and nearly stuck out his tongue to lick the bottom of the pot. Li Xian, this little fellow, although he's not good at fighting, he is good at shooting arrows from the back. I never expected that dog meat can be cooked so well. Having eaten and drunk to his heart's content, Su Qin lied down on the leather bed without caring about his image, holding his belly and snorting. Wuxia, on the other hand, was lying down on the leather bed with his legs crossed. He was humming a folk song and complacently pondered over the story between Ing Zheng and his empress. However, this leisurely mood was soon broken, as the sonorous ringing of golden bells and jade bells was heard coming from far away in Ji City. The banquet of Great Yin Imperial Palace had begun. Su Qin and Wuxia had no choice but to hug their round bellies. Helplessly, they set up their sword beams in the backyard and sped into the city. Both of them were busy changing their clothes in midair, and when they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Palace, they had already changed into the splendid imperial dress. Many nobles and ministers of Great Yin Dynasty were lining up neatly and entering the imperial city. Su Qin and Wuxia squeezed and squeezed through the crowd, and finally found their acquaintances. Shockingly, Su Qin was the best friend of a group of pedantic scholars from Great Yin Dynasty's editorial institute. After he blended into the group of pedantic old men, he quickly became one of them. On the other side, Wuxia found Lu Chengfeng. Both of them exchanged a glance, telling each other that everything was fine. After that, they followed the crowd and walked into the imperial palace. When Wuxia attended the banquet for the first time, he entered the highest hall with the identity of Lu Chengfeng's attendant. But today, as a noble of Great Yin Dynasty who also had the title of Duke, Wuxia was given a long, narrow table right next to Lu Chengfeng. As Yin Dan and his company had not arrived yet, Wuxia kept looking at the 3-tier dais at the far end of the hall. To his surprise, he saw 5 luxurious long, narrow tables inlaid with gold and jade on top of the dais. Behind the tables were 2 large chairs made of white jade, covered with a thick layer of demon beast fur. Right next to Yin Dan's seat, there were a few other simple and unadorned long, narrow tables placed in order. During the imperial banquet of Great Yin Dynasty, all the guests, no matter it was the emperor or the others, would kneel behind the long, narrow tables. This was the etiquette of Great Yin Dynasty. However, the chairs behind these 5 long, narrow tables were very different from the etiquette of Great Yin Dynasty, and no one knew who they were prepared for. On the second tier of the dais, where there were only 5 people, including Jing Ku, were seated, but now over 30 luxurious tables were added. A group of palace maids and eunuchs were bustling around these newly added tables. There were even a few strong and burly eunuchs, panting and panting as they carried 2 slices of raw pig and lamb, carefully placing them on these tables. They were the raw pig and lamb, with fresh blood still dripping down from them. Wuxia stared blankly at those large pieces of meat and could not help but cry out in shock. Could it be that there are some people who eat raw meat and drink blood here today? How come even raw meat is served here? The rest of the people in the hall had also noticed that the situation on the dais was different today. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared at these pieces of meat. A strange aura had enveloped the entire hall. Some of the influential members and ministers were glancing around anxiously, especially those ministers who made the bet with Jingku and Gao Jinli in the drill ground this morning. Their faces were filled with an aura of death, and their bodies were shivering. There were also some ministers who had a pitiful expression on their faces, looking at Prince of Run, Xianxia, and the other 8 princes who sat at the front of all the ministers. However, Xianxia himself had an unsightly expression on his face, so how could he pay any attention to these henchmen? The battle in the drill ground was just a bet, but it had thoroughly exposed the division of power in the imperial court of Great Yin Dynasty. Many people had a premonition that a storm was coming. While Wuxia was looking at these ministers, he suddenly saw Yu Wendi and Yu Qianqian sitting behind 2 tables that were placed next to each other, talking in a low voice with a strange smile on their faces. The smiles on their faces made Wuxia feel very strange. Chapter 206. The second one was a skinny old man, Xianxia, the master of the immortal cliff of Meng Mountains. His territory was only 5 million miles wide, but most of the demons and devils in the immortal cliff were flying creatures, so half of the airspace of Meng Mountains was under the control of Xianxia's disciples and disciples. Xianxia had just broken through the realm of mid-stage nascent divinity, so his cultivation base was much weaker than Xiong Wanling. However, as a crane, he could fly in the air. Therefore, if they were to engage in a real battle, the result would be a draw. Wuxia picked up the wine cup and took a sip without making a sound. The way the father and daughter addressed Yin Dan and his men was very interesting. They were addressing Yin Dan and his men by their name. Clearly, in their hearts, they did not take the emperor, crown prince, princess, and the others seriously. They were very confident, but where did they get this confidence from? Yu clan was just the chief editor of Great Yin Dynasty. Although it was a noble clan, it did not have any real power. The third one was a short and stout old man, Wuyu. He had the bloodline of the bald owl, an ancient ferocious bird, and had a cultivation base close to peak stage nascent divinity realm. He was only slightly weaker than Wanying Dragon King of Longyuan River. Although he was short and stout, he had an amazing cultivation base. However, it was very difficult for the bald owl to mix with other rare birds. Therefore, Wuyu was a loner without any offspring. However, he had taken in many ferocious birds, built the 1,000-bone cave, and occupied the other half of the airspace of Meng Mountains. In addition to these 4 strange-looking men, the last woman was not tall, not short, not fat, not thin, not fat, not thin. She was too fat, too thin, too thin. She walked like a weak willow in the wind, a fragrance wafting from her body. She smiled before she spoke, and was as beautiful as a young girl in a romantic dream. But it was not right to call her teenage girl. She had the body and appearance of a stunning beauty, but the charm she exuded was something even 1,000 experienced brothels could not compare to. Yin Dan gave the lady a helpless look, smiled bitterly, and said, "Fox King, please spare Yin Dan's ministers. How could they withstand your mercy?" Suddenly, golden bells and jade chimes rang in unison, and the musicians on both sides of the main hall played drums. Accompanied by the vigorous and powerful court drum music, Yin Dan and his entourage, surrounded by many eunuchs and palace maids, strode out from the back of the hall. In the main hall, many nobles and officials knelt down to pay their respects to Chi, shouting, "Long live His Majesty." Yin Dan, whose face was glowing with health, seemed to be in high spirits. He raised his hands and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, please rise. There's no need to be overly courteous." While chuckling, the woman abruptly opened her mouth and said, "People, is Su Mei beautiful?" As soon as Yin Dan's words left his mouth, everyone's expression changed. The last man was 8 feet tall. He was even thinner than the Qin Qing Shui that Wuxia had seen before. He was practically a human-shaped stick. His skin was purple gold in color, and under his skin there were faintly visible scales. His eyes were like those of a cat, narrowed into a thin line under the strong lamplight in the main hall, revealing the cold-blooded and merciless characteristic of cold-blooded animals. He never looked at anyone, but kept glancing at the wine utensils, silver, and all kinds of metal utensils in the main hall. He seemed to be drooling with greed. The fourth man was a skinny middle-aged man, a golden armor devourer, an ancient beast who cultivated into a human form. The golden armor devourer loved to eat all kinds of metals and devoured the energies contained in them. His body was extremely tough. Although he had just broken through to the nascent divinity realm 1,300 years ago, with his incredibly strong fleshly body, he was able to fight against Waning Dragon King, a peak-stage nascent divinity expert. He had the dominion of 50 million miles of forests and woods in Meng Mountains, and had built a great foundation in the bottomless dark abyss of Meng Mountains, with countless demons and devils serving under his command. After waiting for all the influential officials and ministers of Great Yin to pay their respects to Yin Dan once again, only then did Yin Dan smilingly introduce these 5 strange-looking men and women to the crowd. Right after the lady walked out from behind Ma Yi, her pink eyes, which were as deep as 2 pools of water, gave everyone a quick glance. Immediately, 99% of the few thousand influential officials and ministers of Great Yin Dynasty in the main hall lost their composure and fell to the ground with a thud. These people stared at the lady with an unbearable expression, while gulping and swallowing saliva. Some even had their lower bodies bulging, staring at her with eyes that seemed to be shooting flames. It looked like they could not wait to pounce on her, put their arms around her, and have sex with her on the spot. Wuqia smiled and nodded at her, then turned to look at the rest of the people standing behind Yin Dan. After introducing these 5 formidable demons who occupied a region in Meng Mountains, Yin Dan smiled and said, 3 days ago, Yin Dan had burned the imperial decree and offered it to the heaven, worshipping 5 demon kings as the imperial advisors of Great Yin Dynasty. From now on, 5 demon kings are connected with the fate of Great Yin Dynasty. We will live or die together. The crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty, Yin Shijuan, the prime minister of Inner Palace, Ma Yi, and 12 inner ministers clad in the bright red robe of eunuchs. Apart from these people, there are also 5 extraordinary people, 4 men and 1 woman, who were dressed very differently from the people of Great Yin Dynasty. Their expressions were relaxed, and their aura was restrained within their bodies, not leaking out at all. Yet, they gave one a feeling that they were like nuclear warheads that could explode with a frightening lethality at any time. At this moment, both father and daughter were looking at the throne on the dais at the same time. Xianxia murmured with a surprised tone, "This is strange. Apart from Yin Shijuan and Yin Zixuan, who else can sit side by side with Yin Dan? I think only MOD and Su Qin are qualified to do so in Great Yin Dynasty, right?" Fortunately, Wuqia had another ability, lip reading. He bowed his head, peeking at Xianxia and Wendy from the corner of his eyes, who were whispering to each other in a far distance, carefully analyzing the movements of their lips. Combined with the subtle changes in their expressions and the glances that were darting around, Wuqia was able to understand what they were saying with 100% certainty. On top of that, there was a layer of faint ripple of restrictive barrier around Wendy and Xianxia. Wuqia reckoned that they were wearing some treasures that could isolate divine will from probing. Under such circumstances, it would be very strenuous to eavesdrop on the conversation between father and daughter using divine will. Standing behind the old man was an old man with a strange appearance. The old man had a very long neck, and his body was very fat. His body was round like a meatball, but his limbs were thin and long, looking like a meatball with 4 thin matchsticks stuck in it. It gave him a very strange look. The meatball-like body of the old man kept expanding and shrinking, while the surrounding air was constantly being sucked into his body. Then, accompanied by the whistling of the wind, the air was sprayed out from his body. The first man was Xianxia, the Lord of Black Wind Gorge in Meng Mountains. He was the demon king who ruled over the forest 30 million miles around Black Wind Gorge in Meng Mountains. He was an almighty cultivator of nascent soul and divine transformation realm, with a cultivation base of mid-stage nascent divinity nearly breaking through to late stage. The two brothers, Xiangjin and Xiangyin, were the grandsons of Xianxia, while Xiangqing and his brothers were the sons of his grandsons. There was a gap of several generations between them. There were at least over 3,000 demon bears from Black Wind Gorge, secretly serving in various government offices of Great Yin Dynasty. Their numbers were especially high among the swallows and palace guards. Among all the demon beasts in Meng Mountains, Xianxia was the demon king who had the closest cooperation with Great Yin Dynasty. Following the crowd, Wuxia rose to his feet and sat down on the mat. Curiously, he looked at the group of people who stood behind Yindan on the dais. The grand hall was densely covered with all kinds of restrictive spells, which effectively blocked the probing of divine will. Wuxi's divine will was different from ordinary cultivators. It was nourished by the innate energies of 5 elements, and was born with the power of thunder tribulation. As a result, it was born with all kinds of magical abilities. Thus, these restrictive spells could not block his probing. However, a restrictive spell was a restrictive spell, and it was still too strenuous for him to use his divine will to eavesdrop on the conversation of others amidst so many restrictive spells. Wuxi's heart twitched, and a flame of evil flame suddenly rose from his lower abdomen. Before the flame of evil could begin to wreak havoc, the 7 holy deities and devils had already rushed out from his spiritual ocean, swallowing the flame of evil. Suddenly, the figures of the 7 deities and devils became much clearer, singing and dancing while cheering and roaring in Wuxi's body. Then, Wuxia pressed his palm onto Lu Chengfeng's back, sucking away the flame of evil desire that suddenly burst out from his body, and fed it to the 7 holy deities and devils. After all, Wuxia only had a thread of his nascent divinity, and he did not transform his entire soul into a nascent divinity that could leave his body and roam freely. However, none of the other influential members in the Grand Hall had the ability to protect their mind like Wuxia did. Apart from Yin Xianxia, who had a profound cultivation base and was able to keep a steady mind, all the others had their faces blushed. Chi snorted. There were even a few hundred ministers and nobles who bent their waists and leaped to their feet, hastily walking out of the Grand Hall to change their clothes. The sweet cry of the girl had caused these ministers and nobles to lose their virginity at the same time, making them embarrass themselves on the spot. Needless to say, the 5th girl was Su Meier. She was the direct descendant of the ancient 9-tailed heavenly fox, with a cultivation base of mid-stage nascent divinity realm, and she had already grown 6 tails. She had countless demon girls, including fox demons, flower demons, tree demons, and many other demon girls. Over 70% of the brothels in Great Yin Dynasty were occupied by these demon girls from the Enchanting Palace. Not only were the purses of those men who visited the brothels in high spirits plundered by these demon girls, even their yang energies had contributed greatly to the improvement of the cultivation base of these demon girls from the Enchanting Palace. Standing next to this burly man was an old man with white hair and a body that looked like an ancient pine tree. The old man had a pair of dark green eyes that looked like a pair of supreme great emeralds. He had a huge frame, but was very skinny. A white robe draped over his body, making him look even more skinny, as if he could be blown away by the wind. The old man's steps were steady and light, as if his toes could never touch the ground. He followed closely behind Yin Dan and entered the Grand Hall. Raising his head, Wuxia gave Yu Wendy and Yu Qianxian an eerie glance with his eyes as sharp as lightning bolts. Both father and daughter had a quick reaction, as they immediately sensed that Wuxia was looking at them again. With a straight face, Xianxia tilted her head up proudly and looked at the gold-plated patterns on the ceiling. Meanwhile, Wendy smilingly raised up his wine cup and gave a toast to Wuxia from a distance. Wuxia also raised up his empty wine cup and gave a toast to Wendy. After that, he picked up his empty wine cup and made a gesture of drinking the wine. Among the four men, one of them was a middle-aged, burly man. He stood nearly 15 feet tall, taller than the rest of the men around him. His skin was dark, and his face was covered with thick black hair. When he walked, the grand hall was trembling slightly. His eyes shone with a bizarre golden hue, and a wild heat could be sensed amidst the coldness in his eyes. An endless power was hidden in his enormous body. Just by looking at his body, Wuxia instinctively felt that he could easily lift up a great mountain. Amidst the sound of footsteps, Jing Ku, Gao Jinli, Qin Weiyang, and Tian Guang led a group of 20 to 30 men and women into the grand hall, each with different looks and appearances, and took their seats on the second level of the dais. Meanwhile, Yin Dan and his company had also taken their seats on the highest level of the dais. Su Meier smiled again. Then, the expression on her seductive face turned solemn, and a strong, cold aura burst out from her body. In an instant, she had transformed from a seductive girl who could topple all living beings into a pure, holy, and inviolable saint lady. Her cold and dignified gaze swept across the crowd. The bodies of all the influential nobles, who were still harboring lustful thoughts just a moment ago, trembled as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. It was so cold that their bodies kept shivering, and the flame of desire in their bodies had long vanished without a trace. Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked thoughtfully at the dais. He shook his head lightly and said in a low voice, "Let's wait and see first. Let's wait and see. Hee, this is really interesting, really interesting." The reaction of Yin Dan and Lao AI has exceeded my expectation. What will they do next? Are they really going to exert all their strength and fight a life and death battle with that man from Daqin Dynasty? Princess Zhongli, with her back shrouded in 5-color divine rays, was winking at Wuxia and snickering at him. She kept showing her teeth and brandishing her claws at Wuxia, and she was just short of jumping down from the dais and playing with Wuxia. She was the happiest person when Wuxia won in the drill ground today. Wuxia had forcibly formed his Jin Dan with the mystic technique of stealing energy, and his cultivation base had caught up with Princess Zhongli's. It made Princess Zhongli feel an indescribable joy. Chapter 207. On the dais, the 5 demon kings remained motionless. However, on the second dais, the group of 20 to 30 great demons who stood side by side with Jing Ku and the others had unleashed an enormous demonic aura, which blanketed the entire grand hall. The demonic aura that felt like a corporeal substance pervaded the grand hall, causing the members of Great Yin Imperial Clan, nobles, and ministers to feel their bodies tighten. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat, and they dropped to their knees in terror. Sitting on the dais, Yin Dan was smiling as he looked at the members of Great Yin Imperial Clan and ministers, who kept quiet out of fear. A fierce gleam that was as sharp as a blade flashed in his eyes. "I don't care what you, the ministers of Great Yin Dynasty, have in mind what you are plotting behind the scenes, whether you are coveting the throne of Yin Dan, whether you are plotting something against the world of Great Yin Dynasty." When the terrifying strength that could easily destroy the lives of everyone was revealed, all the proud sons of the heavens, all the sect masters of the noble clans, all the high and mighty officials, all of them had to obediently kneel down and bow their heads in submission. Great Yin Dynasty can only have one supreme emperor, and that is Yin Dan. You stand high and mighty in front of the people. You can call the wind and summon the rain in Great Yin Dynasty, and with just a word from you, you could decide the life and death of millions of people. But you must remember that it is Yin Dan who gave you the status, the power, and the position. He is the emperor, and you are his ministers. This is your duty. All of a sudden, Yin Dan burst into a loud laughter. Behind his back, a grayish-white spirit light towered into the sky. Amidst the grayish-white spirit light that contained the transformations of life and death, the ever-changing aura of life and death, an ancient-looking and heavy wheel, emanating an immense cold breeze, slowly rose up. The wheel measured 60 feet in diameter and 10 feet in thickness. Its entire body was engraved with countless ancient, profound, and unrecognizable runes. 6 lines of dim light divided the wheel into 6 equal parts. Vaguely, patterns of humans, ghosts, animals, and many other strange creatures could be seen looming on its surface. Wuxia gave it a quick glance, and in an instant, he associated it with one of the famous treasures in Scroll of Stealing. The Disk of Heavenly Tao Transmigration was an acquired spirit treasure crafted by a group of almighty experts, and it possessed an unimaginably magical power. To the demons, the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Disc was extremely useful. The bodies of fiendish demons were born with evil and ferocious qi that could not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. This was especially true when one was a fiendish demon. It was unknown how much evil they had committed in their previous lives before they were reincarnated as a fiendish demon. With the evil karma from their previous lives, the power of their thunder tribulation was comparable to that of those unlucky Long Bow Kingdom people. The power of the thunder tribulation was extremely strong, and only 1 in 10,000 demons could survive it. However, once Xianxia activated the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Disc, the demons would have a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation once again. They would be able to erase the karma of their past lives, allowing their cultivation path to be much smoother. All the demons and devils that cultivated from beasts were cruel and brutal by nature. Their minds were unstable, and when they encountered the inner devil or the heavenly devil tribulation, their primordial spirits would be easily devoured by the devils, and they would suffer a great calamity. The Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Disc could allow demons to enter the Tao of reincarnation and experience the 3,000 red dust. It could stabilize the demons' Tao hearts and prevent them from being affected by external factors. With the protection of the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Disc, the demons and devils would have a great Tao that could lead them straight to immortality. No wonder the 5 demon kings had joined Great Yin Dynasty. And no wonder a few reclusive demons and devils had become the secret sinecures of Great Yin Dynasty. Today, Yin had even burned the imperial edict to the heaven, officially worshipping the 5 demon kings and becoming the imperial advisor of Great Yin Dynasty. With this, the demon kings and the fate of Great Yin Dynasty were connected, and they could be strengthened by the energy of the human emperor of Great Yin Dynasty. Every word and action of theirs would be strengthened by the faith of the billions of people in Great Yin Dynasty. As long as they could protect the safety of the people of Great Yin Dynasty, they would be protected by the virtues. For these formidable demon kings, the thing they feared the most was the heaven immortal tribulation that would befall them on the day they formed their nascent divinity. It was extremely difficult for demons and devils to attain the righteous fruit. Among 1 million demons and devils, not even one could survive the heaven immortal tribulation. However, as long as they were protected by the virtues of Great Yin Dynasty and were strengthened by the faith of billions of people, the power of the heaven immortal tribulation would be reduced to nothing. As long as their cultivation base reached a certain level, they could easily attain the righteous fruit of heaven immortal. With the help of the Heavenly Tao Reincarnation Disc, and the protection from the fortune of Great Yin Dynasty, the 5 demon kings could only obediently become the imperial advisors of Great Yin Dynasty, the loyal fighters of Great Yin Dynasty. With the help of these 5 demon kings and the millions upon millions of demon descendants under their command, the internal strife of Great Yin Dynasty was nothing but a joke in Yin Dan's eyes. When Waning Dragon King attacked the Qin army, he had easily gathered millions of great demons from Longyuan River. How many demons and devils did these 5 demon kings, who shared the same fame as him, have under their command? Before such an army of demons and devils, No matter how ambitious a hero or hero in Great Yin Dynasty was, he or she would have to obediently kowtow before Yin Dan, throwing away the tiny bit of ambition in his or her heart into the latrine. What a great strategy! Looking at the smiling face of Yin Dan, Wuxia could not help but praise him. It looked like Yin Dan had also prepared countless trump cards. Just this disc of heavenly Tao reincarnation, which was crafted by imitating the 6 paths of reincarnation, had a power not weaker than the Cauldron of You. It would not be easy for Yingzheng to compete with Great Yin Dynasty. The disc of heavenly Tao reincarnation was one of the top acquired spirit treasures found in the Scroll of Stealing. Yin Dan's enormous aura mixed with the demon aura of those great demons, suppressing all the courtiers in the Grand Hall, making them not dare to move. The faces of Yin Xianxia and the others turned ashen. Cold sweat kept dripping down from their chins, drenching the carpet before them. Their minds were blank as they stared at Yin Dan, who had the huge disc hovering above his head. They had no idea where this huge disc of heavenly Tao reincarnation came from. As the strongest figure among the 8 governors of Great Yin Dynasty, even Yin Xianxia had no idea that Yin Dan actually owned an acquired spirit treasure like this. Inside the huge disc of heavenly Tao reincarnation, 2 bright lights of gray and white were blinking vaguely. When the bright lights moved, the bodies of all the people in the Grand Hall twitched, as if their souls were about to be crushed and shattered by the bright lights. At the same time, it was as if there were countless frightening existences rushing out from the 6 paths and devouring their souls. Under such a pressure, none of the civil and military officials in the imperial court dared to have any other thoughts. Yin Dan smiled, a very happy smile. He said softly, "Over the years, Yin Dan has been in a secluded cultivation, seeking for a breakthrough. Therefore, he has handed over the power of the imperial court to the 8 governors. Recently, Yin Dan has broken through the bottleneck, and his cultivation base has improved at a tremendous pace. Not only has his nascent soul attained mastery, but he will soon step into the nascent divinity realm with the help of the spirit treasure, truly achieving the Tao of immortality and living a free and unfettered life. Therefore, the system of supervising the imperial court by the 8 governors is no longer needed." Taking a deep breath, Yin Dan said, "Ma-yi, draft up a decree. From today onwards, I will personally supervise the imperial court. All government orders without my personal signature and seal are considered as arbitrary orders. All the people of Great Yin are not allowed to obey them. The power of Great Yin's 3 prime ministers and 9 ministers, as well as many government offices, will be taken back. All the ministers will report directly to Yin Dan. From today onwards, the 8 governors will be completely dismissed." The few thousand ministers in the Grand Hall answered in unison, "We will obey your Majesty's decree." Yin Dan nodded his head satisfyingly. He stuck out his chest and said in a cold voice, "In Great Yin, there is a mortal enemy named Daqin. All the ministers do not need to know the origin of Daqin. They only need to know that Daqin is the mortal enemy of Great Yin. In this world, if Great Yin exists, there will be no Daqin. If Daqin exists, there will be no Great Yin. The army of Daqin has appeared in Meng Mountains, less than 400,000 miles away from the border of Great Yin. Therefore, I've decided to prepare the army and fight a life-and-death battle with Daqin." Abruptly, Yin Dan rose to his feet and said in a cold voice, "The posts of imperial judges of front, back, left, and north will be abolished, and they will be replaced by the 4-field headquarter of north, south, east, and west. They will be responsible for supervising the vassal kingdoms in the 4 directions, organizing their armies, and fighting a life-and-death battle with Daqin. The former 4 imperial judges of front, back, left, and north will be replaced by the chief supervisors of the 4-field headquarter of Great Yin Dynasty. They will be promoted to the positions of east, west, north, and south generals. Their positions are comparable to the chief generals of Great Yin Dynasty, and they will be responsible for the preparation of provisions and armaments, the mobilization of soldiers, the maintenance of city defenses, and the strict inspection of military law and discipline. Yin Dan snorted coldly and said with a stern voice, "As long as Daqin is not wiped out, the four-field headquarter will never be disbanded. All the vassal kingdoms under the heaven must obey the orders of the chief supervisors of the four-field headquarter according to their territories. They will mobilize all the soldiers and manpower in their kingdom and follow Great Yan's army to launch a punitive expedition against Daqin." Wuxia narrowed his eyes, gently poking Lu Qingfeng's back with his finger. Lu Qingfeng's body tensed up. He was so nervous that he almost burst out laughing. The four-field headquarter had the power to control all the military resources, manpower, and financial resources of the four vassal kingdoms. This power was much greater than the power of Zhou Guizhong. On top of that, the four chief supervisors of the four-field headquarter had the power to enforce the military law, which meant that they could use the military law to punish the monarchs and ministers of the vassal kingdoms. This power was too great to be described with words. After that, Yin Dan gave out another imperial decree. The chief supervisors of the four-field headquarter were the chief supervisors of the logistics department and the director of military law. Meanwhile, in the four-field headquarter, the ones who were responsible for fighting the Daqin dynasty with real weapons were the other generals. The general of the Westfield headquarter that Lu Qingfeng was in charge was the chief general of Great Yin dynasty, Fan Yuqi. The main force of the war was the Black Swallow Army, which Fan Yuqi had been secretly training all these years. In short, Fan Yuqi was in charge of marching the army and fighting the war, and Lu Qingfeng was in charge of everything outside the war. The pay, provisions, the mobilization and recruitment of reserve soldiers, even the repair of the city wall, the reorganization of the outposts, the execution of the military law, were all under the responsibility of Lu Qingfeng. As the Westfield headquarter happened to be facing the threat of Qin army, Yin Dan had given Lu Qingfeng a special authority. In the vassal kingdoms governed by the Westfield headquarter, if any monarch refused to obey his orders, Lu Qingfeng could execute them first and report them later. As long as it was the resources needed by the army, Lu Qingfeng could freely assemble them on the spot. Even if he had to rob all the treasuries of those vassal kingdoms, as long as it was helpful to the war, Lu Qingfeng could make the decision arbitrarily. Lu Qingfeng respectfully walked out of the ranks and received the decree from Ma Yi, which was specially given to him, granting him the right to exercise absolute power. Even the 5 imperial advisors who had just been appointed by Great Yin dynasty would lead countless disciples, sons, and grandsons to follow the army under the command of the Westfield headquarter. Of course, for those small fries, they could never expect the 5 imperial advisors to lend a hand. Only when they were facing a cultivator of Daqin who possessed a similar overall strength would they lend a hand. Lu Qingfeng only had the authority to control them, but he didn't have the authority to order them to mobilize and enforce the law. After that, the official imperial decree was issued. The power of Great Yin dynasty, which was once scattered among the 8 princes and even Crown Prince Yin Shijuan, was now fully reclaimed into the hands of Yin Dan. Without Yin Dan's personal approval and personal seal, all the orders issued by the various government offices of Great Yin dynasty had lost their legal validity. Under the threat of 5 demon kings and several dozens of great demons, all the influential members and ministers in the Grand Hall bowed their heads and obeyed the orders, not daring to show any dissenting expression. Even Lao Ai, who had just been conferred the title of Prince of Chongqing of Great Yin dynasty, was sitting on the dais. He kept twisting his body, as if there were thorns growing under his buttocks. Under the pressure of 5 demon kings, even this peerless evil man, Lao Ai, seemed to have become much more reserved. Looking at the strange expression on the faces of all his ministers, Yin Dan could not help but clap his hands and laugh out loud. "Come, today is the imperial banquet. My dear ministers, please enjoy yourselves to your heart's content." After a brief moment of pondering, Yin Dan said in a deep voice, "Old Mr. Mo, old Mr. Su, old Mr. Sun, and Mr. Han Fei, please come up here and have a drink with me. MOD, Su Qin, and Wuxia were not surprised. However, Han Fei and old Mr. Sun had shaken Wuxia and made his body turn stiff, as if countless thunderbolts were running through his body. Old Mr. Sun, could it be Sun Quan? Chapter 208. Wuxia shook his head and said in a low voice, "The reason why they are called Jin Dan human immortals is that the Jin Dan realm is mainly focused on accumulating energies and does not require any enlightenment of the heavenly Tao. As long as your fleshly body can withstand it, you will be able to form Jin Dan in the shortest time possible and improve the cultivation base of Jin Dan realm. Within 1 month, I want you to form Jin Dan and try your best to improve your Jin Dan realm." He rose to his feet, looked at Wu Qi indifferently, and said, Yu is a military general. A military general only cares about life and death, not right or wrong. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall had become very strange. Some ministers were stealthily glancing at Su Qin, Han Fei, and Sun Quan from the corner of their eyes. Su Qin, the sour master who spent most of his time in Great Yin Dynasty's editorial institute, had suddenly appeared on the drill ground and made a bet with so many influential officials, which had frightened many people. Out of the blue, he even climbed up the dais and drank with Yin Dan, which had frightened many people even more. Yin Dan looked down at Yu, who was kneeling on one knee. After a long while, he said coolly, it was Yusu who came to challenge him, and both of them signed a contract of life and death. Yusu was killed by Duke of Tianyun in a fair duel. Yin Dan said coolly, when Duke of Tianyun was young, he had consumed some spirit herbs, which made his fleshly body as strong as a flood dragon. Therefore, he was able to form his Jin Dan with the help of external pills. Furthermore, he accidentally obtained 2 acquired spirit pearls in the Rare Treasures Conference, which allowed him to kill Yusu. No one caused any mischief in this duel. Do you understand, Yui? As for Sun Quan and Han Fei, not many people in Great Yin Imperial Court knew them. Seclusion was a very frightening term. With Sun Quan's prowess in teaching disciples like Li Si and Han Fei, he had lived in seclusion in Great Yin Dynasty for over 2,000 years. It was not until the day that many ministers and nobles in Great Yin Dynasty knew about him. How many disciples had he taught during these 2,000 years? And how many of them could be compared with Li Si and Han Fei? How many people in the imperial court were Sun Quan's disciples? Xiong Wanling and the other 4 demon kings, who were calm and composed when they first appeared on the stage, as if they did not care about anything, became restless after MOD and Senior Mr. Sun ascended the stage. The 5 demon kings kept casting sidelong glances at MOD and old Mr. Sun, and from time to time, their demonic auras would leak out. Under the threat of the demonic aura, MOD and old Mr. Sun had no choice but to release their auras to contend against them. The officials in the hall suddenly straightened their backs and looked at Wu Qi with schadenfreude. Several eunuchs hurriedly closed the doors of the main hall, blocking the cold wind and snow outside the main hall. However, the cold wind that had already blown into the main hall still circled around the main hall for a while before completely dissipating. The wind blew the candles, and the light and shadows in the main hall swayed. Their auras merged into one, and they actually faintly showed signs of resisting the 5 demon kings. This caused even Wu Qi to be shocked. Abruptly, Jingke placed both hands on the wine table and stared at Yu with wide eyes like a tiger that was about to burst into a rage. Gao Jianli grabbed Jingke's shoulder and pushed him back into the seat. Meanwhile, Tian Guang pressed his hand on Jingke's thigh, using all his strength to prevent him from getting up. Only Qin Weiyang continued to drink and eat as if nothing had happened, as if nothing had anything to do with him. Keep them in the ring. There are energy stones and various materials in it, which you can use to study formations. There are also spirit talismans, which I robbed from the elders of Heavenly Spirit sect. Many of them are very powerful and can even kill earth immortals of nascent soul realm. Be careful when using them. I also robbed all kinds of life-saving spirit pills, so it's always better to carry them with you. Most importantly, there are 15 kilograms of Flood Dragon blood essence in it, and a body-strengthening technique of Flood Dragon Clan. Absorb them all within 3 days, according to the law. MOD had also created the MO sect, occupying a small area and teaching it to his disciples. From time to time, some influential members of Great Yin would ask him to craft various magical items for their descendants. But who were Sun Quan and Han Fei? What did they do? What made them qualified to sit on the dais and drink with Yin Dan? Furthermore, they looked so calm and composed. Clearly, they were very familiar with Yin Dan. Both of them were discussing how to improve Lu Chengfeng's cultivation base and how to ensure that he would not self-detonate and kill himself during the process. All of a sudden, the door of the grand hall was pushed open, and a strong gust of wind brought in a great amount of snowflakes. The cold air brought along a faint smell of blood, as Yu, clad in a heavy black armor and a black cloak, walked into the grand hall with a sword in his hand. Amidst the flickering shadows, a strange smile emerged on Yu Wendy's face, which was caught by Wuxia. If not for someone playing tricks on me, Yusu should not have died, said Yu in a deep voice. Wuxia turned his head and saw a drop of cold sweat trickling down from Yu Wendy's forehead, dripping down from his nose and into his wine cup. Abruptly, Wuxia straightened his body and said with a cold grin, "So, I'm the one who deserved to die? Yu, is that what you mean? Your grandson provoked me with a spear, pierced through Wuxia's shoulder, and called Wuxia a rascal, an assassin who stabbed his mother. That was the only impression Wuxia had of Han Fei. No one could imagine that he was actually a monster with incredible intelligence and talent. He raised the wine cup and drank the wine, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the meat. His every movement was like a wooden puppet, precise, yet with a trace of stiffness. Su Qin kept chattering beside him, and no one knew what he was talking about. But Han Fei only moved his lips occasionally and said a few words to Su Qin out of courtesy. On the dais, the 5 demon kings, MOD and Sun Quan, who were fighting with their auras, had retracted their auras. Once a nascent divinity cultivator retracted his aura, he would not be able to release any aura, making him look no different from an ordinary old man. Lu Chengfeng's eyes lit up as he finally understood what Wuxia meant. A formation master could always challenge an enemy with a higher cultivation base. As long as he could form the Jin Dan, he would be able to construct a formation of 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces, which was more than enough to trap an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Even if he could not kill them, he could at least save his own life. Once an all-out war broke out between Daqin and Great Yin, he would have a greater chance of saving his own life. Once again, Yuan noticed Wuxia. With a smile on his face, he raised up his wine cup and drank the drop of cold sweat together with the wine. What was even more frightening was that when MOD and Sun Quan joined hands, they could faintly fight against the demonic energy unleashed by the 5 demon kings. What kind of cultivation was this? What kind of strength was this? Old Mr. MOD had a great reputation in Great Yin Dynasty, so it was not surprising for him to have such a cultivation base. But what about Sun Quan? An unknown Sun Quan actually possessed the cultivation base of nascent divinity realm. Were there any other unknown and fearsome figures like him? If there were still such fearsome figures hiding in Great Yin Dynasty, how many more of them were there? Lu Chengfeng took the ring and put it on his finger. He asked excitedly, "After refining the Flood Dragon's blood essence, will I be as invulnerable as a Flood Dragon?" Wuxia shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's too late. West Headquarters will be the first to face Daqin's army. As the chief supervisor, you are responsible for the logistics and military law of West Headquarters. As the commander-in-chief of Daqin, I will assassinate a man like you first. Without sufficient overall strength, you will be killed in less than 3 days." With great effort, Wuxia suppressed the shock in his heart, then began to steal a glance at Han Fei, who was sitting side by side with Su Qin. Is this the sharp claw of Great Yin hiding in the dark? Occasionally, When Han Fei revealed his horn, it was enough to make Wu Qi's muscles tense up, and almost instinctively, he was ready to flee at any time. In fact, Sun Quan was not a threat to Wu Qi, and there was no enmity between them. But the overall strength he had shown was too strong, and what he represented was too frightening. Wu Qi was like a little rabbit who heard the roar of a ferocious beast, trying to flee out of instinct. Lu Chengfeng covered his face with a wry smile and complained in a low voice. There are many things to deal with in Imperial Judge Court. These days, there are many things to deal with. Fortunately, Chu Yuan and the others are here, and they can help me share some of the burden. After these days, I think I can have some free time to improve my cultivation base and study the arts of heaven patching formation. Even if MOD did not mention it, Wu Qi was quite familiar with him. But, according to Yin Dan's introduction, old Mr. Sun was indeed Sun Quan, whom Wu Qi had guessed. He was a minister of Zhao State during the last years of the Warring States period, and a master of Han Fei and Li Si. He was a subject of Zhao, but no one knew why he had abandoned Zhao and lived in seclusion in Great Yin. "Yisu will not die," said Yu Yi in a deep voice. As a man who knew Sun Quan's background, Wu Qi felt his scalp go numb, and cold sweat kept breaking out from all over his body. Wu Qi sneered maliciously and said, "Sweat and urine are almost the same in composition. The only difference is the place where they flow out. So, this fellow is a man who likes to drink urine." Staring coldly at Yuendi, Wu Qi sighed and said, "If you have not done anything wrong, why should you be afraid of Sun Quan and Han Fei?" Editor's yard? Editor's yard? This is the territory of Yu clan. So, this old fellow has been hiding in Editor's yard all this while? Interesting, interesting. Wu Qi just sneered, with a five-colored gleam flickering faintly in his eyes. Yu Yi gave Wu Qi a cold glance, then turned to Yin Dan, cupped his fist, and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me for returning to the capital without permission. I'll return to the front line now and put down the rebellion. As for Yisu, I'll bring him to the front line to temper him. Duke of Tianyun, remember, you have one more enemy in Great Yin." Wu Qi cursed angrily. Relying on his cultivation base of peak stage Jindan, Yisu challenged me, a Xiantian Taoist, with his cultivation base of peak stage Jindan. I, Wu Qi, am lucky to have forcefully condensed Jindan with a mystic technique of stealing energy and killed him in front of so many people. Yu Yi, could it be that only your family members can kill me, but I can't kill with my blade? Clenching his fists tightly, Wu Qi laughed and said, "If you don't want to explode into pieces, you'll have to work hard to refine these flood dragon blood essences. Only with a strong enough fleshly body can you withstand the impact of energies and condensed Jindan. With the overall strength of Jindan, the power of the formations you can deploy will be at least dozens of times stronger. And a master of formation can always challenge enemies who are stronger than you." After searching for a while, Wu Qi gave Lu Chengfeng 2 storage rings with a large capacity. Yu Yi cupped his fist and bowed to Yin Dan, then spun and strode out of the Grand Hall. Only a human immortal of Jindan realm could achieve such a rapid advancement. With a strong fleshly body that could withstand the impact of energies, one could quickly condense Jindan and improve their cultivation base. When one stepped into the realm of nascent soul, one would have to begin to comprehend the heaven and earth, fusing the Tao of heaven and earth into one's nascent soul. Only then would one be able to keep improving his cultivation base. At that point of time, one could still use this evil technique that could improve one's cultivation base rapidly. But if one's foundation was unstable, the consequences would be fatal. After taking 100 steps into the Grand Hall, Yu Yi knelt down on one knee. He bowed deeply and said with a deep voice, "Your Majesty, my youngest son, Yisu, has been killed." He picked up the wine cup and gave a toast to Yuendi. After that, he turned his head and said to Lu Chengfeng with a low voice, "Now that I don't have the overall strength, it will be hard for me to stay in Great Yin Dynasty." West Guarding General, the chief supervisor of Great Yin Dynasty's Westfield headquarters, are you still a cultivator of respiration tier of Xiantian realm? During the imperial banquet, apart from Yin Dan, who was always calm and confident, perhaps only Princess Zhonglu, who never took anything to heart, was enjoying the food. All the other people, including Wuxia, felt like chewing wax. They ate listlessly, and their eyes kept darting back and forth in the surroundings. Chapter 209. Staring at Yu Yi's back as he walked out of the grand hall, Yin Dan shook his head helplessly. Breathing out a heavy sigh, Yin Dan turned to Wu Qi and said, "Yu Yi, the minister of Great Yin." Wu Qi, the minister of Great Yin. As the monarch of Great Yin, I can't be partial to anyone. Duke of Tianyun, Wu Qi, you will follow Chengfen to the Westfield headquarters, and you will be responsible for dispatching the military forces of all vassal kingdoms in the West, preparing for the war. I will appoint you as the Deputy Chief Supervisor of Westfield Headquarters and the General of the Westfield Headquarters. You, take care of yourself. Wu Qi did not say anything, but bowed at Yin Dan. This is called not being partial. You are obviously taking Yu Yi's side, and it is his family members who are being rude. Yet you want Wu Qi to avoid them? This is what you call being partial. Nevertheless, Wu Qi also understood that Yin Dan had been taking good care of him. By sending him out of Ji City, avoiding Yu Yi, who was in the middle of a war, and even giving him a military post, he was protecting him. Otherwise, if Wu Qi was allowed to stay in Ji City, you would have countless ways to plot against him, and it would be impossible to guard against any open or covert attacks. After the disturbance caused by Yu Yi, the 5 demon kings, Mod, and Sun Quan, who were secretly fighting against each other, had retracted their aura, raised their cups, drank wine, and enjoyed the meat like everyone else. Without the frightening pressure unleashed by them, the atmosphere in the grand hall gradually returned to normal. The drumming began to play again, while a large group of dancers drifted out from the back of the hall, singing and dancing in the middle of the hall. Indeed, it was a prosperous and luxurious place with endless enjoyment. Then, Wu Qi began to murmur to Lu Chengfeng in a low voice. Word by word, he was teaching Lu Chengfeng the essentials of cultivating the body, strengthening technique of Flood Dragon. After all, it was not an easy task for Lu Chengfeng to absorb 15 kilograms of Flood Dragon blood essence in 3 days. The blood essence of Flood Dragons in Black Dragon Spirit Ring was the essence of all Flood Dragons that Zheng had killed over the years. Without Wu Qi's detailed guidance, Lu Chengfeng might go astray while channeling his energy. Before his body could be strengthened, he would become neither a man nor a dragon. That would be a real headache. While the two of them were having a heated discussion, the first batch of dancers had just retreated, and when the second batch of dancers were about to come up, a young man clad in a light cyan official robe and in high spirits abruptly rose from his seat and walked to the center of the hall. He bowed to Yin Dan in a loud and clear voice and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say to Duke of Tianyun, Wu Qi." Yin Dan was taken aback. On the platform, Su Qin spat out a mouthful of wine and pointed at the young man. "Mu Yi, what are you doing?" The youngest son of Su Qin, 32 years old, Su Mai, the editor of National History of Great Yin Dynasty's Editing Academy, was a young scholar who spent all day singing about romance and painting. Only the core members of Great Yin Dynasty, such as Yin Dan, knew that Su Mai was also known as the ever-changing Yin and Yang. In some aspects, he was a genius who was even more monstrous than Su Qin. But geniuses were always freaks, and without a doubt, Su Mai was one of them. Su Mai's weirdness lay in the fact that he had a totally different understanding of the ways of the world, and he had offended many of his colleagues in Editing Academy. As one of the noblest civil officials in Great Yin Dynasty, Su Mai would often punch and kick his colleagues, and often curse them with foul language. If not because Su Qin was the chief editor of National History of Editing Academy, Su Mai would have long been kicked out of the imperial court by his colleagues. Su Qin felt a headache when he saw Su Mai, and Yin Dan felt even worse. Laughing dryly, Yin Dan shook his head at Su Qin, then smiled gently at Su Mai and asked, "Mai, do you have anything to say to Duke Tianyun?" Both of you are talented young men, and it's a good time for you to get to know each other. Sumai clapped his hands forcefully, giggled, and said, Your Majesty, my father is also the imperial advisor of Great Yin Dynasty. But all these years, he has been pretending to be ignorant and has even forgotten the identity of the imperial advisor. Because of that, I have to endure the anger of a bunch of useless fools in the editorial institute. My father has been telling me to keep a low profile, 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 and keep a low profile. Sigh, now that you've asked my father to come up here and drink with you, I don't think he needs to keep a low profile anymore. Yandan blinked his eyes quickly, staring at Sumai, who seemed to have a one-track mind. With a wry smile, he said, Yes. Daqin is eyeing us like a tiger, and Great Yin Dynasty has to gather all its forces to face the enemy. Mr. Su, as the imperial advisor of Great Yin Dynasty, there's no need for you to hide in the imperial court anymore. Sumai burst out into a loud laughter. He clapped his hands, then turned to those officials who sat behind you, Wendy, and said, Did you hear that? Be more respectful to me in the future. Remember this face of mine, Sumai. When I was born, I was conferred the title of Marquis. Damn it, I've tolerated all of you for too long. Just like Wuxia, Sumai cursed in front of Yandan and so many top-notch nobles of Great Yin Dynasty. Su Qin's old face turned red, just like a monkey's butt. Yet, Sumai stuck out his chest proudly, turned to look at Wuxia and said, Duke Wuxia, I have something to discuss with you. Whether you agree or not, you have to agree. In short, my niece is to marry no one but you. Wuxia was struck dumb. No one but Wuxia? Lu Qingfeng turned to look at Wuxia with a shocked expression, lowered his voice and murmured, You've offended a girl from Su clan? On the dais, Princess Zhang had her eyes fixed on Wuxia. A murderous gleam flickered in her eyes like the edge of a sword. When she saw the blank and shocked expression on Wuqi's face, Princess Zhonglu knitted her brows and pondered for a brief moment. Immediately, the murderous gleam in her eyes grew stronger as she fixed her gaze on Sumai like a mad she-wolf. Su Qin even slapped on the table and cried out, What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Your niece? Who are you talking about? Sumai tilted his head up, laughed complacently, and said, Of course, it's little Su. She is 14 years old now, and it's time for her to get married. I'll make the decision here and marry little Su to Duke of Tianyin. With that, Duke of Tianyin won't be able to offend Princess Zhonglu. Ha! Among all the young men of Great Yin Dynasty, which one of them can surpass me in terms of talent, character, appearance, and appearance? If it's Princess Zhonglu, she'll marry no one but me. Su Qin sat stiffly on his knees on the dais. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he really wanted to strangle Sumai right now. Yandan's body was shivering. He really wanted to turn his head and let out a wild laugh. But as the monarch of Great Yin Dynasty, he had to keep a straight face and hold back his laughter. Jing Ku, Gao Jinli, Tianguang, and the others stared at Sumai as if they were looking at a ghost. Suddenly, Gao Jinli shook his head lightly and murmured under his breath, Old Mr. Su Qin is a great man, but why is his youngest son an idiot? By marrying his youngest niece to Wuxia, does that mean Wuxia can't marry a princess? This is indeed a great strategy, an excellent strategy. Tianguang said coldly, This is the so-called drastic measures, a great strategy indeed. Initially, Yandan could still hold back his laughter, but when he heard Tianguang's indescribably cold joke, he suddenly burst out into a wild laughter. All the ministers and generals in the grand hall stared at the complacent Sumai with a dumbfounded expression. One after another, they bowed their heads, covered their faces with their sleeves, and started giggling. Yu Wendy and Yu Xianxia had a strange smile on their faces, bowing their heads and giggling as well. From the corner of their eyes, they were sneaking glances at Sumai, who stood proudly in the center of the grand hall. Wuxia shook his head helplessly. He rose to his feet, cupped his fist, and bowed deeply to Su Qin, and said, Old Mister, Wuxia doesn't have any designs on your youngest granddaughter. Wuxia breathed out a long sigh, turned to Sumai, and said, Sumai, Grand Marquis Su, why does Wuxia want to marry your youngest niece? Have you asked your father about this? Have you asked your niece's father, who is also your elder brother? What does he think about this? With a complacent expression, Sumai took out a fan and slowly fanned himself, then said complacently, First, why do you want to marry my youngest niece? Because my Su clan has proposed to you. With the mighty reputation of my father, if he wants to marry my daughter, who would dare to refuse? Sumai chuckled and continued, Second, all these years my father has never paid any attention to the affairs of the clan. All my elder brothers have been wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion, studying the Tao of Yin and Yang transformation. Therefore, all the affairs of the clan are taken care of by me alone. It's just marrying my youngest niece. Of course I can make the decision. Wuxia clenched his teeth tightly and kept shaking his head. He did not even have the strength to laugh. This Sumai might be a genius, but he was a simple-minded genius. For a man like him, there was no way to be serious with him. Wuxia did not even have the mood to get angry with him. He just shook his head and sighed, then returned to his seat. On the dais, Princess Xianxia stared at Sumai with a strange look in her eyes, then cried out coldly, Sumai, why should I marry you? Even if your youngest niece wants to marry Wuxia, putting aside whether you want to marry her or not, why should I marry you when Wuxia marries your youngest niece? Sumai turned to look at Princess Xianxia with surprise, then asked, If you don't marry me, who else can Princess marry? Apart from Wuxia, who else in Great Yin Dynasty can be more handsome than Mai? Who else can be more talented than Mai? He has an elegant demeanor, looks, and talent, and comes from an excellent family. He is matchless. If Princess doesn't marry me, who else could she marry? Princess Xianxia breathed out a heavy sigh, then grabbed a wine pot and gulped down half a liter of fine wine. When facing a man like Sumai, even the arrogant Princess Xianxia had lost her temper. Complacently, Sumai clamored, In the past, because of my father, I had to keep a low profile. I couldn't expose the background of my Su clan. I couldn't brag that my father is the imperial advisor of Great Yin Dynasty, and I couldn't brag that I'm already a marquis of Great Yin Dynasty when I was born. Therefore, Sumai kept a low profile, and didn't want to expose my talents and knowledge in front of anyone. He breathed out a deep sigh and said, Since it was His Majesty who exposed my father's identity today, don't blame me for acting in such a high-profile manner. Let me make it clear today, apart from Duke of Tianyin, who can compose a beautiful poem and draw a beautiful painting, all the young men of Great Yin Dynasty are just a pile of trash in my heart. Apart from me, none of them are worthy of Princess Xianxia. Wuxia raised his head and gave Princess Xianxia a smile. Princess Xianxia winked at Wuxia in a charming manner. Both of them kept exchanging glances with each other, neither of them taking Sumai seriously. Upon seeing the current situation, Yin Dan and Su Qin both breathed out a sigh at the same time. While Su Qin, whose face was flushed with shame, was about to rise to his feet and scold Sumai, a clear and sonorous voice suddenly rang out, Brother Mai, you're wrong. Do you really think there is no one capable in the imperial court of Great Yin Dynasty? Princess Xianxia is a celestial being. How can a scholar like you be worthy of Princess Xianxia? A young man clad in a Kirin battle robe walked slowly out from the ranks. He did not have an outstanding appearance, but he had a ferocious expression and was shrouded in a murderous aura. Right after this young man rose to his feet, someone else rose from the seats and said, Tiger Qin, Idiot Su, Princess Xianxia, none of you are worthy of her. A series of heavy footsteps rang out. A young man who stood nearly 10 feet tall and looked like an iron tower strode out from the ranks. He dropped to his knees before the dais and said, Your Majesty, Fan Jinxi is willing to be the husband of Princess Xianxia. Wuxia gazed at these three men coldly. While he was about to say something, the five-color divine ray behind Princess Xianxia's back suddenly rolled and rolled. A thunderbolt came crashing down from the ceiling of the grand hall, smashing heavily onto the three men's bodies. The electric arcs were blinding, and the thunderclaps were deafening. The three men howled miserably and fell to the ground. The grand hall was thrown into chaos. Chapter 210. Clenching his jaws tightly, Wuxia fished out 100 heavy ballistae from the Black Dragon Spirit Ring. They were the armor-piercing ballistae which Xianxia kept in the ring, and were specially made by Great Qin. They had the power to pierce through the body of nascent soul demon beasts. Using his divine will, he made the ballistae hover in midair, locking onto the coach of Yu clan that was approaching slowly from afar. Suddenly, he changed his tone and shouted. Tonight, Yu clan had paid the price for their nobility and detachment. Noiselessly, Wuxia sprung out from underground. Like a ghost, he lightly attached himself to the bottom of the coach. He pressed his left ear against the bottom of the coach, and immediately, he could hear the voices of Yu Wendy and Yu Xianxia clearly. Wuxia felt his heart was twisting. What Yu Wendy said was destined to become a reality in the future. Yu Wendy smiled reservedly. He chuckled, then said in an indifferent tone, I've been plotting for over 100 years, using Wei Merchant to make a few cracks on the impenetrable wall of Great Yin Dynasty. But before I could show my talent, the situation was already messed up by Wuxia. Since this young man has ruined my plan, I should find some trouble for him. Yu Wendy said proudly, That's the principle. All vassal kingdoms will no longer exist, and the monarchs of those vassal kingdoms will have to live in seclusion in G City. However, Great Yin Dynasty has no lack of civil officials to govern the local areas. Therefore, we have to appoint a large number of them to various places. On the other hand, 50% of the civil officials in Great Yin Dynasty, and even all the vassal kingdoms, are from Yu Academy. Once the vassal kingdoms no longer exist, these civil officials will be in control of the local areas, and that will bring us endless benefits. Wuxia was traveling at top speed underground, following the faint scent of a seed of Qianli Xiang that he had stuck on Yu Wendy's collar when the crowd was moving. Then he found the coach that Yu Wendy and Yu Xianxia were riding in. Yu clan was a noble clan, and their coach was simple and elegant, emanating a strong air of antiquity. There were only a dozen guards of 30 to 40 years of Hotian realm standing next to the coach. The defense was almost non-existent. From time to time, he would stroke the 2 storage rings on his fingers. The heavy rings made Lu Qingfeng feel very secure, especially when he thought of the 15 kilograms of rare flood dragon blood in one of the rings. He felt a warmth in his heart. Jindan. He also had a chance to condense it into Jindan. The sound of fingers tapping on the wooden board could be heard. It seemed that Yu Wendy was deep in thought. Yu Qianxian's voice rang out again. Xianxian understands. With these people helping Yindan, and with the threat of Daqin, Great Yin Dynasty could not be shaken in a short period of time. It looks like Xianxian has no choice but to marry a handsome man like those elders. Let's see if Xianxian's children have the chance to stir up trouble in Great Yin. Just when he was pondering about the Yu family, he heard Yu Wendy ask indifferently, speaking of which, other than Su Mai and a few other archery targets, who else do you think can catch your eye? Helpless, Yin Dan could only reprimand Princess Zhonglu. Then he announced the end of the banquet. Yu Wendy chuckled and said, Think about it. With your talent and knowledge, you should be able to guess it. Yu Qianxian sneered and said, For so many years, we, Yu family, have been hiding our strength and biding our time, which has caused us to lose our vigor. If he is willing to become a member of Yu family, he will be able to give us more vigor and courage. However, everyone under the heaven knew that Yu family was the most noble family in Great Yin Dynasty, and they did not have any political enemies. Instead, they were the target that everyone wanted to rope in. They had a transcendent status, and even if they were traveling alone in the streets, they would not encounter any malicious assassins. The dozens of guards of Hotian realm were just for show. Yu family was the only family in Great Yin Dynasty that did not need any guards. Following the crowd, Wuxia walked out of the imperial palace. Instead of riding on a horse, he boarded Lu Qingfeng's flying coach. Following Wuqi's wild roar, A shrill and ear-splitting alarm suddenly rang out in the surroundings. After that, a very subtle divine will, which even Wuxia could barely detect, swept across the surroundings. "There are no outsiders," said Xianxia in a low voice. "Yin Dan, little punk, I've killed the clan leader of Yu family of Great Yin Dynasty today. I'll break one of your arms as a warning to others." Xianxia pondered for a brief moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Since Great Yin Dynasty has discovered a great amount of spatial breaching spirit gold, the rule of Great Yin Dynasty has become more direct and convenient. Therefore, the vassal kingdoms are no longer needed. Yin Dan will take this opportunity to eradicate the rebellious vassal kingdoms and weaken their power as much as possible. In the future, perhaps, he will completely abolish all the vassal kingdoms, divide them into counties, and set up a county to guard the herdsmen." Wuxia saw the twisted faces of Su Qin, Fan Yuqi, and Qin Wuyang. When Su Qin and Fan Yuqi returned, they would definitely teach their useless sons and grandsons a harsh lesson. As for Qin Wuyang's twisted face, Wuxia had no idea what was the reason behind it. Perhaps he was jealous of Princess Zhonglu for not giving face to Qin clan? Who knew? In any case, Wuxia had decided that he would often find some fun for Qin Wuyang in the future. As for Great Yin Dynasty, they valued the inheritance of the Tao of Master the most. A master for a day, a father for life. "Is there any outsider around?" Yuan asked in a low voice. Escorted by numerous guards, the flying coach drove through 2 streets. Then, right in front of Lu Chengfeng, Wuqi transformed his body into a stream of green and yellow energy, penetrated through the bottom of the flying coach, plunged into the ground, and vanished without a trace. It was as if Lu Chengfeng didn't notice the unusual movement of Wuqi. With a faint smile on his face, he waved a small carving knife and slowly carved some fine runes on a pillar. The divine will, which was so subtle that even Wuqi could barely sense, spread out and filled the surroundings. Xianxia said softly, "Your plan is perfect. Su Mai, Fan Jinxi, and Qini Hu are fighting for Princess Zhonglu. What a wonderful plan." A series of rattling noises rang out. 100 ballistae tore through the air soundlessly, dragging long tails of light behind them as they shot towards the flying coach. The dozens of guards and mounts of Yu clan did not even have the chance to let out a cry before they were crushed into meat paste by the frightening power of the ballistae. Wuqi took a deep breath soundlessly. He sneered in his mind, "So, this is the true face of Yu clan?" But there was one thing that Wuqi could not understand. Why did Yu clan spend so much effort to stir up trouble in Great Yin Dynasty? Was it just for fun? The muscles on Wuqi's arm tightened, and he abruptly plunged into the ground. In just a blink of an eye, he had reappeared at the end of the street 3,000 feet away. Yu sighed lightly, smiled bitterly, and said, "Yin Dan is not a simple man. 4 generations, Yu clan has been stirring up major events under the heaven, trying to plunge Great Yin Dynasty into chaos. But in the end, the efforts of our ancestors were all turned into nothingness by Yin Dan with various methods. This time, after 100 years of hard work, Yu clan has finally achieved some results. But little did I expect that Yin Dan would use an open and above-board scheme to destroy all our plans." Wuqi's hair stood up one after another. If not for him concealing his aura with a mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing, any ordinary escape art of 5 elements would have long been discovered by this divine will. It seemed that this divine will was specially produced to target all kinds of escape arts and mystic techniques. It was similar to the divine abilities found in Scroll of Stealing, such as the Heavenly Vision, Earth-Hearing Grand Magic, which could detect all kinds of subtle and abnormal existences. Yu breathed out long and short sighs for a while, then solemnly said, "Xianxia, through this incident, you have to learn something. Crafty plots and schemes can give you a temporary advantage, but only by using an open and above-board scheme, using the overall situation, and using an unstoppable and powerful force to threaten others, can you truly gain the final advantage. For Yu Clan, selecting officials from these people to oversee the affairs of the Great Yin dynasty was definitely much better than those vassals who had their own clan's benefits and legacy. Those vassal monarchs could not give Yu Clan any face, but the members of Yu Clan would definitely provide the greatest convenience and benefits to Yu Clan. The mighty army of Daqin will arrive at the city gate in a few days. Ministers of Great Yin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and surrender. Throwing away the carving knife, he lifted the curtain and looked out at the dark night that was filled with wind and snow. Then, Lu Chengfeng said in a low voice, "Wuxia, I've told you before, you and I are brothers, and we will share wealth and honor together. Chengfeng owes you too much. You and I, we are true brothers." Just like the first imperial banquet that Wuxia attended, the banquet ended hastily. 3 unlucky fellows, who thought highly of themselves and had expressed their feelings to Princess Zhonglu, were severely wounded by the thunderbolts unleashed by the enraged Princess Zhonglu. If not for the timely treatment from the imperial physicians, these 3 fellows could have changed their occupation and become the subordinates of Ma Yi, the inner minister of Great Yin. Nowadays, those young men of Great Yin are really useless. Yu Su and the others, although they have the beautiful titles of Silver Flood Dragon, Qilin, and Fierce Tiger, they are merely toys in the palm of our hands. They are not considered as outstanding talents. Yu Xianxia sighed softly and said, "If there is one man who can make Xianxia like him, Wu Qi is the only one. Although he is a little young, and he has an ambiguous relationship with Zhonglu, he is a very good writer of calligraphy and painting, and he also has some wonderful poems in his mind. His cultivation base and conduct are not bad as well, and he has a cruel and merciless character. He is the best supplement for Yu Clan now." Princess Zhonglu, who had the cultivation base of early-stage nascent soul realm in her 20s, was regarded as the one and only peerless genius of Great Yin dynasty. Although Princess Zhonglu was born with the cultivation base of Xiantian realm, she only had the cultivation base of early-stage Jindan realm now. Yu Qianxian, who was over 10 years older than Princess Zhonglu, had formed her nascent soul. On top of that, she often held all kinds of poetry and painting meetings and often traveled with those scholars. Basically, she did not have the time to cultivate in seclusion. Yu Qianxian asked in a low voice, "Are there any opportunities in the near future?" With the appearance of the 5 demon kings, Mod, Sun Quan, Su Qin, Han Fei, and many other spies have revealed themselves. With that, Yin Dan's reputation has skyrocketed. For the past 100 years, all the methods we've laid out are useless in the face of an absolute strength. Our 100 years of painstaking effort has gone down the drain. With these men, Yin Dan can at least maintain the stability of the imperial court for another 500 years. If we, Yu Clan, want to strike again, we'll have to find a way to strike from these 5 demon kings, Mod, Sun Quan, and the others. Wu Qi could not help but sneer. Everyone in Great Yin dynasty thought that Yu Clan was a noble clan that was passed down from generation to generation. But could a truly noble clan possess such a miraculous technique? When Yu Qianxian unleashed her aura and used the mystic technique, Wu Qi could immediately sense her true overall strength, early-stage nascent soul realm. Yu Wendy answered with a deep voice, "It's good that you can think in this way. Now is a good opportunity. In the future, the foundation of your child will definitely be stronger than the one we have now. That will give him a greater chance to succeed, and he will be able to get more training." After a long period of silence in the coach, Yu Qianxian's voice was clearly transmitted into Wu Qi's ears. Chapter 211. Shrill alarms were ringing in all directions, while dazzling beams of light kept shooting towards them from the surrounding city walls. The muffled footsteps of the city defense army came from afar like thunderclaps, adding a strong sense of uneasiness to the dark night. A great number of dark blue shadows kept rising from all directions. The sky patrolling Eagle Guards had taken control of the sky. Sword beams were wheeling around the sky, patrolling eagle guards, as some cultivators had begun to deploy their defenses in the sky. The chariot of Yu clan exploded, as a sheet of pure and rich golden light enveloped Yu Wendi and Yu Xianxia, dazzling yet not dazzling like molten gold. Within the golden light, over 30 pale golden magical crossbows, which had the same thickness as ordinary bolts and were only a few times longer, were mounted in the center of the golden light. The bolts were spinning at a high speed, while the friction between the bolts and the golden light produced a screeching noise that could cause severe pain to one's eardrums. One of the bolts had pierced deep into Yu Wendi's right chest. Tightly bound by the golden light, the bolt hovered in the middle of his right chest in a stagnant manner. The spinning bolts had caused a severe injury to Yu Wendi's body. A bowl-sized wound was opened up on his right chest, and the strong wind brought up by the spinning bolts was still tearing off thin pieces of flesh from the wound. Yu Wendi, who had lived a comfortable life and never suffered any hardship, had fainted because of the pain. Perhaps he had never even tasted the pain of having his hand pricked by an embroidery needle. If not for Yu Qianqian holding her father up with one hand, perhaps Yu Wendi would have already fallen to the ground. Holding a talisman that glowed with a golden gleam, as if it was composed entirely of golden flames, Yu Qianqian bellowed furiously, "You thieves of Daqin! I, Yu Qianqian, will fight you to the death." Wu Qi kept the magical crossbow into his storage ring, took out a cloak and wrapped it around his hands, then put on a pair of gloves to cover his hands, covering his entire body without exposing even the slightest bit of his skin and flesh. He sneered and said, "What a tough mouth you have, little girl. When I, Daqin, arrive with my mighty army, I'd like to see how you're going to fight us to the death. Hee, at that time, I'd like to see if your little mouth can still be so tough." While laughing with a hint of lust, Wu Qi exerted all his strength to activate the 2 false cores of fire element in his stealing heaven meridians. All the enormous energies contained in the other 8 false cores and the false core in his dantian rushed into these 2 fire element false cores, transforming the energies in Wu Qi's body into the purest fire element false cores. A towering flame soared from his body, transforming into a gold core strange sign that measured several tens of feet in circumference behind his back. As his mind flickered, the gold core strange sign behind him gradually took shape. Shockingly, it turned out to be a fire qilin with distinct scales and a lively expression. The 30-feet-long qilin rubbed its fists and palms together as it galloped ceaselessly in the raging flames. Its red horns and silver whiskers were glowing with a dazzling light that lit up the surrounding area for a few miles. With a single step, he crossed a distance of 1,000 feet, exercised the dragon transformation script, and punched Yu Qianqian's golden defensive barrier with all his might. A body tempering technique, like the dragon transformation script, could allow one's fleshly body to unleash an offensive force several times stronger than the original strength. It was just like how Bai Qi Tian, with the overall strength of Jindan realm, could unleash a mighty force that was not weaker than the Dharma body of an earth immortal. As Wu Qi had attained a minor achievement in the cultivation of the dragon transformation script, he had condensed all his strength into one and exerted the full force of the dragon's defensive force technique. His right fist smashed down like a falling meteor, carrying a force of 1,000,000 kilograms. A golden light flashed as a row of purple runes, the size of a water tank, flashed amidst the golden light. Soundlessly, an indescribably great counterforce was sent back to Wu Qi's body. Suddenly, a few bloody wounds appeared on the skin of his right arm, while his bones and muscles were letting out tiny moans and groans under the tremendous counterforce. Wu Qi could not help but give Yu Qianqian, who was enshrouded in the golden light, a great shock. The power of this talisman was actually comparable to the strongest thunder talisman of Heavenly Spirit sect, as it could actually unleash a defensive strength equal to that of an early-stage nascent divinity cultivator wielding a magical treasure. Suddenly, the purple runes emerged, shattering the over 30 bolts that were spinning rapidly amidst the golden light. Xianxia bit the tip of her tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the talisman. Immediately, the talisman shone with a blinding golden light, while twisting and twisting golden beams kept rushing out from it. Gradually, they condensed into a vague figure, about 3 inches tall and holding a strange-shaped longsword, hovering above Xianxia's head. Abruptly, the tiny golden figure raised the longsword up high and swung it casually towards Wuxia. A sheet of golden flame shot whistling out, slashing towards Wuxia's face. The speed of the sword beam was indescribably fast. Wuxia could only see a golden flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, the golden sword beam had arrived right in front of him. If it were Wuxia before he started cultivating the dragon transformation script, he would never be able to dodge this sword beam. Fortunately, he had made some progress in cultivating the dragon transformation script recently. With that, he quickly changed the direction of his feet and exercised the 9 transformations of Divine Dragon, which was specially used for fighting enemies. Abruptly, his body transformed into several dozens of twisting afterimages, spreading out amidst the whistling of wind. The golden sword beam swept across the afterimages, turning a large piece of cloth on his chest into ashes. The golden sword beam shot straight along the street, destroying a large part of the city wall of G-City a few miles away, which was already glowing with a strong defensive barrier. The tens of city walls inside and outside of G-City formed an integrated defense system. When a section of the city wall was destroyed, the defensive barrier on the other city walls immediately changed. A bright flame soared up into the sky, while a great amount of defensive barrier light burst out from the shattered city wall. Gradually, it condensed into a city wall made of pure magical power and natural energies. Xianxia's face turned slightly pale. She cried out in a low voice and spat out another mouthful of blood onto the talisman. Wuxia snorted coldly and cried out, "Little girl, you are really lucky to have such a treasure talisman with you. Who is the old fool who spent his own blood essence to make this treasure talisman for you? Next time, I'll definitely slaughter every single member of your clan. I can send you back to the field headquarters and let His Majesty pamper you." He let out a few strange laughs, as a wave of anger rushed straight into Wuxia's head. How dare this girl have the intention to touch him? He cried out viciously, "Girl, you have neither a beautiful face nor a sexy body. Even if the lamp is turned off at night, no man will be willing to press on you." However, His Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision, and His Majesty doesn't mind pampering a so-called talented girl like you once in a while. This is a great favor from His Majesty, and you must remember to express your gratitude. Xianxia's face turned green with anger. She was a woman with neither a beautiful face nor a sexy body that no one wanted. Only a man of great talent and bold vision, the Emperor of Qin Dynasty, would pamper her once in a while. Wuxia's words were too harsh, as they were destroying Xianxia's pride as a woman. Her face twisted. With the power of the blood essence she spat out just now, she once again activated the magical force contained in the golden talisman. A great amount of golden electric arcs burst out from the talisman, condensing into a golden ball of thunder the size of a human head above Xianxia's head. Right after Wuxia revealed his true form from the afterimages, Xianxia's eyes immediately locked onto his body with a subtle divine will. Amidst a deep rumble of thunder, the thunderball transformed into a 1-foot-long thunderhammer, spraying countless blinding electric arcs and smashing down towards Wuxia's head. Right after the thunderhammer was unleashed, a few long and furious roars were heard coming from the direction of Great Yin Imperial Palace. 5 demon kings, Mo.D., Sun Quan, and the rest of them had joined hands and leaped into a several dozens of miles long rainbow, bringing with them a frightening and suffocating aura as they approached at top speed. Among the 5 demon kings, Huoyu was the most ferocious and bloodthirsty. After being conferred the title of Imperial Advisor of Great Yin Dynasty, he had regarded Great Yin Dynasty as his own territory. Therefore, when Wuxia brazenly attacked and killed the current clan leader of Yu clan in his territory, it had made a wild and crazy, killing intent burn in Huo Wuyu's heart. When he was still a few miles away from Wuxia, Huo Wuyu had already bellowed furiously, "Ignorant Junior, this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Die now." Then he opened his mouth and shot out a greenish and gloomy light screen, silently rolling down towards Wuxi's head. The light screen emitted a pungent stench and came with a frightening, corrosive, and devouring force. Vaguely, one could see the twisted faces of millions of wronged souls vaguely visible within it. It was the rotting bone and soul devouring energy, a divine ability of the lineage of the ancient ferocious bird, the bald owl. It was one of the few vicious and sinister things under the heaven. When Wuxia saw the death-devouring energy coming down from above, he dared not to face it head-on. He let out a few strange laughs, gave a reluctant look at the father and daughter of Yu clan, who were enshrouded in the golden light. Then, with a blink of his body, he transformed into a beam of red light and plunged into the ground. The thunder hammer smashed forcefully onto the ground. Amidst a loud boom, a nearly 1,000 feet tall thunderbolt swept out in all directions like a tsunami, nearly razing a few nearby mansions to the ground. Soundlessly, the rotting bone and soul-devouring energy swept across the ground, bringing countless snowflakes along with it. Abruptly, a large pit with a diameter of over 100 feet and a depth of nearly 100 miles was created on the ground. The corrosive force of Huo Wuyu's death-devouring energy was very strong. With just a light touch, the street of Ji City, which was densely covered with countless restrictive spells, was corroded and left a deep pit. Right after Wuxia plunged into the ground, he was nearly hit by the death-devouring energy. Fortunately, his escape art was very fast, allowing him to escape with just a few leaps. Luckily, he was not hit by the extremely vicious, death-devouring energy. With a terrified expression, Wuxia turned to look at the large pit behind him, then silently recited the name of the bald owl, Huo Wuyu. Shaking his head, he flew back to Lu Chengfeng's flying chariot. The cultivation base of a demon king of nascent divinity realm was indeed frightening. Huo Wuyu was also a man who only needed to transcend one last heaven immortal tribulation before he could become a heaven immortal. Therefore, Wuxia did not feel ashamed when he was chased away by him. With the miraculous ability of Scroll of Stealing, Wuxia was confident that when he cultivated to the mastery stage of Nascent Soul Realm, he would be able to fight evenly with Huo Wuyu. Considering all the various divine abilities and techniques he possessed now, they were not any weaker than this rotting bone and soul-devouring energy. After returning to Lu Chengfeng's flying chariot, Wuxia took off the torn cloak, took out a spare set of court clothes, and put it on. Then, he turned to Lu Chengfeng, who had an anxious expression on his face, and said, "Be careful of Yu Xianxia and her father. They are not good people. Their Yu clan has been stirring up trouble in Great Yin Dynasty, and I have no idea what they are up to. Just now, I borrowed the name of Da Qin to assassinate them, but too bad they were protected by talisman treasures, and I couldn't kill them." Lu Chengfeng knitted his brows into a tight frown and said in a low voice, "If there is something wrong with Yu clan, then this Yu Academy." Wuxia looked at Lu Chengfeng, shrugged his shoulders, and said helplessly, "Without any evidence, I can't do anything to them. In the future, I'll find a chance and kill every single member of Yu clan. I really hate this kind of bastards who always strike from the back, but never let a single drop of water leak out, and make the whole world treat them as the good guys." Lu Chengfeng nodded his head, agreeing with Wuxia's words. If not because of Wuxia's marvelous escape art, which rendered Yu Qianqian's divine ability, which specialized in detecting all kinds of escape arts ineffective, perhaps he would never be able to eavesdrop on some private secrets of Yu clan. This Yu clan had concealed themselves too deeply. The chariot returned to Duke Yin Li's mansion at top speed. Because of the assassination attempt by Wuxia, Ji City had been placed under a curfew. All the influential members and ministers who were still out and about were asked to return to their mansions as soon as possible. On top of that, the captains of city defense also asked all the influential members to return to their mansions and take precautions, as the assassins from Daqin dynasty had sneaked into Ji City and severely wounded the current head of Yu clan, Yu Wendi. Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng were talking in low voices along the way. Right when they arrived at the entrance of the front hall, through the widely open door, they suddenly saw Yin Qijuan and Qin Wuyang sitting calmly in the middle of the hall, holding a wine cup in their hands and drinking. What was the crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty, Yin Qijuan, and the general of Great Yin Dynasty, Qin Wuyang? Why were they here at this time? Chapter 2:12. Quickly changing his robe, he invited Yin Qijuan and Qin Wuyang to the parlor in the backyard, which was specially used to entertain private guests. The parlor was surrounded by a large number of screens made from crystals. The ground was scorching hot, and the steam was rising from it, preventing the parlor from feeling the coldness of the outside world. The cold wind brought the heavy snow and hit the screens, causing them to produce a series of rattling noises. High up in the sky, sword beams and sky patrolling eagle guards were seen wheeling and falling from the sky like a large number of shooting stars, adding a sense of mystery to this cold winter night. Naturally, the best wine that could be found in Duke Yin Li's mansion was used to entertain the honorable guests like Yin Qijuan and Qin Wuyang. It was the first Duke Yin Lu who had buried several thousand wine jars under the cypress green mist vines in the backyard, and now the wine had become the most excellent wine. Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng personally dug out a few large wine jars from under the cypress green mist vines, which no one had touched for a long time. They mixed the sticky wine paste in them with the freshly brewed wine, then used a small wine pot to boil them in hot water, filling the entire parlor with the aroma of wine. Yin Qijuan's handsome face twitched a little, and he rubbed his palms. Yin Buji, that little rascal, had been guarding these drunken immortal wine with his life, refusing to let go of it. I couldn't even get a share of it, and now my wish has finally come true. Ha! It was his son who dug it out and boiled it for me. When I see him in the future, I'll definitely mock him. Yin Qijuan chuckled, picked up the small wine cup, and slowly savored the fragrant aroma of the drunken immortal wine into his mouth. Qin Wuyang, on the other hand, was not so particular. He had already held a wine jar in his arms and was drinking to his heart's content, leaving his entire body stained with wine. Upon hearing Yin Qijuan's words, Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng were struck dumb with amazement. Both men exchanged a glance. Then Wu Qi forced a smile and said, "What Crown Prince said seems to be. Does Crown Prince still see Duke Buji often? Doesn't that mean he was killed by someone in the myriad Red River?" Yin Qijuan clenched the wine cup and laughed. He shook his head and said, "Killed? Hee hee. Wu Qi, you should know what cultivation technique my father is cultivating with, don't you?" Wu Qi recalled the time when he was in Mo Forest, when Mod used the flame of Earth's core to break open the stone tablets of legacy left behind by barbarians, and found a few cultivation techniques from them. Among them were the mnemonics for the last 2 chapters of Yin Dan's cultivation method. He remembered that Yin Dan's cultivation method was called the reincarnation of 9 deaths and 9 lives. Abruptly, he raised his head up and stared at Yin Qijuan with great astonishment as he said, "The reincarnation of 9 deaths and 9 births? 9 deaths and 9 births. This..." Yin Qijuan breathed out a long sigh in frustration, then sneered and said, "That's exactly the damn technique." The 9 deaths and 9 lives reincarnation technique allowed one to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth between life and death, gathering the samsara chi of life and death to condense an extraordinary saint body that was neither dead nor alive. This was the essence of this technique. If you want to cultivate this cultivation technique to a profound level, you must comprehend life and death and work on that line of balance between life and death. Pointing his finger at his own nose mockingly, Yin Shijuan said in a self-mocking tone, Yin Shijuan, the crown prince of Great Yin, is said to be less than 1,000 years old, but in fact he is over 2,000 years old. His cultivation base is at the peak of Jindan realm, and he hasn't even broken through nascent soul realm. Father and the others have inner demons, so they can't break through. Yin Shijuan is a man with peerless innate talent. But why is he still a mere human immortal of Jindan after cultivating painstakingly for over 2,000 years? Shaking his head, Yin Shijuan smiled bitterly and said, As the crown prince of Great Yin, I can't always be assassinated by others, and I can't have any accidents happen to me. I have to sit on the throne of crown prince peacefully, letting all the common people and all the civil and military officials know that Great Yin is in a peaceful and prosperous era. Father Emperor can go into seclusion and fight against demonic beasts. He can be beaten by demonic beasts until his limbs are broken, and he has a slim chance of surviving. He can comprehend the Tao of life and death. But as the crown prince, I can't do that. I have to guard G City like a clay statue, and I have to stay here peacefully. Spreading his palms helplessly, Yin Shijuan breathed out a long sigh and said, This reincarnation technique of 9 deaths and 9 lives is such a bastard. Without experiencing life and death, one's cultivation base can never improve. I've been cultivating painstakingly for over 2,000 years, and I've consumed countless spirit herbs and Jindan. After cultivating painstakingly for over 2,000 years, I've only reached the peak of Jindan realm. Damn it! Yin Shijuan cursed out loud. Apparently, he had suffered a great grievance. Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng exchanged a glance, and neither of them answered the question. Qin Weiyang put down the wine urn, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, Yin Buji was indeed assassinated in the Myriad Red River. Not only in the Myriad Red River, when he was roaming around the world, seducing women from all over the world. Countless men who were offended by him had sent out assassins to kill him. But what was the result? In just a short span of tens of years, he was severely wounded and nearly killed 8 times, and suffered countless other minor injuries. Just half a year ago, after the assassination in the Myriad Red River, he successfully broke through the peak of Jindan realm, and became an earth immortal of nascent soul realm. Yin Shijuan said coldly, According to the law of Great Yin, once a member of the imperial clan of Great Yin forms his nascent soul, he has to go into secluded cultivation and become a sinecure of Cloud Swallow Pavilion. Therefore, Yin Buji seized the opportunity to escape with the excuse of death, and at the same time, he could draw out some evil spirits, causing them to have a good time. Wuxia laughed dryly and said, So, who was the one who assassinated Duke Buji? Why did he assassinate him? The cause and effect of everything. Qin Weiyang spread his palms, smiled bitterly, and said, It was all a fucking show, a show for those who were watching the show, including that unlucky fellow of mine, Qin Shui. Although he is indeed not a good guy, it was really hard for him to play the role of a complete bastard who was not a bad guy at all. The intense coldness had rendered Wu Qi and Lu Qingfeng speechless. Both of them looked at each other in astonishment, and their bodies stiffened. If the death of Yin Buji, the chaotic situation after his death, and the difficult situation faced by Qin Shui and Wu Qi were all an act, Wu Qi could not help but curse all 18 generations of Yin Dan's ancestors in his heart. It was really a great blow to him that he did not even realize he was being played by someone else. Fortunately, Wu Qi was secretly delighted in his heart. He had gained a lot of benefits, and he had played a lot of people, but they did not realize it either. You play me, I play you, each other. Perhaps the only unlucky ones were Wei Xiao and those vassal kingdoms who had colluded with her. They were really unlucky. Then, Qin Shui thought of Princess Yingchuan, and then he thought of Lao Ai who was standing behind her. No wonder Yin Dan always looked calm and composed. When Wuxia told Jing Ku about the information regarding Lao AI, Yin Dan actually waited until now to force Lao AI out. What a wide net. No wonder he was Yin Dan, the man who had ruled Great Yin Dynasty for over 2,000 years. Wuxia picked up the wine cup and emptied it in one gulp. After that, he gave Yin Shijuan and Qin Weiyang a thumbs up and said, "What a meticulous plan, not leaving any chance for the enemy." Sigh. If I knew this would happen, why did Wuxia go through so much trouble? Why did I have to make so many enemies? Let me see. Wei Merchant, Heavenly Spirit Sect, Myriad Dao Alliance, several dozens of monarchs of vassal kingdoms, Chief General Yu Yi, and ever-changing Yin and Yang Sumai. Who did I offend? Yin Qijuan laughed again. He shook his head and said, "Yu Yi and Sumai can be at ease. Sumai may be a simpleton, but old Mr. Su Qin has a very strict upbringing. No matter how arrogant and rebellious he is, he will never do something like that in the Grand Hall. As for Yu Su," an immense killing intent burst out from his eyes as Yin Qijuan gnashed his teeth and said, "Yu Su deserves to die. Great Yin has given him so much, yet he still colluded with foreign enemies and schemed against Great Yin. This is a crime deserving of 10,000 deaths. Chief General Yu, he will not hold a grudge against you because of this. You can rest assured. As for Yu Su, he has to die." Lu Changfeng cleared his throat, bowed at Yin Qijuan, and said, "So, everything is." Yin Qijuan said coldly, "Everything is for others to see. Chief General Yu, he will send out endless death soldiers to assassinate Marquis Tianyan. You just need to kill them all. Those death soldiers are men who deserve to die. By killing them all, you will be rendering a meritorious service to the empire." Lu Qingfeng still wanted to ask something, but Wuqi beat him to it and asked straightforwardly, "Why are you telling us so much?" Qin Weiyang said with a deep voice, "Because Yin Qingfeng is now the chief supervisor of Westfield headquarters of Great Yin. He has to guard the headquarters with a peace of mind, and there are some things that he has to explain clearly. In short, you only need to know one thing. Great Yin Dynasty is as stable as a mountain. No matter it is His Majesty, Jing Ku, Gao Jinli, Yu Yi Tianguang, or me, Qin Weiyang, there's no disagreement. We're always standing together." Qin Weiyang smiled proudly, then continued in an indifferent tone, "We came here together, fought together for over 2,000 years, risked our lives together, and finally created the foundation of Great Yin Dynasty. In the future, we will make Great Yin Dynasty stronger and stronger, so strong that we can unify the entire world. So, how can we fight amongst ourselves and split apart? It's just that some people wish to see us fight amongst ourselves, to see us split apart. Therefore, we will fight amongst ourselves and split apart for them to see." Yin Qijuan sneered and said, "We will let them see what they want to see, and then we will take away their wealth and their lives. There is nothing better than this." Taking a deep breath, Yin Qijuan stretched out his hand to Wu Qi and Lu Qingfeng and said, "Your performance in the past few months has won our unanimous approval. Although you're still a little immature, you could be a great use. Therefore, welcome to Great Yin." "Welcome to Great Yin." Wu Qi looked at Yin Qijuan, and Lu Changfeng looked at Yin Qijuan. Both men exchanged a glance, then stretched out their hands and held Yin Qijuan's hand. Qin Weiyang laughed out loud, then stretched out his hand and gave both men's palms a heavy slap. With a faint smile on his face, Yin Qijuan said, "You can continue to fight with whoever you want. You can continue to be on good terms with whoever you want. 8 days later, it will be a good and auspicious day. Changfeng, you will go to Great Yin Ancestral Shrine and pay your respects to our ancestors. You will be officially listed in the genealogy. You should go and meet Yin Buji as well. That guy is really disgusting for sowing seeds everywhere, but no matter what, he is your biological father." Yin Qijuan twitched his lips as if he was very dissatisfied with Yin Buji. They had a secret conversation throughout the night. Some things that should be understood by Wu Qi and Lu Chengfeng, and some things that should be known by them, have been understood by them. Wuxia even knew that the reason why he and Lu Chengfeng could win the approval of Yin Dan and the others so quickly was not only because of MOD's comments, but also because he had the token of 8 swallows in his hand, yet he had never used it to do anything with special privileges. Although they held great power in their hands, they never acted recklessly. This had given Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng great credit. Therefore, they had won the unanimous approval of these core ministers of Great Yin Dynasty. When dawn was about to break, Yin Qijuan and Qin Wuyong bade farewell and left. Then, Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng saw them off. When they stepped into their chariot, it seemed like Yin Qijuan suddenly remembered something. He smiled at Wuxia and said, "Now that you are one of us, I won't plot against you for that piece of innate earth element essence you obtained in the Rare Treasures Conference. Those useless fools are really hateful. How could they not recognize an innate item? That is really annoying." Qin Wuyong shook his head and sighed. "If not because we also found several dozens of innate items when we came out from this world, we really can't let you have it so easily." He glared fiercely at Wuxia and Yin, then said with a cold voice, "That thing is too tempting. Quickly find a way to eat it, or else you'll have a headache later." That Zhang, he knows you have this treasure. Surrounded by a large number of guards, both men left. Wuxia, on the other hand, was stunned as he watched them leave. When they came to this world, they found several dozens of innate items. What kind of damned world was this? Chapter 213. After being officially accepted into the core circle of Great Yin Dynasty, in the following few days, Lu Chengfeng devoted himself to absorbing the flood dragon blood essence, carefully tempering his fleshly body with the body tempering technique of flood dragon. With the help of Wuxia, he planned to forcibly form the Jin Dan with a mystic technique of energy seizing. Meanwhile, through a teleportation formation, Wuxia came to a secret cave located in the depth of Meng Mountains, where he took out the innate earth element energy essence he bought in the Rare Treasures Conference and the 36 dragon scales given to him by Catfish Flood Dragon. Just like what Yin Qijuan and Qin Wuyong said, these innate items were too eye-catching, and it was better for him to digest them as soon as possible. Generally speaking, when an ordinary cultivator found an innate item, he or she did not have the ability to craft it into a magical treasure. They could only bring these innate items with them, using the stray innate energies to temper their fleshly body, transforming their fleshly body into an innate body of Tao. In other words, it could be considered as using the innate items as much as possible. Unless one possessed the cultivation base of a gold immortal, or had the help of an innate divine flame, no ordinary cultivator, or even a heaven immortal, could craft an innate item into a magical treasure. Fortunately, Wuxia was lucky enough to find the divine flame of order. Although he could not control it as he wished, with a little bit of firepower and some mystic techniques found in Scroll of Stealing, he could still craft a usable magical treasure. Wuxia weighed the clump of innate earth element energy essence in his hand, then used his divine will to sense the faint ripple of soul coming from the tiny crystal core in its center. He breathed out a deep sigh. It was indeed an innate divine item, as it had already given birth to a thread of its own soul. If this clump of innate earth element energy essence was not taken out from the spirit cave by the people from the merchant, perhaps many years later, it would give birth to a very powerful innate spirit treasure, or even a mighty innate divine beast. But now, as Wuxia wanted to craft this clump of innate energy essence into a magical treasure that he could use, he could not keep this thread of soul. Innate items were extremely difficult to craft, and if there was still a thread of innate soul entangled in it, no one could subdue this thread of innate soul, unless he was a high-tier gold immortal. What a pity, what a pity! Wuxia sighed, then laughed again. Fortunately. Amidst a five-colored gleam, the silver lotus shot out from between Wuxia's brows. A wisp of divine flame of order, which was several times stronger than before, was twisting and drifting on its pistol. The surrounding temperature rose abruptly, driving away all the other natural energies in the secret cave, leaving only the pure fire element energy, which was at least 1,000 times denser. The air turned bright red. When Wuxia took a deep breath, he felt as if he had swallowed a ball of sticky magma. His entire body was boiling hot and uncomfortable. After fiddling with the clump of earth element energy essence for a while, Wuxia resolutely threw it into the divine flame of order. Abruptly, that tiny crystal core let out a high-pitched shriek. That wisp of pre-world soul abruptly released a dense soul wave, which was filled with despair and begging, as if there was a child crying and begging in Wuxia's mind. Wuxia hardened his heart and refused to be moved by the voice. Casually, he pointed his finger at the divine flame of order. Immediately, the innate wood element energy transformed into a bright green beam and shot out from his fingertip, fusing with the divine flame of order in a blink of an eye. Immediately, the flame expanded to the height of 3 feet. The surrounding fire element energies quickly gathered towards the divine flame of order, raising its temperature by another 50%. Abruptly, the earth element energy essence moved. Countless tiny yellow sand particles wheeled and wheeled rapidly in the air, transforming into a ring of dense yellow mist that firmly protected the crystal core in the middle. A divine item was formed by nature, and it already had its own consciousness. If anyone wanted to kill it, it would automatically exercise its innate divine ability to protect itself. Watching this, Wuxia clicked his tongue in amazement. If not for the fact that he was still 108,000 years away from that realm, he would really like to keep this clump of earth element energy essence and craft it into a magical treasure when he became a gold immortal in the future. With the cultivation base of a gold immortal, it was more than enough to subdue this soul and refine it into the item spirit of an innate spirit treasure. Anyone below the realm of gold, immortal, should never dream of such a sweet dream. Sighing, Wuxia quickly performed some incantation gestures with both hands. A set of seal of earth from the script of ancient law, which possessed the mighty power to split the mountains and split the earth, quickly formed into 99 sesame-sized yellow runes on his fingertips, emanating a blinding yellow light. His fingertips trembled rapidly as the yellow talisman smashed towards the earth element energy essence along with a deafening rumble of a landslide. It disturbed the originally flawless and dense yellow mist, causing a tiny crack to appear on it. The divine flame of order, with 2 colors of green and purple, rushed into the crack, enveloped the tiny crystal core in a flash, and annihilated the innate soul essence in a flash. Bright patterns that were visible to naked eyes rushed out from the spot where the crystal core was annihilated. An extremely pure source of soul energy was surging violently, spreading out in all directions along with a faint whistling noise. Abruptly, Wuxia focused his eyes. Wisps of divine gleam shot out from his mystic eyes of universe, quickly absorbing the source of soul energy into his eyes and fusing it into his spiritual ocean and soul. A thick and dense, nourishing aura kept coming from the depths of his soul. The innate soul condensed from the innate earth element energy essence had the property of earth element as well. After absorbing the source of soul energy, not only did Wuxia's soul become a few times stronger, his soul itself had also become as solid and heavy as a lofty mountain and could no longer be shaken by any external force. The 7 holy deities and devils, which were transformed from Wuxia's soul, were cheering and jumping with joy. They had also absorbed a great amount of source energy, and their vague figures had become much clearer. Vaguely, they looked like 7 other Wuxias, who were jumping and jumping in his spiritual ocean. Some were laughing, some were crying, some were angry, and some were worried. All of them had different expressions, and they were emanating waves of bizarre energy that could stir one's heart and soul. After devouring 50% of the soul energy emanating from the innate soul essence, Wuxia poured the remaining 50% into the 7 little gods and devils. Later on, he would need them to exert more strength, so he needed them to eat and drink their fill first. As the innate soul essence was destroyed by the divine flame of order, the clump of earth element energy essence lost its controlling core. The rapidly spinning earth element energy essence became weak and lifeless, slowly condensing into a yellow clump of soil the size of a human head. Apart from being extremely heavy, this clump of soil did not have any energy fluctuation, and it looked just like a lump of soil that could be found anywhere on the ground. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia forcibly exercised the energy meridians of 5 elements, carefully forcing out a drop of clear green liquid from 2 false cores, glinting with a 7-colored gleam. It was a drop of innate nectar that Wuxia had spent a lot of effort to condense in his false cores, and now Wuxia was using it in a very extravagant manner. He had forcibly absorbed over 100 human immortals' gene Dan, and only then did he manage to condense a drop of innate nectar in each of his false cores. But now, for the sake of this innate earth element energy essence, he had used 1/5 of all the innate nectar in his false cores. With his heart bleeding, Wuxia kept dripping the drop of innate nectar onto the earth element energy essence while murmuring under his breath, "What a waste, what a waste." The cultivation base is the foundation of one's cultivation base. If this drop of innate nectar were to fall on someone, it would be more than enough for an ordinary man to break through to the realm of Mahayana realm of Gene Dan. What a waste, what a waste. If not for the fact that you are an innate earth element energy essence, I would not be willing to waste it like this. As soon as the innate nectar of wood element fused with the earth element energy essence, the extremely heavy and hard earth element energy essence suddenly became as light as a feather, faintly rippling like water. Without any hesitation, Wuxia quickly took out the 36 dragon scales given to him by Catfish Flood Dragon, as well as 3 large vats of original dragon blood essence stored in the Black Dragon Spirit Ring. The divine flame of order burned fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon scales were melted into 36 dragon scale-shaped golden beams. Without caring about anything else, Wuxia shoved over 18,000 kilograms of original dragon blood essence into the dragon scales. The 36 dragon scale-shaped golden beams absorbed all the original dragon blood essence, then abruptly unleashed a blinding light that caused Wuxia's mystic eyes of universe to feel a severe pain and nearly blinded him. Even a single drop of original dragon blood essence contained an enormous amount of energy. With over 18,000 kilograms of original dragon blood essence being injected into the 36 dragon scales in such a luxurious manner, and after being purified by the divine flame of order, the quality of these 36 dragon scales have been greatly improved, making them almost comparable to the dragon scales taken from the body of a divine dragon of heaven immortal realm. Forcibly exercising the energies in his body, Wuxia coughed out 3 mouthfuls of prime blood essence in one breath, causing the flame of the divine flame of order to rise abruptly, swallowing all the water-like earth element energy essence and the dragon scale-shaped golden beams. Quickly, Wuxia performed incantation gestures with both hands, casting out all kinds of defensive and offensive runes that he could use according to the script of ancient law. The energies in Wuxia's body were being consumed at an incredible rate. Every time he cast out a set of runes, his energies would be completely depleted. At this point, he had no time to think too much. From the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, he took out the demon cores of those powerful demon beasts collected by Ying and shoved them into his mouth, using the powerful energy contained in them to continue forming runes. After 24 hours, Wuxia had consumed 36 powerful demon cores in a row. Suddenly, a strong light flickered in front of Wuxia as an ancient-looking, pale golden wrist shield appeared in front of him. The wrist shield was not very big, measuring about 1 foot and 2 inches long, which was the length of an arm. Its width was 3 inches, which was the width of an arm, and its thickness was only half an inch. 36 dragon scales formed a perfect formation of 9 halls and 8 trigrams on the surface of the shield, and countless runes could be vaguely seen on the surface of the wrist shield. The edge of the wrist shield was extremely sharp, and the dragon scales were emitting a bright gleam that could make one shudder. Waving his left hand, Wuxia fastened the wrist shield onto his left arm, then injected a little bit of energy into it. Immediately, a thick and heavy yellow light enveloped his entire body. The sword of Greedy Wolf was thrust out along with a jarring whistling noise, brutally slashing onto the yellow light. The sword was knocked far away, but the yellow light did not budge at all. Wuxia nodded his head satisfyingly. Judging from the defensive strength, perhaps even an Earth immortal of nascent soul realm would not be able to break through it. Then, with a twist of his wrist, 36 earth-yellow dragon scale-shaped beams shot out from the wrist shield, piercing through the air and shooting in all directions. He scanned these dragon scales with his divine will and found out that each of them contained a great amount of earth element energy. Each of these dragon scales weighed about 50,000 kilograms, and their edges were extremely sharp. With such weight and sharpness, even an Earth Immortal's Dharma body would not be able to withstand the attack. Wuxia smiled. With his current cultivation, it was not easy for him to be able to refine such a magic treasure. The true form of Earth element energy essence still existed, and when his cultivation base reached a higher level in the future, he could refine this wrist shield again, and it would still be a pretty good innate spirit item. Although he would have to find an excellent soul essence to be the item spirit at that time. That would be a problem for the future. From now on, you will be the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield, and my life will depend on you to protect it. The innate gold and silver lotus is not very popular, so I'll have to rely on you more in the future. Waving his arm, Wuxia retracted the silver lotus and the divine flame of order. A vast, auspicious light burst out from the black dragon spirit ring, as Wuxia released the chariot of 8 horses. With a fiery gaze, he stared at the item of virtue of human emperor. It was time for him to reclaim it. Chapter 214. After taking a few rounds around the magnificent chariot, Wuxia could not help but keep praising it. The 8 heavenly horses seemed to be living creatures, but at the same time, they seemed to be some kind of spirit treasure. The chariot itself was also a precious treasure. Just the defensive mechanism that Wuxia could see was so strong that it rendered him speechless. The yellow and black virtues energies rippling around the chariot made Wuxia drool with greed, and he wished he could swallow the chariot in one gulp. If the vast and heavy virtues energies could be gathered in Wuxia's body, he would be able to transform into the sacred body of virtues of human emperor. At that point of time, apart from a few divine abilities and body movements, all other magical techniques would have no effect on Wuxia. But too bad. Although the scroll of stealing claimed that there was nothing under the heaven that could not be stolen, the virtues energies of human emperor were not something that could be stolen so easily. In order to steal the virtues energies from the chariot, Wuxia would first have to steal a kingdom of human emperor and make Wuxia the ruler of that kingdom. It was a very difficult and troublesome task, and Wuxia did not have the mood to do such a complicated task. What a great treasure! Looking at the chariot, Wuxia could not help but throw his head back and let out a loud laugh. It was different from the universal water spirit's divine cauldron of you the Great. The cauldron was a suppressive item, an item of virtues that could suppress all aquatic lands under the heaven. Therefore, although both of them were treasures of human emperor condensed with virtues, and both you the Great and Xianxia could control them, the chariot was a personal treasure. It was the personal belonging of King Mu, the King of Mu, the King of Mu, and had nothing to do with the general trend of the world. Therefore, although Xianxia could control the divine cauldron of you the Great, he could not do anything to the chariot, which had been thoroughly infiltrated by King Mu's personal aura. unless Ying spent a lot of effort, using his aura of human emperor to forcibly expel the aura that King of Mu had gathered in the chariot of 8 horses. Ying, Yin Dan, or any monarch of any dynasty would never be able to drive the chariot. However, a mighty monarch like Ying would disdain to pay such a huge price for a treasure that could only be used to protect one's life. Therefore, the chariot was of little value to Ying. But now that it's in my hands, it's no longer up to you. Chariot of 8 horses, O chariot of 8 horses, forget about your old master and obediently become my Wuxia's treasure. With you around, our chances of escaping will be 100 times greater. Wuxia clicked his tongue in admiration and said, "It's a pity that you're too eye-catching. Unless it's a life-or-death situation, I really don't dare to use you." Then, he carefully took a step closer to the chariot of 8 horses. But just as Wuxia took a step forward, an auspicious light suddenly shrouded the area, blocking Wuxia's path. A boundless majestic aura of an emperor came pressing right at Wuxia's face, as if there were millions upon millions of people roaring furiously right next to his ears, asking him to kneel down and kowtow to the chariot of 8 horses. Wuxia quickly took a few steps back, shaking his head discontentedly at the chariot of 8 horses. If Emperor Mu was present, Wuxia would still kneel and pay his respects to this ancient human emperor. That was what he should do. But how dare this inanimate object force him? Wuxia, grinning coldly, a beam of 7-colored light shot out from Wuxia's forehead. Amidst the light, the 7 holy deities and devils tumbled and dashed out. The 7 fiends formed from Wuxia's soul energy bounced on the ground for a while, then grew to the height of 1 foot. Their bodies were shrouded in various colors, and there were various ripples of emotions spreading out from their bodies. If an ordinary cultivator were here, once he was infected by these ripples of emotions, he would immediately have all sorts of thoughts in his mind, causing his 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures to flare up at the same time. The Yin flame would rise from the soles of his feet, burning away his blood essence and bone marrow. Wuxia sat cross-legged at the front of the chariot of 8 horses, staring straight at the chariot. With both hands locked into an incantation gesture, he controlled the 7 holy deities and devils to approach the chariot. As the 7 holy deities and devils have been nourished by 50% of the innate soul essence from the earth element energy essence, their bodies were now as strong as their fleshly bodies. Therefore, the pressure unleashed by the chariot had no effect on them, and the surging auspicious golden light could only produce tiny ripples on their bodies. All of a sudden, a bright gleam flashed from the 7 fiends, and they merged into a 7 feet tall figure that looked exactly the same as Wuxia. However, the expression on its face was changing rapidly, and the facial muscles were wriggling as if they were cramping. The figure kept chuckling evilly, while both of his hands slowly locked into an incantation gesture, which resonated with Wuxia's hand incantation gesture. Gradually, a large sheet of bizarre glows was emanating from the figure. The 7 sets of incantation gestures related to the 7 holy deities and devils found in Scroll of Stealing were performed over and over again, while half of Wuxia's blood essence was injected into the figure. Gradually, the figure's body was filled up, and something that looked like flesh and blood was growing out of it. The boundless aura of the human emperor spread out from the chariot, but it was absorbed by the figure together with Wuxia's blood essence and aura. Like a large blender, this bizarre fiend, which was formed from the fusion of the 7 holy deities and devils, slowly mixed Wuxia's blood essence and the aura of the human emperor with King Mu's, then slowly broke them into the tiniest energy particles and began to transform them in a magical way. When water and cement were mixed together, they would turn into concrete. The aura of Wuxia's blood essence was water, and the aura of the human emperor in the chariot was cement. Under the magical catalysis of the figure, both of them quickly merged into one. Gradually, Wuxia's aura began to emanate from the chariot, while a vast aura was vaguely emanating from Wuqi's body as well. Using the power of heavenly thunder, a thread of Wuqi's nascent divinity carefully left his body, fusing with the body of the figure through a miraculous connection. Within the empty body of the figure, Wuqi's nascent divinity was soaking in the boundless aura of the King of Mu, slowly absorbing the auspicious golden glow and aura and transforming his image. Gradually, countless illusions began to appear before Wuqi's eyes. He saw the real King of Mu. From the moment the chariot of 8 horses was created, from the moment the 8 heavenly horses were harnessed to the chariot, from the moment the King of Mu brought an endless army and marched across the land, conquering the lands from east to west, from south to north. Wherever he went, all the kingdoms bowed their heads. As the territory of Great Zhou grew larger and larger, the aura of virtue gathered on King of Mu's body grew stronger and stronger, and the divinity in his body was stimulated as well, becoming more and more magnificent. In the end, King of Mu had become a god among mortals, and just like the legendary human emperor Xianxia, he ascended to the heavens by riding a dragon. As for the chariot of 8 horses, the divine artifact that accompanied him in conquering the lands, it remained in the mortal realm, passing through many new owners. However, the divine artifact had its own rule, that the chariot would only recognize the mighty King of Mu as its only master. As such, its new owners could never order them around. As for the chariot of 8 horses, it never cared about who its new owner was. It just silently missed its old owner. Therefore, it did not even care about who its new owner was, or what he looked like, as it could not remember him at all. While absorbing the aura of the chariot of 8 horses, the thread of nascent divinity released by Wuqi gradually transforming into the appearance of King of Mu, the King of Mu, according to the memories of the chariot. He was clad in the golden cloak of 9 dragons, holding a long sword in his hand, sitting on the chariot of 8 horses. His body was shrouded in a boundless flame, leading countless mighty soldiers to conquer the lands. Wuqi discarded all the thoughts in his mind, and just kept recalling the image of King of Mu in the memories of the chariot of 8 horses. He absorbed the aura emanating from the chariot of 8 horses and fused it into his own body, then mixed it with his own blood essence and aura. He was hypnotizing himself, telling himself that he was the King of Mu, the master of the chariot of 8 horses. He kept repeating this sentence over and over again. Gradually, the ripples of his soul began to get closer to the soul ripples of King of Mu in the memories of the chariot of 8 horses, eventually reaching a level that was no different from King of Mu's soul ripples. Suddenly, the chariot of 8 horses leaped and cheered excitedly, unleashing countless auspicious rays that enveloped Wuqi. In the chariot of 8 horses' perception, their master had returned. Their master, King of Mu, had returned. Joyfully, they activated all the restrictive spells on the chariot of 8 horses, opening up a path that led straight to the core of the chariot, welcoming the return of their master. Wuqi was lifted up by a magical force, then sat safely in the chariot of 8 horses. Soundlessly, the thread of nascent divinity Wuqi had fused into the core of the chariot of 8 horses. After that, a silver lotus abruptly rose from Wuqi's nascent divinity. The divine flame of order burned everything in the surroundings, completely burning the thread of divine will produced by the chariot of 8 horses into nothingness. Then Wuqi separated a thread of his nascent divinity and branded it on the core, holding the chariot of 8 horses tightly in his hand. Abruptly, the 7 holy deities and devils split up, their bodies glowing dimly as they squeezed back into Wuqi's body to recuperate. Wuqi retracted the nascent divinity and soul he had released. Suddenly, a huge amount of sweat burst out from his body. Nearly all of his energy had been depleted. Although he had successfully subdued the chariot with a mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing, the cost was too great. The reason why he could still sit safely on the chariot of 8 horses was because of the miraculous ability of the chariot, which allowed it to automatically absorb the surrounding natural essence to nourish his body. Breathing out a long sigh, Wuxia patted on the chariot of 8 horses and let out a soft cry. The chariot of 8 horses expanded abruptly as the 8 heavenly horses grew to about 100 feet long. Although they still had the shape of horses, they vaguely looked like divine dragons. The chariot itself had also expanded to several hundred feet in circumference, turning into a clump of golden, auspicious clouds that could no longer be seen. With a thought in Wuqi's mind, the chariot of 8 horses transformed into a stream of light and shot out from his secret palace. Surprisingly, the several dozens of defensive mechanisms he had painstakingly constructed did not have the time to play any role, as the chariot of 8 horses went straight through them. The chariot of 8 horses went straight through them, not destroying them with brute force. Instead, it went straight through all the defensive mechanisms Wuxia had deployed, as if it had entered an uninhabited land. Panic-stricken, Wuxia quickly halted the chariot of 8 horses, then turned around in astonishment. He saw that the lofty mountain where he built his secret palace was now 100,000 miles behind him. With a thought in his mind, he had crossed the distance of 100,000 miles. The speed was almost comparable to the divine ability of teleportation used by a nascent divinity cultivator. Wuxia did not exert all his strength to drive the chariot of 8 horses, as he did not have the overall strength to drive the chariot to its full speed at the moment. Instead, he merely injected a tiny bit of energy into the chariot, and it made the chariot burst out with a frightening speed that nearly scared himself to death. If I were to inject all my energy into the chariot, I would be able to travel 1 million miles in an instant. Even if a nascent divinity expert were to use the divine ability of teleportation, he would never be able to catch up to me. Wuxia secretly calculated the godly speed of the chariot of 8 horses, and suddenly, he burst out laughing complacently. After laughing for a full 15 minutes, only then did Wuxia put away the chariot of 8 horses. The enormous chariot transformed into a stream of auspicious light and fused into Wuqi's right arm, forming a sheet of golden auspicious light the size of a child's palm on his arm. Amidst the auspicious light, 8 faintly visible heavenly horses could be seen with their heads held high and chests puffed out, as if they were neighing at the sky. Following Wuqi's will, this sheet of auspicious light could appear and disappear at will. It was an extremely magical sight. After throwing his head back and letting out another 3 wild laughs, Wuxia pinched his fingers and calculated the time. After that, he hastily returned to his secret palace, using the minor teleportation formation to return to G City. It was time to form a Jin Dan for Lu Changfeng. Chapter 215. After returning to G City, right after Wuxia walked out from the house he bought secretly, he was startled by a suffocating air of resentment that towered into the sky above G City. The resentment was so strong that it had condensed into a grayish cloud that nearly materialized, hovering above G City. Although only cultivators could see this gray cloud, it was more than enough to affect the mood of ordinary people, turning the atmosphere in the entire G City into a very strange one. Instinctively, Wuxia scanned the surroundings with his divine will and was shocked once again. Hastily, he put on his official robe, hung the identity token and the token of 8 swallows on his waist, then quickly sprung up into the sky and flew towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace of Great Yin Dynasty was located right in the center of G City, and the main entrance of the Imperial Palace was facing the 4 biggest main roads of G City. Currently, from the 4 main gates of the Imperial Palace to the east, south, west, and west, countless scholars with white cloth wrapped around their heads were kneeling on the ground, stretching all the way from the Imperial Palace to the outermost city gate of G City. On the 4 main roads, there were more than 500,000 scholars kneeling on the ground. All the scholars kneeling on the ground were holding 3 incense sticks in their hands, the wisps of smoke rising into the sky. Every once in a while, these several 100,000 scholars would shout out at the same time, Da Qin is brutal. Qin Huang is immoral. Your Majesty, please issue a decree quickly. Send out an army to attack Da Qin and avenge Master Yu. A suffocating air of resentment kept emanating from these scholars. It was the entanglement of the resentment from them that had gathered into a layer of grayish cloud above Ji City. Among them, those scholars who stood closer to the main gate of the imperial palace had a stronger air of resentment emanating from them. The resentment from several thousand Great Yin civil ministers, who were clad in the court uniform of middle and lower-level officials, holding incense sticks in their hands and kneeling near the main gate of the imperial palace, were as strong as the resentment from some ferocious ghosts. Using the mystic eyes of universe, Wuxia saw that the energy from these civil ministers had turned pale black. What is going on here? How many days has it been? Wuxia stared blankly at the vast crowd of scholars and couldn't help but twitch his lips. A few secret agents of the scouting office happened to pass by the rooftop. When they saw Wuxia standing there, they hurriedly came up and greeted him. Upon hearing Wuqi's question, the leader of the secret agents smiled bitterly and said, Duke of Tianyun, there's something you don't know. 9 days ago, the current great editor of the Imperial Court, the master of Yu Academy, Yu Wendy, was severely wounded by Da Qin's assassins on his way back from a banquet in the Imperial Palace. Right now, he's on the verge of death. These scholars are either from Yu Academy or are currently studying in Yu Academy. Naturally, they're here to seek justice for their teacher. The secret agent leader lowered his voice and said, It's fine outside, but the inside of the palace is in chaos. Many officials clamored for His Majesty to immediately issue an edict to dispatch an army to attack Da Qin. But they don't even know where the Da Qin dynasty is. How are they going to mobilize their army? After cupping their fists to Wuxia, the few scouting officers leaped into the air and continued their patrol. Although these scholars did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, with just a word, a tongue, or a pen, they could stir up a storm in Great Yin Dynasty. Never in Great Yin Dynasty had Great Yin Dynasty come across a situation where several tens of thousands of scholars were petitioning together. Therefore, the people of Scouting Office dared not to be negligent, fearing that they might make some mistakes and bring a greater disaster to themselves. Standing on the rooftop and gazing at these resentful scholars for a while, Wuxia shook his head, spun, and returned to Duke Yin Li's mansion. Right now, Lu Qingfeng was in the backyard, slowly practicing a fist technique that looked soft, but was actually a technique that gathered all the innate energy in his body into one ball, using it to push the muscles and tendons in his body, constantly tempering his body. Obviously, he had digested and absorbed the blood essence of Flood Dragon left behind by Wuxia. At this moment, the strength of Lu Qingfeng's corporeal body was much stronger than before. When he moved his body, punched, and kicked, a faint sound of thunder could be heard. Wuxia stopped the sword beam and landed right next to Lu Qingfeng. Upon seeing Wuxia, Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed. He asked hastily, Why did you come back after so many days? What happened outside? Wuxia shook his head. He showed the wrist shield on his left hand, smiled, and said, It's no trouble at all. Just for the sake of 2 defensive items, I accidentally wasted some time. No matter it was the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield or the Chariot of 8 Horses, both of them were treasures of very high grade and powerful. Initially, Wuxia thought he could settle everything in 3 days. But in the end, he spent 9 days to fully absorb and subdue both treasures. When he saw Wuqi's items, Lu Qingfeng quickly told Wuxia what had happened in the past few days. Just yesterday, on an auspicious day, Lu Qingfeng had gone to Great Yin Dynasty's ancestral shrine located deep within the Imperial Palace, where he formally kowtowed to the ancestors of Great Yin Dynasty and became one of the core members of Great Yin Dynasty. In the Cloud Swallow Pavilion, located right next to the ancestral shrine, Lu Qingfeng met with Yin Buji, who was cultivating in seclusion. After going through life-and-death trials and giving birth to his nascent soul, Yin Buji praised Lu Chengfeng greatly, and even gave Lu Chengfeng many benefits. Apart from that, the most sensational event in G City these days was the petition of those scholars from Yu Academy. When Wu Qi pretended to be Da Qin's assassin, he had pierced through Yu Wendy's right chest with a crossbow bolt. The entire right lung of Yu Wendy was ripped to shreds by the bolt. Although he had taken some spirit pills to heal the wound, they could only save his life. At least, it was impossible for Great Yin Dynasty to find such immortal pills to regrow a lung out of thin air. With half of his lung missing, Yu Wendy could hardly even talk. The once elegant, and talented Yu Wendy had now turned into a sickly old man who was at his last gasp. The Grandmaster Craftsman from Mo Sect and the secret agent from Scouting Office had worked together to examine the crossbows collected at the scene. They confirmed that these crossbows were not made by any sect in Great Yin Dynasty, but were indeed from outside Great Yin Dynasty. There were 3 strange metal components found in these crossbows, which had never been found in Great Yin Dynasty. The serial number of the workshop of Daqin Dynasty, the serial number of the craftsmen, and the serial number of the talisman masters who engraved the formations were also verified by Yin Dan and a few other people. They confirmed that it was indeed the style of Daqin's armory. The blame was firmly placed on Daqin Dynasty. All the scholars who were related to Yu Academy were enraged, and they formed groups and knelt before the imperial palace to petition. Over the last 9 days, the 4 main roads of G City were completely blocked, and the travel of the residents in G City was greatly disrupted. Grinning coldly, Wu Qi did not comment on the behavior of the disciples of Yu Academy. As for the fact that he had assassinated Yu Wendy, he would not be so stupid as to spread it around. Lu Qingfeng had also kept the news to himself, treating it as an onlooker. Wu Qi grabbed Lu Qingfeng's hand, squeezed his muscles and bones, and sensed the current strength of his fleshly body. Nodding his head, Wu Qi said with a smile, "This has nothing to do with us. Before the Imperial Palace makes a decision, I'll help you condense the Gene Dan as soon as possible. Leave everything to me. You just need to focus on circulating the cultivation technique found in the script of Heaven Patching Formation, and don't pay attention to anything else." He pressed Lu Chengfeng onto the ground, asking him to concentrate on circulating the cultivation technique found in the script of Heaven Patching Formation. Then Wu Qi waved his left hand, unleashing a large sheet of yellow light from the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield, which enveloped the entire backyard. He walked quickly around Lu Qingfeng for a while both of his palms kept injecting specks of bright light into Lu Qingfeng's body, stimulating all the major acupoints and activating all his energy and blood. Then he took out a huge amount of blood essence of dragon, slowly injecting them into Lu Qingfeng's body through the hand incantation gesture. Not only that, he even consumed the enormous amount of energy and blood essence he obtained from cultivating the dragon transformation script to help Lu Chengfeng massage his meridians, using the blood essence of dragon to strengthen his body once again. When Lu Qingfeng had completely entered into the state of inner vision and meditation, Wu Qi took out several dozens of demon cores from Black Dragon Spirit Ring, each emanating a powerful demonic energy. After swallowing these demon cores into his body, Wu Qi used his true flame to remove all the impurities in them, leaving behind only an extremely pure energy essence without any demonic energy or impurities. After that, he circulated this energy essence, which was equivalent to the total energy possessed by 2 peak stage Gene Dan human immortals, over and over again in his 7 stealing heaven meridians. Slowly, Wu Qi fused a part of his innate energy and a thread of innate liquid of 5 elements into the energy essence. He looked at Lu Qingfeng and said in a low voice, "You and I are brothers, and I, Wu Qi, am not a stingy man. Although I can't teach you the scroll of stealing, I should still give you some benefits." Opening his eyes, Wu Qi forcibly circulated the energy and blood in his body, extracting a part of the energy and blood in his 5 internal organs and a part of the energy from the acquired spirit pearls of 5 elements in his dantian, fusing them into the energy essence, transforming it into a pure energy that was between innate and acquired. Silently exercising a technique recorded in the Scroll of Stealing called the Reverse Saint Energy Imbuement Technique, which was specially used to frame someone else. Wuxia slowly injected this pure energy into Lu Qingfeng's body, controlling it to slowly fuse with Lu Qingfeng's energy, blood, and soul, then slowly flowed down to his dantian, communicating with the energies of 5 elements in the heaven and earth, forming into a fist-sized golden jindan. Wuxia was sweating profusely, while a dazzling flame was bursting out from Lu Qingfeng's body, as filthy and dirty blood kept bursting out from his body. The function of this reverse saint energy imbuement technique in the Scroll of Stealing was a little shameful. If a cultivator of the Scroll of Stealing stole the magical treasures or energy essence of some almighty experts and was chased by those almighty experts, they would use this evil technique to separate a tiny bit of their aura and inject it into some unlucky scapegoat, using it to attract the attention of the owner, while the cultivator could seize the opportunity to escape. In order to hide it from those powerful beings, the method of infusing qi into the scapegoat's body was extremely marvelous. The spirit qi injected into the scapegoat's body could perfectly fuse with the scapegoat's blood qi and soul, without any conflict. Carefully and according to the method, Wuxia smoothly helped Lu Qingfeng form the jindan. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. A thunder tribulation that was comparable to the jindan tribulation of longbow people was brewing. Using a heaven-defying mystic technique, Wuxia had helped Lu Qingfeng form the perfect jindan that encompassed all 5 elements and stood between innate and hotian. On top of that, he had forcibly pushed Lu Qingfeng from Xianxia realm to the peak of Jindan realm. This had greatly offended the law of heavenly punishment, which maintained the balance between the heaven and earth. Therefore, the thunder tribulation was extremely powerful. Wuxia opened his mouth and coughed out a stream of blood. At the same time, when Lu Qingfeng formed the jindan, he too fell to the ground. This reverse saint energy imbuement technique not only consumed an enormous amount of energy and blood essence, it also consumed a great amount of soul energy. This time, Wuxia had forcibly separated 10% of his soul energy and gifted it to Lu Qingfeng, improving the strength of his soul by nearly 30 times. It was true that Lu Qingfeng had gained a great benefit, but Wuxia had also suffered a great loss. However, the power that Lu Qingfeng, who had studied the Tao of formations and possessed the cultivation base of peak Jindan realm, could unleash made Wuxia very happy. A large sheet of bright light burst out from behind Lu Qingfeng's back, and the strange sign of Lu Qingfeng's Jindan made Wuxia grin from ear to ear. It was an enormous turtle shell of 8 trigrams, exactly the same as the turtle shell that recorded the arts of heaven patching formation. At the thought that Lu Qingfeng would have to carry a turtle shell on his back for a very long period of time in the future, Wuxia was so happy that tears began to flow down his face. Amidst the deafening rumbling, the thunderbolts came crashing down, but Wuxia pulled them out with one hand and quickly absorbed them into his soul, helping him to form another thread of nascent divinity. At the same time, the golden bells in the imperial palace of Great Yin kept ringing for a total of 10,800 times. Countless voices rang out at the same time. Great Yin is going west, crusade against Daqin. Great Yin is going west, crusade against Daqin. The disciples of Yu Clan, who were kneeling on the street, were cheering and cheering. The cheers swept across the entire G-City like a tsunami. The army was going to crusade against Daqin. Great Yin, who had been hiding its claws and teeth for over 2,000 years, had finally begun to move its enormous body. Chapter 2:16. Meng Village. What used to be a desolate little village had now become a bustling place filled with people. It was as if it was a metropolis. A large teleportation formation, about 1 mile in diameter, was erected in a forest that had been leveled to the ground outside Meng Village. Thousands of energy stones and jade slabs of different sizes were hovering in midair, flickering with colorful flames. Every time the flame flickered, over 10,000 people would walk out from the formation. Under the command of a group of officials clad in black official robes, these people would quickly line up and move in different directions. The people who walked out from the formation came in different shapes and sizes. Some of them were soldiers of Blood Swallow Army. Some were soldiers of Black Swallow Army, who were clad in black armors and riding on black ox-headed beasts, emanating a murderous aura. Most of them were craftsmen and laborers, who were holding various tools in their hands and looking energetic. Those who were responsible for controlling the formation were 30 Earth Immortals of Nascent Soul Realm and 120 Human Immortals of Jindan Dynasty. The leader was a member of Great Yin Dynasty's Imperial Clan, an Earth Immortal of Peak Stage Nascent Soul Realm, the 9th son of Yin Shijuan, Yin Shi. He held an astrolabe in his hand, which was used to control the formation. From time to time, he would shout at the cultivators under his command, instructing them to adjust the positions of the jade slabs, making it connect with a teleportation formation located several 100,000 miles, millions of miles, or even tens of millions of miles away. From G City, from other big cities within the territory of Great Yin Dynasty, and from the capital cities of various vassal kingdoms, a large number of soldiers, craftsmen, and laborers had arrived at Meng Village through the teleportation formation. In just 3 days, over 1 million people had gathered near Meng Village. Although the teleportation formation used a great amount of spatial breaching spirit gold as its core, the large-scale teleportation of over 1 million people within 3 days had still consumed a huge amount of resources of Great Yin Dynasty. The energy stones that had been stored over the years had been used up like tidewater. Wuxia was standing on top of a newly built watchtower on the wall of Meng Xiaobai's house, looking at the teleportation formation that was working at full capacity. He couldn't help but feel shocked by the power of Great Yin Dynasty. He had been here for 3 days. Lu Qingfeng had stayed in Little Meng City, supervising the construction of the defensive system. Meanwhile, he had brought a group of people to Meng Village and was responsible for the construction of the outpost defense line. As he was the person in charge, Wuxia didn't need to do anything. All the affairs, big or small, were shared by middle and lower level officials from G City, and everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Finally, Wuxia had a first-hand experience of the latent power of Yu Academy in Great Yin Dynasty. There were 50,000 middle and lower level officials in Meng Village, and 40,000 of them came from Yu Academy, and all of them were disciples of Yu Wendy. Because Yu Wendy had been severely injured by the assassin from Daqin, these men were working like they had been injected with chicken blood. They worked day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. Like wind devils, they kicked the butts of those soldiers, craftsmen, and laborers, making the woods around Meng Village bustling with activity. In just 3 days, with Meng Village as the center, the foundation of a 20 miles long and wide city had begun to take shape. In the depth of Meng Mountains, 50,000 miles, 30,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 1,000 miles, 500 miles, 300 miles, and 100 miles. With these 9 distances as the limit, the construction of the 270 outposts had started. With the powerful execution and management ability of these officials, the construction of Meng Fortress and the construction of the 270 outposts had started almost at the same time, and the progress was almost exactly the same. There was no difference between the 2 projects. How many building materials were needed, how many craftsmen and laborers were needed, how many formation masters were needed, and how many of them were needed. Under the arrangement of these officials, it was like the most elite Swiss clock, running with the utmost precision without any error. One day ago, Wuxia had inspected the working standard of these officials, and the result had shocked him. The results shocked him greatly. These government officials, who had exploded with all of their passion and swore to teach the great Qin dynasty a harsh lesson, worked as if their lives depended on it, and the precision of their work was simply shocking. The distribution of materials and personnel in the 270 outposts was so precise that it was as precise as a brick, an iron nail, or even a handful of rice. There was no delay, no waste. These insane officials had even considered the difference in experience, skill, and physical strength of every craftsman and laborer. Basically, the manpower and material resources in all the outposts had reached a precise balance. Faced with all this, Wuxia could only stand there and stare blankly, staring blankly at the large number of people who kept rushing out from the teleportation formation. At the same time, he was slowly absorbing the surrounding natural energies, using them to improve his cultivation base and replenish the energy essence and soul that he had consumed a few days ago. On top of that, he had experienced the threat of Yu Academy firsthand. Although there were only 40,000 disciples of Yu Academy here, they were able to achieve such frightening precision, efficiency, and great effectiveness. How many lower-ranked officials in Great Yin Dynasty were from Yu Academy? If all of them were to cause a disturbance, perhaps Great Yin Dynasty would be in a great trouble. The disciples of Yu Academy reminded Wu Qi of the disciples of Confucian school back on Earth. They were the power of a school that could control an entire dynasty and the government of an entire country. Different from the disciples of Confucian school, who constantly fought with each other, the disciples of Yu Academy had a common spiritual leader. They worked together seamlessly, which made them an even more frightening political force. If not because Great Yin Dynasty was an imperial court of immortal cultivators, if not because Yin Dan and his men possessed the power that could wipe out the entire Yu clan in a blink of an eye, perhaps Yu Academy would have long taken control of all the political power of Great Yin Dynasty. Even so, because of the existence of these disciples, Yuanyi had a transcendent status in Great Yin Dynasty. He could even discuss the marriage of Princess Zhonglu with Yin Dan, and he could even propose some candidates to Yin Dan. A noble and honorable family. Taking a deep breath, Wu Qi made the natural energies in the area of a few miles around him roll and tumble. Suddenly, he let out a cold, gloomy laugh. He glanced around and saw that under the enthusiastic work of those officials, the foundation of Meng Fortress had begun to take shape. It measured 20 miles in both width and 20 miles in length, with a width of 150 feet and a height of 150 feet. The defensive mechanisms and formations on the wall will be deployed according to the standard of G-City's defense. This was a strategic defensive mechanism that could fight against nascent divinity cultivators. At the heart of Meng Fortress, which was also the center of Meng Village, a deep pit that measured 1,000 feet in both width and length had been dug out from the original meeting hall of Meng Clan. A nearly 1 mile tall platform would be built here, and together with the other 80 platforms in the surrounding, they would form the strongest attacking force of Meng Fortress. A group of disciples from most sects sent out by Modi were working diligently on the other side, together with a group of master craftsmen employed by G-City. 81 star shattering fiery dragon crossbows, which borrowed the underground energy from underground energy veins and absorbed the power of underground flame, were placed on these high platforms. They could unleash a full force attack equal to the full force attack of an Earth immortal of peak stage nascent soul realm. When 81 star shattering fiery dragon crossbows were unleashed at the same time, their power was equal to the full force attack of an early stage nascent divinity cultivator, possessing a frightening power that could instantly kill an Earth immortal of nascent soul realm. The machinery of Mo's sect is matchless under the heaven. Mod, that old fogey, once he stepped into the path of cultivation, I never thought he would become such a freak. When Wuqi thought of the mighty star, shattering fiery dragon crossbows, he could not help but feel a chill running down his spine. Yet, Such a frightening weapon was only ranked 9th among the 10 most powerful weapons produced by Mo sect. What else could Wuxia say to the frightening Mo sect? Suddenly, numerous sword beams were seen flying towards them from a far distance. With a keen eyesight, Wuxia saw Lu Chengfeng standing in the foremost sword beam. Soon, the sword beams descended, and Lu Chengfeng came and stood right next to Wuxia. He threw a glance at the bustling construction site and the crowds of people, then shook his head and said, "The disciples of Yu Academy are very capable. I have nothing to do in Ming City, so I just need to hand them the blueprint, and they will handle everything. They will even be in charge of supervising the mobilization of soldiers, materials, and craftsmen from all the vassal kingdoms in the West." Suddenly, I feel like I've become an idler. Wuxia twitched his lips helplessly, nodded his head, and said, "Yu Academy is really frightening." The scene of several tens of thousands of scholars kneeling in front of the entrance, TSK. If I were His Majesty, I would have long wielded my saber. Crack! Wuxia raised his right palm up high and gently slashed it down. Whenever he thought of Yu Wendy and his daughter, his belly would be filled with a venomous flame. "How dare they try to harm me, Wuxia? Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Lu Chengfeng recalled the scene of several tens of thousands of apprentices from Yu Academy petitioning together, and his body shuddered as well. Both men exchanged a glance, and were about to say something, when suddenly they saw a dark cloud rolling and rushing toward them from the sky not far away from the east. Several dozens of demon clouds were chasing closely behind the dark cloud, and from time to time, a strange, evil laughter could be heard coming out from the demon clouds. Vaguely, a shrill, wild laughter could be heard. "Little girl, I've taken a fancy to you. Come back with me, and you'll have a good life. Every day, you'll have the fresh meat of young boys and girls to eat. Isn't that better than being alone? Haha, why do you look so fresh and spirited?" As the wild laughter echoed out, several dozens of dark blue thunderbolts thrust whistling out and smashed onto the fleeing dark cloud. A deep rumble of thunder echoed out, and a large part of the dark cloud was blown away, revealing the body of a fat catfish that measured over 3,000 feet long. Wuqi's face twisted into a tight frown. An old acquaintance, but someone actually said she has a beautiful face? What kind of taste is that? It was a fat catfish with a body of over 3,000 feet long, with a pair of horns on its head, a few shiny dragon whiskers under its chin, and 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. Vaguely, dragon scales could be seen peeking out from under its smooth skin. Who else could it be if it was not the catfish flood dragon, the king of the lake of 4 waters? However, in Wuqi's view of beauty, catfish flood dragon could never be compared with the word beautiful. One could say that she was handsome, mighty, and heroic, but the word beautiful was really wrong. The demon cloud that released the dark thunderbolts retracted abruptly, revealing a huge, ugly black fish. The black fish's body was about 5,000 feet long, and it had 3 huge, ugly fish heads. Its huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and mucus was constantly dripping from its slippery black fish skin. Even from such a distance, a fishy smell was still wafting from the fish. He also had a horn on his head, but it was only a single horn. His lower abdomen also had a dragon claw, but it also only had one. On its back, there was a tens of feet long fin that was as sharp as a blade, and water vapor lingered around its body, making it look arrogant and threatening. With a sharp and unpleasant laugh, Heiyu's 3 mouths spat out a large amount of mucus at the same time. 3 extremely long tongues popped out of his mouth and flicked around for a while. Then, several hundred huge dark blue bolts of lightning whistled out from the tip of his tongue. The fleeing catfish flood dragon was hit by the dark thunderbolts, and it made her blood splatter all over her body. The pain made her curse furiously. The demon cloud was completely destroyed, and catfish flood dragon's huge body could no longer fly up into the sky. She drew an arc in the air and fell down toward the construction site of Meng Village. Without hesitation, Wuqi leaped up into the sky with a sword beam and shouted, "How dare you? This is the territory of the Great Yin Dynasty. How dare you invade our territory? Do you know the mighty name of the Great Yin Dynasty's emperor, Yin Dan? He let Catfish Flood Dragon pass, but stopped in front of the Black Fish and the dozens of demons and devils brought by him. The Black Fish opened his mouth and yelled, "What bullshit, Great Yin? I've never heard of it. What bullshit, Yin Dan? Is he famous? I'm his ancestor. Little brat, you're just a little Gene Dan, human immortal, and you dare to provoke me? Be a good boy and let me eat you." Although the Black Fish was cursing him, Wuxia laughed happily. "You're Yin Dan's ancestor?" These words could not be any more wondrous. Suddenly, the aura around Meng Village changed. A couple dozens of Earth Immortals of Nascent Soul Realm and several hundred human immortals of Gold Core Realm from Great Yin Imperial Clan stepped onto clouds and sword beams, their eyes bursting with flames of fury as they soared into the sky. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.